Remember, Taste of New Orleans is in the Benson location as well. You grab you some food and grab you some dessert as well. Whether it's coffee beignet or ooey gooey cake, ice cream, hey, out of towners swing by as well. Benson, Old Market, tell them Severe sent you.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. hims.com/radio.
At Dingman's, we are working for you before you even walk through our doors. Our level of commitment to industry involvement and continuing education is second to none. Through our ongoing involvement, we stay current with all the best repair procedures for the ever-changing vehicle. This includes working with auto and paint manufacturers, as well as insurance companies. Our repair facilities are set up with the latest repair and technology. Our ongoing work is to ensure that when you do need us, we are able to provide you with the safest, best repair possible. Because at Dingman's, we would rather be the best than apologize for anything less. Dingmans.com.
Hi, this is Doug Nodgard with Equitable Bank. Great service never goes out of style. When the digital age dawned, many said computers would be able to handle many of the interactions that used to take a person. Boy, were they wrong. How many times have you called your bank and gotten a recording to press 1 or 2? Not at Equitable. Not only does Equitable answer your call in the first ring, it's answered by a human being. That's because Equitable Bank values its customers. Equitable Bank, we take banking personally. Member FDIC.
Car repair is car repair. Most places you go can change your oil or fix your brakes. The difference is the experience you'll get at Omaha Car Care. We're part of the community. We were born here. And we believe that our relationship with you should be built to last. We're going to consult you, not sell you. We're going to give you a free loaner car. We're going to treat you like a valued friend that we want to continue to see in the years to come. I'm Rick Betker, owner of Omaha Car Care, and we'll be along for the ride.
The Zone Hotline is powered by 42 Degrees, The Source, by your mom's house.
Let it fly. Your elevated sports bar experience. KOZ and Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620, The Zone.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover. Just crossover. It just crossed him over. Danced another victim to the crossovers. Crossed him up and sent him down.
Crossover is powered by Every Level Concrete Repair in Omaha at everylevelconcrete.com. Josh and Schaefer are here. Hi, guys.
Hey.
What's up, boys? What's up, Mike Schaefer? You breaking any news today?
Yeah, Schaefer, you got any news for us?
Come on.
Yeah,
Come on.
Give us a crystal ball.
You just got to go to one of the 700 Nebraska fan accounts that takes
nah.
Out there. You can get them from them.
Good
That's
point.
your source for news. Those are the people that are moving and shaking in the market.
That's right, Schaefer. What is up with that one? The one account that everybody thinks is 24/7.
Oh, yeah, the
because
24/7 Huskers account.
Yeah.
This is
I asked
pretty
him
wild.
if he could put in his bio not affiliated with 24/7 Sports. He agreed. It was nice.
Oh, that's really nice. Yeah.
If only there was some way that Twitter could differentiate an official account from a fake account.
Wow. What an idea, Nick.
Now you have to pay for that.
Crazy.
Yeah.
They actually have media
credentials,
legacy accounts, and we have one for our Nebraska Husker 24/7 one. But I don't think anybody knows that's what the gold check mark means.
Yeah.
I also don't think anyone cares. Like, that's the other thing.
Because there's too many check marks. They've oversaturated it.
Well,
no, it's because they don't care where their news comes from.
It's because the information's behind a paywall, and then on Twitter there is no paywall, so then they get the information that way. So it's just
unless you subscribe to the Jack Mitchell Twitter experience.
I don't know if I could.
I think he has one tweet behind a paywall. I keep telling him he needs to tweet.
Jack has subscribers.
He has a subscriber.
Wait, what's his paywall tweet say?
I don't know. He won't.
Josh isn't his
You don't subscribe?
No, I love Jack. I'm not going to subscribe to his paywall Twitter account. There it is, though.
Man, I wonder what it is,
Subscribe
though.
to anyone's Twitter account.
It's $2.99 a month for the Jack tweet.
Okay, that's actually a good just do one tweet behind the paywall forever. That I mean, it's got to be good.
Yeah, right? I don't know what I would put behind my Twitter paywall if I was going to put my account behind a paywall.
If I created one and then
Behind
every
the
time
wall.
it was just a picture of Slider, would that be good or bad?
That'd be tremendous
I
content.
know that we could get Ryan Tabb would probably sign up.
Well, then Slider would probably demand some of the royalties from
he'll get treats.
I want more dog content from you, Mike Schaefer.
Mm.
I am team dog content. Unlike
go to my Instagram account. That's where all the dog
I know I want
content
more.
is housed.
I need to do
You
more
get one every
stories.
about 6 weeks.
Yeah,
I do love Slider though.
I do need to do more stories of Banks.
What do you think is behind Jack Mitchell's Royals Twitter account paywall?
Oh, is he still on that?
Jack, isn't it like Jack
Probably
M.
just some
Royals?
really hot takes on Seth Lugo.
Yeah.
My favorite part about the Jack Mitchell Royals account is it's the same picture, but it's blue.
It's just blue. It is funny.
I didn't even know about this.
It's hilarious. Oh yeah, he has a whole Royals account.
It was for when they were good. The 2 years they were good.
Is it still the same picture like that it's been for?
Yes, it's the same thing.
I don't
But
follow
that
it.
doesn't actually
I
look
do.
like
What
Jack
is the,
Mitchell.
what's the handle? I don't know the
It must
handle
be
for this
like
account.
Jack M _ Maybe he deactivated it. Hold on.
Jack M _ Royals.
Yeah.
That sounds about right.
This photo of him is never how I visualize him looking. By the way,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
Jack M.
That does not look like Jack Mitchell.
It definitely does not.
Jack M _ KC Royals.
_KC Royals. When's the last tweet from the account?
August 15th.
Does Sam McEwen still have his films one?
Yeah.
Oh,
he
SW
he doesn't
McEwen
go on there
Films.
very much
Yeah.
though. He doesn't go.
I
I
feel
love
like I
Sam's
follow
movie
it, but it would
takes.
pop up.
Yeah, because he'd retweet, be like, "Hey, check out my review
Right,
of Dune."
I love Sam's movie takes. I usually ask him on the air, and maybe he should just clip that and put it on there. Jack Royals, you last tweeted on August 15th when he said he claimed he was falling back in love with the Royals.
Oh, I'm gonna retweet it. Sounds like me yesterday, Schaefer. As I told you, I've fallen in love with this year's Cowboys team.
I think this was right when
on August 15th?
the Royals. I believe this was either coming off of or during their 7 to 10 game winning streak that they had. I was very excited during this time. I don't know that I fell back in love with them.
I don't need you guys to teach me how you just get through an entire summer of meaningless baseball.
Oh, you just do.
It's been a while, and I feel like this
been a
is what my
while.
future is. Sorry.
Yeah.
I gotta avoid that.
No, you don't. Keep saying it.
Please don't avoid that.
I love singing.
You just bang your head up against the wall over and over and over again. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, I'm already
actually.
doing that when they're winning games. So
Hey,
what happens
Get
now
into
that
more
they're not winning?
books. You get into more books.
Yeah.
That's what I do during the summer. You think I'm watching baseball? Hell no, I'm reading.
I thought you were
Or
going to be
do
a Royals
disc
guy.
golf.
So you're a big Otani guy.
I do like Otani, but I'm
Are
not
you gonna be? You already root for the Lakers. You could just root for the Dodgers now
No.
too.
Are you
Don't
going to
care.
make a Books Twitter account?
Oh, I should. At Josh Tweeters and
At
books.
Josh
Actually,
Tweeters and
That could be a
Books?
fun bit, kind of like what I do with my album reviews. You can do like
can do
your
books?
book reviews and then keep it in a thread.
It's funny because at the same time every year, suddenly I just won't be reading anymore. And you'll be like, what happened? And it's like, oh, August.
Podcasts.
No, August 28th. Oh, football season started.
That'll work.
At Josh Tweeters and Podcasts.
Oh, wow, that'd be a lot of reviews of podcasts. I texted Schaefer about a book last night, actually. I said, hey, remember I Am Pilgrim? I was like,
Oh,
hey,
yeah,
I just
yeah.
randomly started thinking of I Am Pilgrim. And he was like, great book.
It is a great.
That was our conversation.
I
about
love books
us
too,
talking
man.
books. Have
I
you
lo-
read any more of the 90s?
No,
Bummer.
no.
What a book.
Well, if you think about it, the decade's not going to change at all. So it's not like it's a timely thing.
Maybe the
for
next
now.
time I go on a plane, I'll bring it with me. That's the time I read on a plane.
Is that a good plane book?
Yeah, I mean that's why I bought it at the. No, I don't think I bought it at the airport. I bought it with the sole intention to read it on the plane, and it turns out it doesn't actually take that long to fly from Atlanta to Omaha, and so you can't read a book in that entire amount of time.
No.
You'd have to go to like England to read a whole book.
Hello, Governor.
I did get through the first chapter though. I think
What a chapter it was.
it was a good
How long
chapter.
do you think a flight to just generically England? would be?
What's that? 7 hours? 8 hours?
Yeah, it's like 7 to 9 hours.
Like from where though?
Oh,
Probably New
England,
York.
mate.
Probably
I-
New York.
I was thinking
right?
Atlanta. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Probably, right? Isn't that what it is?
Bloke.
I think it's a little faster than that
Crikey.
from New York, but
I thought
That's
it'd be
a longer
more than
flight.
7 hours.
Crikey, huh?
That's a much longer flight.
Is it Atlanta to London?
It's a 7 hour time difference, but I feel like it'd be a
Ah,
longer
yeah, you're right.
flight.
You know what, Nick? You're right.
Atlanta to like Australia, which is home of Crikey. is-
Crikey.
Yeah, like Japan.
That's
is
like 20
boy.
hours.
I was gonna
Yeah.
say you're Australia or what? 16 to 18 hours?
Yeah, that's like
Depending
a
on the
whole
airline.
day.
If I'm going to Japan, I'd probably want to
No.
fly to California.
Atlanta to London, 8 hours and 5
Oh.
minutes. Man,
Yeah.
I was
What's
pretty
New
much
York?
right there.
5.
New York.
Remember the Concorde?
Remember the Concorde?
Seven
I
on
was
the dot.
just gonna say that, Nick. You could get there like a $1.45 if you wanted to.
God, I missed the Concorde.
Yeah, I missed the Concorde.
What a cool plane.
It
You know
got
the
canceled
Concorde?
before we
miss
were
something
born.
that you were never
Yes.
on?
Because you could get from England to New York in an hour and a half.
Yeah, but it doesn't.
It's a super fast plane.
It never-
Subsonic passenger plane.
Yeah.
You didn't know about the Concorde?
I'm sure I've heard about it at some point in time.
Yeah.
You've probably seen it. It's got a funny little nose on it.
But
Oh, it's a
dead?
cool ass plane. Yeah, it's dead. They
I like
canceled
how
it.
excited this makes you for something that you'll never do. in
Because
your
it
life.
was so cool.
Me and Nick love
What a
planes.
potential.
Schaefer.
What's cool about it?
What do you mean? What's so cool about it?
It's a
Schaefer.
fast plane,
It
Shane.
could
Schaefer.
go so fast,
Schaefer,
Schaefer.
you of all people who are amazed by plane travel.
Oh, look, I love plane travel.
You love plane travel.
do.
Imagine that, but
It's
faster.
more so the just excitement in his voice about business people from New York traveling to London
Yeah,
and
you
being
hate
able to do it
business
in
people.
2 hours.
Commercial people could do it too. Us people, the common man.
We can't afford
Not
it.
you, Nick.
Imagine just going to foggy London town.
I'm still
for a
trying to get
weekend.
you to fly to Denver. I don't know that we can put you in the category of flying.
I
from
still
New York
feel like
to
I
Nick
can't
can't
justify
fly.
that cost.
Nick
I
can't
love
fly.
flying.
Yeah, but Nick can't fly.
I can't. I feel like I can't justify that cost.
No, he can't.
I love airplanes.
I feel like
He
They
couldn't
save
justify
time.
driving to Josh's party, which would have cost him $1.
More than $1.
You really, you didn't come to my
but it was
party.
more the material time cost that was, he was
There was
throwing
free
in.
beer, Nick.
mom's
This is his mom's birthday.
Free beer and food.
I was hanging out with my mom.
Yeah, well, weren't hanging out with.
The guy I hang out with
Schaefer.
every day.
Schaefer was there.
I was there.
I wish I would. I'm sorry I didn't see you, Schaefer.
I loved looking over and seeing the table of the media. It was like, look at all the media
So
members.
Yeah.
I made this comment during the festivities, but I feel like there should have been a radio row set up, and then you and Riss just stop by each one and get interviewed by all
That's
the various
funny.
media people.
Idea
And
man.
then
Idea
that is
guy.
just playing over the speakers for everyone else to be able to enjoy it while they're eating and drinking.
That would have been a great idea.
Yeah.
At one point, Schaefer started talking to me about the Nebraska-Iowa game, and I didn't have the heart to say, I don't care right now about the Nebraska-Iowa game anymore.
Oh,
I've
yeah,
moved
that was-
on.
it was
from the
yesterday.
I'm
game.
surprised that was me that brought that.
I was stunned. I was like, Schaefer
Because
doesn't
generally,
talk about
I'm not
Husker
the one
football.
who's going to want to bring up Nebraska.
I know,
football.
yeah.
Josh
But I think
was
you'd been-
celebrating being married.
I think you guys had been debating something that happened. And so,
That's probably more.
so
fair.
it was like, oh, yeah, we were just talking
I was
about X,
looking
Y,
for an
and Z.
outside party.
Yeah. And I was like,
Schaefer and I placed a wager on a basketball game.
Schaefer got smoked on that.
Oh,
one.
yeah.
The we got to figure out when that settles up.
I know. We need to go to Bonwich.
It's true.
I love Bonwich in Lincoln. Shout out to Lincoln. My homies in Lincoln.
A lot of people have been in Lincoln this week.
Many people.
Mm.
Even this morning.
Some even this morning.
I follow a really good Twitter account that told me that people were in Lincoln. It's like 24/7
24 Huskers.
They seem to know everything that's going on. They got great
Did
pictures.
you know there's another one that's 24/7 Husker?
24.
And
So they're
have a
parroting
picture
that
of our
account?
masthead of Husker 24/7.
What?
Oh,
And they were
no.
the ones that had the tweet that the commitments are going down on Sunday, and this
Is
was
that why
their-
everyone thinks it's Sunday? It's from this account?
Yeah,
Okay.
because they're pretending to be Husker 24/7, which I should be like flattered by this, but
Yeah.
it just annoys me.
Oh, for sure.
Because
yeah.
it just creates more fires to
Yeah.
have to put out.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, he I think had 2 tweets previous to that. I said I don't know who runs it.
It's
the
definitely
person,
he.
the person that runs it
Mm.
had 2 tweets in all of 2023 prior to the breaking news of the 2 commitments that will be coming on Sunday. So
Mm.
for
when
their
you,
sake, I hope it happens.
when you
And
know,
that's
you
awesome.
know.
That'd be some ultimate dancing.
Well, that's going to be great. If it's Sunday, that means 4 more days of people losing their mind. And what did you say? Needing to go into their little holes. Everyone's getting so scared.
Seriously, somebody called this afternoon. They were like, what if Kalen goes to Michigan State, and what if we don't get Raiola? And I was like, well, you'll
Did he
find
say anything about Kyle McCord?
He said, oh, what if we don't get McCord either? And then I was like, well, you go find another quarterback. That's what happens. We are going to have to call My Patriot Supply
Yes.
for the next 2 days.
Are you
Dude-
following Husker recruiting?
Doomsday
Are you getting
preppers.
triggered?
Like Schaefer, it's bad over here.
Yeah,
man.
we're doomsday prepping for
Wow.
for the what ifs.
Man.
What if Nebraska doesn't have any quarterbacks and Chubba leaves because he's
Yeah, Shay.
scared?
What if all those things happen?
Chubba.
Well, you got Heinrich Harburg then, who started in one.
Oh.
multiple
All right,
games
never
this
mind.
year.
I want some My Patriot Supply.
It really is Doomsday. Give me the can of beans.
and the peanut butter. When
Look,
it hits
they-
the
Keep
fan.
it away
know.
from the fans.
I'm not sure if either of you have tracked this, but we have a court ruling where there are no transfer rules.
Yes,
right
I
now.
saw this.
Everybody
So if
can
Nebraska
leave.
needs a quarterback, like Jarrett Sinek could transfer without issue from South Dakota back to Nebraska.
Genius.
So there,
Just for 2 weeks.
Mark Whipple really liked him.
Just for 2 weeks.
Mark Whipple really liked him.
Mark Whipple.
I mean, he was in the quarterback room when Heinrich Harburg was.
That's
In
true.
the room when it happened.
Yeah.
Nice. I know that reference.
Who was the guy that Whipple wanted from the East Coast? What was that guy's name? Where did he go?
Oh,
William
yeah,
Watson
Pop.
the third.
Pop Watson.
Is he just about to sign
He
somewhere?
was at Virginia Tech. I don't think he played. No, this would have been in last year's class. He signed with Virginia Tech.
Oh, that's right. That was last
That's
year,
how
wasn't
Nebraska
it?
didn't have a quarterback in the
That's
2023
right.
class.
Somebody, okay, you're right. He was at Virginia Tech.
Did he play this year?
I'm right.
Yeah. Sorry, Schaefer. Good Lord.
Yeah, what do you think he is?
Virginia Tech was
24/7
kind of
Husker?
good.
Good call, Nick.
Nice, Nick.
Let's see. I'll go to his ESPN page.
There's no way
Oh!
he played.
Yes, he did. 0 for 1
Oh,
for 0 yards.
Nice.
No, you don't get yards on an
You
incompletion.
don't get yards on an. Oh wait, yeah, that was. He
It
played
wa-
in 2 games.
It was against Boston College.
Yeah.
Boston?
He also played against Syracuse. Whoa, he had 4 rushes for 39 yards against BC.
Whoa.
Not Brian Christopher.
Oh, okay.
1 carry for 1 yard versus Syracuse.
Let's go, Pop Watson. That's my guy.
Wow, Pop
So 5
and Lock,
carries
am I
for
right?
30 or 40 yards.
I call him Soda Watson.
Mark Whipple was right.
Mm,
Hashtag Mark Whipple was right.
Wow. Way to go, Whips.
way to go, Whips.
Was he kind of right though about the whole Heinrich Harburg thing?
Interesting.
I mean, I don't want to say like, hey, kick him out of the room, but like, he's
You a
never
Whipple
good.
truther?
No, I'm not a Whipple truther. Not a Whipple truther.
He was definitely right versus Pat Narduzzi. I'll say that.
in the car podcast.
He won.
Yeah.
Oh, what a podcast that was. He won that argument for sure. They went 3-9 this year. They suck. Pitt's bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But wasn't Narduzzi trying? Yeah, Narduzzi was trying to say that he is too stubborn to be an offensive coordinator or something like that.
Which he was right on that. Though.
Yeah, maybe Pat Narduzzi was right on that one.
What was
actually.
the thing that Whipple said about like the scoreboard? Like we don't look at the stats, we look at the score. Whatever about running the
rushing
ball.
yards?
Rushing yards, yeah.
I think
Or time of possession.
famously anti-rushing yards.
I will never forget his one of his quarterbacks that I talked to at UMass, Adam. I can't think of the name off the top of my head, but he I asked him about Mark Whipple's approach to running the football, and he just started laughing. Like it's just
He
I
doesn't
have the
care.
audio of him just sort of laughing. I remember sitting at my kitchen table doing this interview, like we're going through it, and he's talking about how his approach to quarterbacks and like what he's going to do, and then nothing had come up about the running game. So I just kind of threw that question out there. Laughter, pause, and then just like, he'll do what's probably necessary. So
He has no opinion whatsoever on the run game because he refuses to do it. What else are we going to talk about?
I was just gonna ask you, this is your crossover.
Wait, this is my crossover?
Yeah, it's still your half.
I've
of the
always
show.
wondered who actually owns their portion of the cross. Like Josh only does one crossover.
Yeah, he does
Happer
too.
has to do 2.
Yeah, so is the morning one my crossover?
No, the morning one, it starts as theirs and then it turns into
But
yours.
that
Oh,
happens.
so it's still so this is our show now?
It is sort of
Are we sure
fascinating.
it starts
Are we
during theirs?
halfway?
Because it usually starts at about 10.
That's true. Yeah, it
Which
does start
is-
during the half. We start during your show every week.
But it's
Every
also
day.
2:08, so I feel like I've passed the baton to
Oh,
you and
interesting.
Schaefer.
Oh,
So
Okay.
Schaefer, you guys talk now.
Interesting.
how are we feeling about the F1 off season?
No, okay. Don't turn the microphone over to Nick. What are we doing?
He's
Schaefer,
one of
did
the people that Happer and I were talking about on Monday that, likes F1, but because of the Netflix show.
Yeah, I think that's what the conversation was.
Nick is, I think, an original F1
Oh.
fan.
I liked it. Drive to Survive helped, but I've always liked the idea of it. I just didn't know how to watch. Drive to Survive helped catch me up so then I could watch it and enjoy it. Drive to Survive is horrible though. Bad show. Good show to get people in the door, but after you watch and know what's going on, it's a horrible show.
So it's like a movie that has a good opening scene.
Sorta. It's like once you start watching and you're paying attention to the actual storylines, you can tell what is heavily produced. And sometimes they'll take audio from one race and then overlay it on a driver and imply it was from another race and try to make their own stories. And that's not how that works.
I will say from the golf perspective of that, it always felt like kind of manufactured in terms of how the interviews would go that naturally just led right into the storylines, even though the interviews happened like months after the storylines that then were put into the
Talk about
the
Full
whole
Swing.
thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
You said you liked it.
I enjoyed
I
it.
didn't.
I never
did-
watched
I
it.
did not like it.
Really?
I didn't think it
what
was
was the
good.
reason for it?
I watched the first 2 episodes and I thought these people are not interesting at all.
You got to get to at least watch the Joel Dahman one because you would
Okay.
like that one. That is a guy who basically says on the show his goal is just to be like the number 100 golfer in the world, and he's perfectly okay with that.
That's sweet.
And then he's just like buying beers for people while he's playing golf during the round. Like he seems like the most normal golfer.
I love that. I love normal
which is
people.
a very hard thing to find. Like those are such a high strung profession.
That was what,
and they don't always have a lot of personality because of it.
That was what put me
Joel
off
does.
on the first episode because it was talking about Justin Thomas and
Spieth a little bit.
Whatever, yeah. And I'm like, these guys, it's like they live in succession. Like they have no.
You're a big Koepka guy too, and that was episode 2.
Nothing works. Like nothing is the same. Their problems are completely different. They're just so rich
But
that
they're
nothing
best
matters. to them.
friends.
But they're best friends. I know. And they played it at the OCC
Fly on their PJ to go play around at some random course in the middle of nowhere.
in Omaha.
Yeah.
Well, that was for a wedding, I guess. But they did do that this summer. Last summer, there was a wedding. They were here.
I think I'm kind of done watching golf.
Is it because of Liv?
I think I'm just kind of done. Like no one's playing on the PGA Tour anymore.
You're out with Vern.
Yeah.
So like on Sunday for the Masters, you wouldn't have it on.
I'll watch the majors.
Okay.
I don't think I'm going to watch.
You're
the
going
regulars.
back to just like
what I used
following
to be.
the same.
I'm not going to do the pool or pick 'em or whatever this year. I'm done with that.
I stopped doing that last year.
I wish I would have stopped doing it before last
year. Yeah.
So yeah.
Trendsetter.
Yep.
Man, golf has really angered you guys.
I just don't.
Golf doesn't make me angry. It just
I wish I could play
It hasn't made me happy.
You wish you could play it?
Yeah, I'm bad at golf.
Oh, you
I
should
don't
see
think
us.
anyone in this room is good at golf.
That's true.
No, but my swing is not great.
He's like swung the club like 3 times ever.
Yeah.
Like that was like my 10th.
Okay. 10 times
Total.
ever.
You know where
My
you
life.
could go? You could go to Miracle Hills.
I could
Golf
go to
and
Miracle
tennis.
Hills. My main
Miracle Hill.
my bad. My main, I mean, the reason I got into disc golf is because it is a lower barrier to entry, but it feels like it's such a high price point to start out in golf.
Oh yeah. No.
It's expensive.
Like I would love to play it, but I'm not in the right bracket to play golf.
All right, let's play a game of Schaefer. Explain yourself.
Yeah, Shave.
This is a tweet from Mike Schaefer at 11:10 this morning. Nebraska is currently the epicenter of college football quarterback movement. What does it mean? Explain yourself.
Is it because of the former Husker that is apparently in Lincoln right now, and we have received 2 or 3 texts and 2 or 3 comments on the YouTube page about? Is it because of that, Mike Schaefer?
No, it's not about that.
Not
It's
about
about the quarterback who is committed, who's visiting a different place this weekend.
I
think.
And the
And the 2
multiple
guys that are
quarterbacks
coming to
that are committed
Nebraska.
that are visiting different places this weekend. The transfer portal quarterback that was here this week.
Yeah.
The fact that I think everyone that follows college football recruiting beyond just their own team is somewhat
Talking
intrigued
about
to
it.
see what is that. Yeah, like think about Nebraska was the epicenter of bad quarterback play
Yeah.
for the entirety of the
They were a
2023
joke the whole
season.
time.
And then now, you're talking about Kyle McCord and Dylan Raiola, and then Danny Kalen is a sought after commodity for teams that are looking for another quarterback at this point. So yeah, it's weird to think of Lincoln as the epicenter of quarterback movement.
So like everything happens after Nebraska figures their bleep out. Is that what you're like?
I think there's a
Nebraska-
huge ripple effect.
It's like
the
Ohtani.
aftershocks of what happens with Nebraska transcends throughout college football.
Kyle McCord's like
which is
Ohtani
weird
in
to
that way.
literally say that out loud.
It was weird.
About the quarterback position in which they needed to start 3 guys
Yeah.
this year.
When I left the podcast, Split Zone Duo, downloaded, and it was Nebraska is listed in the description and the recruiting of these guys.
Wow,
It's
people
like,
are
this
talking
is
about it.
odd. It's just so weird that like the national people are talking about
I think it means
they're talking about us.
Yeah, they're back. Probably.
That's good.
They're back. Probably.
That's what that usually
I love
means.
the confidence in that statement.
That's the only way you can really say it, to be honest.
I would like to continue playing the game of Schaefer Explain Yourself at another time because I really like it. But I'm trying to find some more Schaefer tweets where I can ask Schaefer to explain himself.
There's
Mustache
gonna be
Adam
some that I
says-
won't be able to explain.
Says the state of pro golf absolutely sucks right now. And Mustache Adam, huge golf guy.
He knows golf.
He does. He loves golf. So yeah, there you go. All right. Well, maybe some news will come down today. That's what I want. I want some news today.
Now you're being now you're being like the 24/7 guy.
I know, but no, they keep saying,
Husker?
they keep saying
Yeah.
Sunday. Mike Schaefer's website says Sunday is when
Sunday. Sunday.
That is not
24/7 Huskers.
Mike Schaefer did not report
inaccurate
that.
statements being made on 1620 airwaves.
My bad. I apologize.
Is there some kind of legal thing you guys can do?
We
Something like
have
that?
asked our legal people through Paramount to look into it, but
Plus?
it's really difficult
Mice.
to.
What an app.
It's really difficult to basically get Twitter to do anything, or X, whatever the hell it is.
Twitter.
So,
Does the guy have an understanding that what he is doing is completely dumb and in wrong?
which one?
The 24, the 2,
Well,
the
is he
24/7 guy.
is he verified? Is he a paid?
Well, there's the 24/7 Huskers, which is an account that's been around for a while, and then like the 24/7 Husker, which exists just to be a satire version of a
No,
news
I'm talking
account.
about the aggregator guy. The aggregator guy.
I don't know. I mean, it's not just him. Like, there's lots of
That's
people
true.
that very much want to be, getting.
They want to
engagements,
report other people's news.
essentially.
Well, because if they get engagements and they get paid for it if they're verified, and that is the problem with what Twitter is now, because it's just people spouting.
Oh, I
off
know. I
and
had a big explosion about this the other day on the show.
Oh, did you?
disgusting.
Yeah.
Nothing
Yeah, it
matters.
was the
anymore.
Blue Blood account. The Blue Blood.
Mm.
Yeah, that one sucks, Schaefer. You probably know about that one.
I don't know who this one is.
Yeah, they're the ones that were saying that Cam Ward was getting. He had already had several multi-million-dollar offers, and then they came back and said Nebraska was out of the Cam Ward thing because they couldn't do it NIL-wise, which, given Kyle McCord and Dylan Raiola.
Probably not true.
I don't think it's very accurate.
There was one where they that account, it like linked to Heather Dinich's ESPN story about what happened with the Florida State playoff thing, just like kind of behind the scenes stuff, but not really. And they bullet pointed all these things that did not occur in the story at all. And they made like a lot of, and then the big graphic said, it had Mike Norvell on it, and the bottom graphic said stolen, bid stolen, or something like that. It's like, we have proof right here. The bid has been stolen. And it did not say any of that in the story. And that was their bit that day that they decided to do. Got many retweets, and many people took it as fact on the old social media, which is nice.
Yeah, I mean, media literacy is essentially dead.
How many people have come up to you in the last week and said, "Wow, Jeff Sims is going to Miami"?
No one.
Okay, I'm glad.
One person has come up to me and said
I must be living in amongst a bunch of idiots.
I try not to go outside anymore.
Okay, that's good.
for the best.
Because that was a thing that was going on in the fake community this weekend. I guess Jeff Sims is going to Miami. So many people believe that.
Yeah, I had one person ask
For
me
like
about
vacation?
No, the University of Miami, Schaefer.
In Ohio?
No.
that. That might be a good fit for
The
him.
one in Coral Gables, like
South
A-Rod,
Beach.
Yeah.
Tua.
Tua
They play in the same stadium after all.
Oh, he's going to go be the Dolphins' backup?
Yeah.
spins up.
Might work out there.
Mm-hmm. He could be on Hard Knocks in season.
Mike White is doing okay as a backup.
Mike White is your backup?
He hasn't had
Mike
to,
White's the Dolphins' backup?
He hadn't had to do anything.
Yeah.
No, they put him in on the fourth quarter of about 5
That doesn't
games.
count,
That
Nick.
doesn't count.
Hey, he kept them.
I feel
from
like we
losing.
watch
Nick's
our
watching
football
too
a little
much
bit
Hard
different.
Knocks. He's watching
Grim.
too much Hard Knocks.
No, they don't mention him on Hard Knocks much.
They don't talk about him. on
We
Hard
watch our
Knocks?
football a little bit differently.
Yeah, he's doing well. What does that mean? Oh, he comes in during mop-up duty? That doesn't count.
He's doing great.
I was like, Tua hasn't been hurt this year, has he?
Pops Watson's doing well.
Pop.
Yeah,
he
we
had a
miss
nice
Pop.
carries.
What do you think Mark Whipple's doing right now?
Well, wasn't he going through some personal stuff?
Assume hanging out with Roethlisberger. But
Yeah.
Oh, Roethlisberger is going to come up on the show today.
What?
Yeah,
Why?
you'll have to listen to find out.
Oh man.
Yeah,
what a tease.
that's a great tease.
I might actually fall for that.
Yeah, it won't happen until the 5 o'clock hour. So
Thank you for
Yeah,
telling
Is
me
it in
that.
the part of the show that you never email me anymore?
yes,
Okay.
it's during that part indeed.
It's in the surprise Schaefer hour.
It's called Unsportsmanlike Content because I used to send those questions to Mike and he would delete them. And so
I didn't delete
said,
them. I never opened the email.
I said, never again. Never again.
Now you just get to be. Schaefer's good when he's surprised by topics.
Yeah, I like to be surprised.
He's got thoughts on
Oh,
things.
yeah. Oh, here's a
Surprise boy.
text from the 402. What happens if neither quarterback ends up at Nebraska? My Patriot Supply.
Everyone dies.
Everyone dies.
Oh man, I wish that we would have discussed that like 3 hours ago because I would have made a fake commercial that we could have aired
Dang
on the
it.
show today. Maybe tomorrow.
Get John Bishop on it.
Yes, he loves doing.
He loves
bits.
doing.
John
stuff
is
like-
so good at that voice.
Yeah, I know. Yes, he is very good at that.
He's
voice.
not doing anything. It's 9
Yeah.
hours until the game
He's
starts.
got a microphone. He's got headsets.
All right,
he
he
can
just
record something.
tweeted from not Las Vegas, but you can see it from here. Creighton basketball tonight. Blah blah blah. I'll tweet at him and say, "Hey John, make a My Patriots."
John,
play."
here's an idea for you. Nebraska football doomsday preppers scared they're not going to get any quarterbacks equals My Patriot Supply. Go. He'll be back. He'll come back with something in like 2 hours.
Perfect.
It'll be perfect. All right. Well, I think I'll probably leave then.
Okay.
That's the way that we were trending here, I guess.
Was a
Yeah,
great
that happened
crossover.
eventually.
Think about the Concorde.
Schaefer wants his spot, probably.
Yeah.
I'm okay.
He'll move, and he has to get the laptop ready.
Yeah.
Mm.
Mark came in and scolded me.
He was like, "Here's a laptop," and Shape was like, "But I have a laptop."
Plug the camera in.
Yeah.
That's the key to everything. Just, it's easy. Plug the camera in. The
Yeah, but
camera's
I
right
don't
here.
like to have the computer out at all.
Yeah, he'll go a whole show without his computer
Just
being out.
put it off to the side.
Yeah.
Go like this.
But make sure you move your mouse because at one point yesterday, Shafe disappeared from our stream because his screen went dark.
That can be a challenge.
He didn't
Yeah.
necessarily disappear. His
I've turned
face
into
just
the old
stopped
person that
moving.
can't do the video conferencing, doesn't have it on. Like it wasn't, my computer wasn't on mute right
Yeah.
as we started, so we had the echo feedback.
Yep.
I'm that guy.
Yeah.
This
Love
is
that.
sad.
Yeah.
I've become everything I'm
You
not.
remind me of John sometimes in
Oh,
that regard.
No.
Every
He's
day
so
when we start
old.
the crossover, what happens? You hear the crossover. Well, but then you hear the crossover coming out of John's computer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then we're always like, just mute your phone. And then he gets mad. And we, about once every 2 weeks,
So-
we debate the
but
idea
what-
of ringtones.
But once again, yes, but his excuse for that is that he has an alarm to make his phone go silent at a certain point during the day at 2:00.
Yeah.
Why would he do that?
Why
would
wouldn't he
need
move
that?
it back?
Why wouldn't he just turn it off?
Why does anyone need their phone not on anything that isn't silent?
So he goes, because what if it rings?
Exactly,
What if
Schaefer.
it rings and I'm away from it? And so then we're like, but you have a smartwatch. And he goes, but it's not connected to my phone. Then what's the point?
Why do you have a smartwatch?
Then you're being an idiot again.
I think he said because he didn't want it would annoy him if it went off all the time.
And I can't believe that there's
Turn
a
off the
time-
texts.
There's
That's
a
what I do.
time during the day when his phone goes into a completely different mode.
Yeah.
And sometimes, for whatever reason, that alarm does not go off. And that's when we hear the. Yeah, it's a thing probably once
But then
every
he'll
2
get.
weeks.
So we had a meeting last week with Mark, and he got 2 phone calls in the meeting, and it's the Running Man theme, and gets really loud. It happened twice.
Old guys. and
What are you
ringtones.
doing?
Yeah, I don't want to be compared to this.
Yep. Sorry.
Yeah.
That's you.
Sorry.
Yeah,
No,
that's-
Schaefer's phone is silent.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
I don't think my phone has been off of silent since I purchased this model of the phone almost 2 years ago.
That's good.
Yeah,
Same.
I don't believe in having a ring ever.
Good
I don't
take.
need sound coming from it.
Yeah.
I get really annoyed if I'm somewhere in public and they're like doing the speakerphone thing, or if they're watching, people are just like watching videos.
No,
You're in
that
like a
is
quiet
dumb.
space. Like, use headphones.
Yep.
Good take.
At some point, people just stopped using headphones, and I don't know why.
Society is bad.
I'm in a super public space talking on the speakerphone around a
Mhm.
bunch of people drives me.
It's shocking.
We're like on a FaceTime, talking out loud, having a private conversation. What are you doing?
What are you doing?
No one should talk. That's basically what it is.
Oh, great one.
That's a good take.
Nobody talk.
Yep.
Starting now. Nice.
Well done.
What you looking for, Josh?
I couldn't find it. I don't know where it is.
Okay.
All right. See you guys.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, that was Connor Happer, the crossover powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. We begin a program next on 1620 The Zone.
Previously on the crossover.
I want to hear the thank you at the end of it, too.
No, thank you.
No, thank you. When you order a Big Mac at McDonald's.
No, thank you.
Thank you, caller Connor.
Good job,
Connor.
No, thank you.
Maybe it was Connor Stallion. No, that could have been.
Mornings with Sharp and Hanley. The Connor Happer Show. Unsportsmanlike Conduct. 6A to 6P. 1620. The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV Newswatch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Well, it's going to be a warm next couple days. Your Wednesday afternoon temperatures getting up into the mid 40s. Mostly clear skies overnight. Tomorrow morning, cold outside, a temperature in the 20s, but warming nicely throughout the day to a high temperature in the low 50s. I'm meteorologist Luke Vickery, KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
I never thought I'd struggle to afford groceries at my age. This isn't how I want to live.
If you're facing food insecurity, there's a place to turn. Visit foodbankheartland.org today to find food near you or to make a donation.
Suicide can be prevented by knowing the warning signs. And most importantly, knowing what to do if you recognize those signs in yourself, a loved one, or even a stranger. There are simple ways you can be there for someone, so they can be here for more tomorrows. Visit moretomorrowsne.org to learn the signs, how to approach the conversation, and where to get help. Or call 988 for help now. That's moretomorrowsne.org.
The brand new Dollar General Distribution Center in Blair is now hiring. Starting wage is up to $22 per hour with benefits including medical, dental, vision, 401k, and a $2,000 sign-on bonus. Apply today by texting DG Warehouse to 25000 or online at dollargeneral.com/careers. Again, apply today by texting DG Warehouse to 25000 or online at dollargeneral.com/careers. Dollar General can't wait to have you become a team member at their brand new distribution center.
Acura of Omaha has a great selection of new RDXs, MDXs, Integras, and TLXs in stock. Plus, get financing from 3.9% APR. Get the best price in just minutes at AcuraofOmaha.com.
Brace yourself for the ultimate holiday deal with Consumer Cellular. Snag an incredible 50% off the Iris Flip when you buy before December 17th, making it only $34.50. The Iris Flip is all the phone and camera you need with a user-friendly design, the perfect flip phone companion. Plus, you'll get nationwide coverage and always free activation. Score 50% off when you use promo code RADIO50. Head over to consumercellular.com and use promo code RADIO50 during checkout to score this deal.
Experience Omaha's first Indian restaurant and brewery. Jaipur has created delicious Indian food and brews, from the tandoori salmon to the chicken tikka makhani. Jaipur has something for every palate. 2 locations, Rockbrook and Dundee. Come see why Jaipur has been voted first place best of Omaha 18 years in a row.
Don't be surprised if your kids seem bored when they have some time off from school. I'm Jenny Benson, president of the Nebraska State Education Association. While kids may not miss the confinement of the classroom, they may miss the routine of the school day. Help them add some structure to those free days by planning special projects. Rearrange a bedroom, plan a family meal, increase that batting average, and keep it fun.
Sponsored by the Nebraska State Education Association, aired by the Nebraska Broadcasters Association and this station.
This edition of Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone is proudly presented by Union Bank and Trust. The program starts now.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
All right, it's a Wednesday. It's a Dumb Debates Wednesday. It's a Mitch Holtis Wednesday. It's a not Mike Schaefer as a guest or as an interview guest. He's just going to be co-hosting.
Hi, Schaefer.
And we have other stuff coming up,
It's
too.
an Andrew Ivins Wednesday.
Sportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Welcome in, everybody, on this Wednesday. It is Unsportsmanlike Conduct here on 1620 The Zone and 1620thezone.com, the Zone mobile app, YouTube. We're everywhere. We are
Twitch.
everywhere. Twitch. You can go watch us right now at 1620thezone.com. You can check out Shafe's Big Cup.
a nice big cup.
It's a nice big cup for Mike
Gets
Schaefer.
the job done.
Girthy
yeah.
straw.
Oh, the straw is indeed girthy. We have a great show coming up. We're hoping to get news. I don't think we're going to get news, though. Schaefer, are we going to get news today, you think?
Not for me.
Not from Mike Schaefer. Mike Schaefer has no news. I guess I have to deliver the news then if I want. I mean, Casey Thompson's in town. We can talk about that. Casey, everyone's freaking out about Casey.
Sports Flash?
I don't know if that's Sports Flash worthy. He is in town, by the way. I think it was Gabe Irvin who apparently just posted it on his IG. Mr. Mike Schaefer, Gabe Irvin.
That means Instagram.
That means Instagram, Mike Schaefer. How about that?
I'm not prepared for the transition of everything is basically just on Instagram. Like I'm gonna have to utilize that.
Oh, really?
I don't really follow anything on Instagram. I open it maybe once a week.
You don't follow? What do you like? Do you just follow friends?
Not really.
Not even John Bishop's
follow me?
guest?
There's Jose Ramirez, Kirk Cousins.
Do you follow me?
A few friends, and let's see, a couple other Cleveland baseball players.
You
probably
follow
about it.
31 people.
Yeah.
That is not very many people on
So
Instagram.
You missed John Bishop's gas mowing summer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Did I miss anything?
Yes.
Dang, Shafe, yeah, you don't follow me. Wow.
No.
This is
There's
very
a lot of people that I.
You follow Bill Simmons, but not me, your dear friend. You follow We Rate Dogs. Now that's some
fair.
Good wholesome content. Stefan Diggs. Someone named Olivia Amato Waldron. Oh, I know who that is. I think.
Yeah, there's a bunch of Peloton people that I think I first started following.
Mike
right away.
Trout.
Yep.
Dalvin Cook. You hate Dalvin Cook.
Yeah, this
You
is
follow
again.
Dalvin
It's a
Cook.
hate
I
follow.
set this up in 2016.
You follow your wife. That's very good.
No, you can unfollow.
I didn't even
people.
I
follow
don't-
her
I
until
don't-
2 weeks ago.
I didn't follow her until right now. She only has one Insta. It's been a while, though.
Yeah, she
Been a while.
doesn't. She doesn't post.
Yeah. All right. Well, there you go. That's Mike Schaefer's Instagram. Yeah, don't follow it unless you want to see dog stuff, which
Yeah,
is
only
great.
dogs.
Only dogs on Mike Schaefer's.
And only Slider, not
Yeah.
like other dogs.
You should go add the Gabe Irvin thing to your stories. It's kind of like a.
I don't even know how to
retweet.
do that.
Yeah, I could show. Man, old guy.
Yeah, I
Old
don't.
guy
I don't
Schaefer.
want new social media. accounts.
But
You
this
know
is
about
old.
me.
But this is an old
I've mocked
social media.
Snapchat for a decade.
I know, but this is old social media. Instagram's,
Yeah, but I don't need to be proficient at it because I
Okay.
don't really want to use it.
Matthew, reading aloud who someone follows on Instagram. Great radio bit. Yeah, this could be a new thing on the Grum where we just read who people follow on various social media apparatuses.
I actually kind of like that.
Remember when Threads came around and everyone was like, "Oh, Threads! This
See,
is
I
the
created
future."
a Threads just to keep the
Oh,
Mike
that's
J.
right.
Schaefer and then never opened it again.
Mm-hmm. Kyle writes, Mike Schaefer follows Kiri on. He says IF. I think he means IG. Oh, Kirk, big Coles Cash guy. Do you follow Kirk Cousins?
Yeah.
Big Coles Cash guy. All right, cool.
It's QB1.
He is. Well, he was.
Well, yeah.
R.I.P. All right, it's time for the Grum Down, brought to you by
Grumdown.
the Rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard. The first bullet point, Mr. Mike Schaefer, is today the day we get news. Will we get news today?
Are we getting
What
news,
kind of
Schaefer?
news?
Will we get news about commitments today?
I think you will.
Oh!
2 hot coffees.
Who's it going to be, Mike?
I have no idea.
All right, Mike doesn't know who it is. Nebraska selling themselves in 1890. This is a topic. We have a couple leftovers from yesterday, including the hot take market, that we did not get a chance to discuss yesterday that I would like to explore, to dive into with you, like you'll be diving into Instagram later tonight. So we'll do that later on the show.
Yeah, I don't think I'll be diving in.
All righty. Winning the offseason. You triggered, bro? And I'm not asking you, Mike Schaefer. I'm asking the friends of the Grum who are often triggered by good things happening to Nebraska football if it's not between September and November. They don't like it. They don't like the good news happening away from the season.
No, I think people like it. They just want more good news to happen during the season.
We do like good news during the season as well.
Like I think so. This is one of those topics where I feel like the reaction to the reaction has.
Oh, so
gone
you're saying
over the
I'm
top
being
now.
the idiot here?
No, I don't think you're the idiot.
Okay.
I just feel like to me it's pretty simple to basically be like, oh, people would rather feel excitement during the season than the best thing they have to look forward to is the transfer portal.
Yeah, that's fair.
So I think
I'm
if
not
it's
an
just
NFL
phrased in
draft
that way.
guy. I like the season way more than I do the draft. Though some people say like this is my Christmas morning. It's like this is.
Well, Severe says that.
Yeah. Well, he used to. I don't think it's Christmas anymore. I don't think Michael celebrates.
He
it either.
canceled Christmas.
I think so. Yeah.
Wow.
The war on Christmas
A
continues.
Grinch movie that's really just Severe turning his back on the draft.
And he's wearing
I'd
that shirt.
Yeah, remember he used to do 7-round mocks. I think he just does like two
2
The
pick
level of
7
knowledge you
round
need to
mock?
have of the college football pool to do a 7-round
And the teams
mock
and their
draft.
needs.
Yeah, no,
God.
no, thank you.
Yeah.
Michael.
That's
I
not
get
how
psyched
roll.
out of the idea of even just reading a Vikings 7-round.
Yeah,
mock
I just want to
draft.
read like the first pick. Like, okay, who's Dallas drafting in the first round? Speaking of the Dallas Cowboys, is there a changing of the guard on our way in the NFL? We will talk about that in a little bit on the Grum today. Also,
What's the current guard?
Patrick Mahomes. I'll explain later.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll explain later. I'll
I'm
tell you.
gonna
I'll tell you
I'm gonna
why.
need some
That
explanation.
was a tease.
Yeah, thank you, Nick. I appreciate you. Mitch Holtis, speaking of the NFL, speaking of Patrick Mahomes, hopefully he is not offsides when he joins us later on
Hey-yo.
today. Get it? The Chiefs, they line up offsides. They
Mhm.
ruin the play. Let's try this again, the hot take market. We will have the hot take market later on today. It is a dumb debates Wednesday, and when Mike Schaefer is in for one of those, you never know what way it'll go.
It's a good time.
I have to
Sometimes
imagine.
I have questions. Today I don't have
No
any.
question.
Now,
You've been so busy.
I have to admit, I really I don't know what else is happening in the world at the moment. or
Yeah,
going
you've
on.
been very busy.
It's been since basically 5:00 on Monday.
It's been
It's
busy.
been a lot of work and then sitting in this chair. And that's
Yeah.
largely what I've done.
Well, we appreciate you sitting in that chair. Also, we tease that we'll be talking about Big Ben Roethlisberger later on today.
Big Ben Roethlisberger.
We'll also be talking about the NBA and throwing dudes out because guys were getting
Get 'em
kicked-
out.
kicked
Throw 'em
out of
out.
games last night.
Good.
Kicked out of games. That's the lineup
Consider
powered by the
kicking out of
referees.
the league.
Oh, wow, that's a tease. All right, so we'll talk about that. Amazing Daniel writes, please don't tell us who Gary follows. We don't need a list of IG models.
Hello.
To which Jamie then says, yes, please list the IG models and please do so for research purposes.
Two hot coffees.
There you go. Shafe, do you know any of the IG models that he follows?
No,
I don't either.
I don't follow any.
Yeah, me neither.
I guess I
also
follow
don't.
Peloton people, which could be considered that.
Why do you follow Peloton people?
Well, I got really into the Peloton cult for a while.
Were you? That doesn't seem like something you would do.
Like,
You usually mock people who get into things like that.
Yeah.
You're excited about something on the internet? Brr.
Like, did you have like with the bike, or is it one of those?
Yeah, I had a
non-bike
bike.
Okay.
I used it quite often for about 8 months. And then the summer came back and you just didn't need to be on the bike anymore.
And do
basically.
you still have one?
Yeah, still have one.
Yeah, we got rid of ours.
Yeah.
We had it for
where did you get rid of it to?
we sold it to some dear friends.
Yeah.
It was like, this rules. Thank you for taking this off our hands. It was very nice.
Do you have to have a subscription to use it?
To use
no.
it, no, but to do the classes,
Yes.
yes. Yeah.
They have like some offerings that you could just try to get by with. And I probably will over the winter. Because like a lot of it is I just need something to do that isn't just the treadmill. And like I won't take Slider for as long of walks because it's cold.
Because it's chilly outside. Yeah.
And he'll cry about it.
Oh, he'll cry a lot. And then you'll watch a Vikings game and he'll just go, see you later. I'm going behind the couch.
You would think
Behind the
like
couch.
I don't understand why he won't just leave the room.
Yeah, right.
Like I'll like
He
try to
loves you
leave
that
him-
much.
He wants
I'll try
to
to leave him
protect you.
upstairs
And he'll
and then like
You'll
so
be like,
I can
"Ah!"
do somewhere else. Because it's kind of the point where like even just physical movement and not even verbiage or noise. And he's just like in the cowering position.
He can smell. They can smell it,
Yeah,
dude.
man.
Banks, when the first Cowboys Eagles game was going on, I was at my parents' house. He wouldn't sit by me. He wouldn't sit by my mom.
Yeah.
He seems so triggered. I'm like, dude, football season will be over in 3 months. Don't worry. So that's what I keep telling him. There's 2 months left of football season, and who knows how many Cowboys games left?
Does he understand months?
No, he does. He can tell when.
So I what I'm trying
when
to get
we're-
at here is
yeah, like
you
when I
gotta
tell-
let's start somewhere to work his concept of time up.
Yeah.
Before you just drop months on.
Yeah, I mean, how do I tell a dog about time?
I would
Sleeps.
love
Use sleeps or poops.
Yeah, but how is he going to know what these words mean?
He knows what poop is,
Yeah,
right?
but if I say you have 100 poops, he doesn't know what that means. He doesn't know what 100 is.
we have to teach him numbers then.
Yeah,
Like you
this
took
is
2
great.
poops today.
I like this. I want to see content of you.
You
with
don't follow
Banks.
my Instagram.
I would if you were teaching them how to read and use numbers.
It's okay.
Like if Banks starts doing division, I'm
Yeah,
in. I'm
you're
following.
in
that
on long
account.
division banks. All right, we'll see if we can get that going. 402-951-1620 is the phone number. You can call us or text us to that phone number, 402-951-1620, like this one that we just got from the 402 about Dylan Raiola that we can talk about when we return. Also, you can hit us up. That is the 42 Degrees of Source hotline, by the way, by your mom's house. You can also find us on the JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed at USC1620 or into the Equitable Bank inbox, Josh at 1620thezone.com. John Bishop is gone. He is in Vegas because Creighton is playing a basketball game tonight versus UNLV. That is why Mike Schaefer of Husker 24/7 Sports, a real website that has lots of good content, is here. Nick Grimm is producing the show.
What do you think John does in Vegas? Like, he got in last night?
He had breakfast with Severe this morning.
Okay.
He's not making
I
my
forget that
Patriots
Severe is
commercials.
contractually obligated to go to Vegas every time that.
I saw that. I'm like, why is he there again?
Yeah.
What a life. I've never been. I still have never been. Dare to dream. Someday. Maybe someday. Maybe when the Cowboys are in the Super Bowl in a few months. All right. Unsportsmanlike Conduct starts next on 1620 The Zone.
The best way to catch all the action is on 1620 The Zone. And no line for the bathroom.
Doctors Bimbo and Vince Petro provide quality and caring dentistry for the entire family in a friendly, relaxed environment at the northwest corner of 144th and Dodge. New patients are always welcome. Look no further than Doctors Bimbo and Vince Petro, dentistry for the entire family.
One of the things that Ted and Wally's does is that go along with the seasons, whether it's the summer or it's the spring or it's the fall, and of course, the winter and holidays, and the holiday flavors are amazing. Let me suggest a couple of them for you. Coffee beignet and ooey gooey cake. You are going to love both of them, and so will your family and friends. Swing by the two locations, whether it's Benson, next to Taste of New Orleans, or in the Old Market, and get the holiday flavors today. Grab a gift card while you're there as well, and always tell them Severe sent you.
Email Unsportsmanlike Conduct on the Equitable Bank Zone inbox with whatever is on your mind, from your hot takes to what you think is one. The Zone inbox is brought to you by Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. We want to hear from you on the Equitable Bank Zone inbox.
The holidays are here. This holiday season, we encourage you to come support our local stores in Omaha. And Westwood Plaza has everything you need to find that perfect gift. Chippy's in Westwood Plaza is Nebraska's only British market and bakery, offering food and beverages following traditional British recipes with ingredients imported from England. Whether it's pies, pasties, buddies, or even butterbeer, there's something for everyone. Stop in for some jolly good treats to make this year's holiday stand out. And a Chippy's gift card is the perfect gift to give. Stop into Chippy's British Market and Bakery, 123rd and Center inside Westwood Plaza. Ahi Sushi Ramen and Grill is an Asian fusion casual dining restaurant inside Westwood Plaza with a wide variety of Asian cuisine dishes available like sushi, hibachi, curry, ramen, and teriyaki. You're sure to find a favorite. If you're planning a holiday get-together, try a party tray from Ahi Sushi Ramen and Grill. Check them out at 124th and Center inside Westwood Plaza. Everything you need to shop locally for the holidays is at Westwood Plaza in Omaha.
Hey, it's Tapper for the FanDuel Sportsbook, and we are headed into holiday season, and all your wishes are coming true. Santa FanDuel is here. FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 moneyline bet. $150 if your moneyline pick wins. Take a look at the NFL slate this weekend, week 15 already. Pick a favorite if you like them, or a dog, but a moneyline bet, $5, and if you win, you get $150 in bonus bets. And when you get into the FanDuel Sportsbook app, that is not all you will find. Spreads, player props, over-under, season-long bets, anytime touchdowns, and plenty more. Visit FanDuel.com/Happer and get in on that action. FanDuel, official partner of the NFL. 21 and over, present in Iowa. First online real money wager only. $5 pregame moneyline wager required. $10 withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
Ready to change your phone service? You got to check out Boost Infinite Wireless at boostinfinite.com. You get their low-priced service and a brand new iPhone every year. And Boost Infinite's new technology gives you 3 networks for the price of 1. So you get the best quality calls and data anywhere you are. No one can do that except Boost. Switch today at boostinfinite.com or call 855-55-BOOST. See boostinfinite.com for terms and conditions.
Don't miss this week's Zone Deal.
This week's half-off deal is Cops. Receive 2 $25 gift vouchers for just $25. Cops makes delicious pizza, fresh salads, and tasty charred wings. For the basic menu, click copspizza.com. And for the extended menu, visit them at Shadow Lake Town Center, 180th and Center, and the newly reopened 72nd and Jones locations.
Zone deals go fast. 9 a.m. Friday, 1620thezone.com.
John Henry's Plumbing, Heating, and Air is now open in Omaha, and we are looking for experienced plumbers and HVAC technicians to join our team. We offer company-paid employee health insurance, provide a company truck with innovative technology, and so much more. We will have open interviews Mondays and Wednesdays at our new location, 9321 J Street. Learn more at calljh.com/careers or call
435-5555. John Henry's Plumbing, Heating and Air.
You're listening to Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone.
Alongside Mike Schaefer, I'm Josh Peterson. Nick Grimm producing. It is Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. And by the way, Schaefer mentioned him early as we got going, but Andrew Ivins of 24/7 Sports, the director of scouting, he'll join us in a half hour, and we can talk about the week that it's been, the epicenter of college football quarterback recruiting seemingly in Lincoln, Nebraska right now. By the way, speaking of treadmill, Schaefer, Will texts in, treadmilling, I listen to The Zone on the radio. So there you go, the treadmill boys.
I would like to get one. There's a lot of people who like to play video games while using the treadmill. So then it seems like you're not using the treadmill at all.
I've tried that before. It's just not how I prefer to play video games.
What do you do on the? Do you just walk, or do you read a book?
Watch
TV?
Usually just listen to podcasts or music or whatever.
Or 1620 The Zone.
Yeah.
Da-da-da.
Yep.
Yeah.
I could. I can't say that I do. I mean, I usually use a treadmill like before the shows would even be on, or
Yesterday's podcast,
or like late at night.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
That day's podcast, Schaefer.
True.
A text from the 402 writes, can we have a discussion that while it's good that Dylan is committing to Nebraska, the Raiola family has been very annoying and negatively affected several teams and other recruits during this process. Schaefer, would you like to opine about the annoyance level of the Raiola family over the last few months?
I definitely understand what the texter.
Yes.
What I say?
Yep.
What the texter is getting at. But I don't know that you can view it entirely from the prism. Like in that viewpoint, you're just looking at it from as a fan of Nebraska, how it affects Nebraska, and that he hasn't yet committed to Nebraska.
Yeah.
If you view it from the Raiola standpoint, it's his recruitment. Like, like I don't think there's anything intentional about hurting anyone or setting anything up. It's just, this is how it's kind of gone.
Do you think if there wasn't the whole, I don't want to use kerfuffle, but if last year, at about a year ago, this happened when he shows up at the basketball game, he throws the bones. If that moment in time doesn't really unfold like it does, would there be this? Because I don't think that this texter is out on their own and kind of being annoyed.
No, I think there's definitely people that are just like, I don't understand why this keeps happening.
And how much of it's based just on that alone? If that moment in time doesn't happen, this is whoa, this kind of came out of nowhere. And I think there'd be just pure, raw, uncut joy right now. But because of that, they're like, are we getting bamboozled again?
Yeah, I don't think anyone's getting bamboozled. I mean, if anyone's getting bamboozled here, it's Georgia.
Yeah.
Because they basically had sat on that commit, and then you're now signing people in a week. So it's just difficult because they're obviously having to make decisions for themselves. And I think the one constant in all of this has been Dominic Raiola's absolute love for the University of Nebraska. Like, Nebraska isn't in this conversation if it isn't Dominic Raiola's kid. If this is just Joe Smith, 5-star quarterback, there's no 3 different runarounds with Nebraska.
Yeah.
And some of it is just like the way that this has all occurred. I mean, Dominic Raiola and Scott Frost had a strong relationship, and that was a big central part of why it felt like Dylan could be the focal point of what Nebraska football could have been under Scott Frost, except he couldn't last long enough to even get through Dylan Raiola's recruitment. And he didn't put Nebraska in a place where it would have made sense for Dylan Raiola to commit inner Matt Rule, and then he needs to take his turn at this.
Yeah.
And obviously for Dominic Raiola, if his son isn't happy with at Ohio State or isn't going to be happy at Georgia, he cares about his son's happiness. But if he can also have it end up at a place where he reveres and wants to spend his time anyways, then that's kind of plays into it too. So the fact that there's so much love that Dominic Raiola has for Nebraska is why that we have experienced a Raiola coaster 3 different times now.
Yeah.
You wouldn't have that if it wasn't coming from a place of he clearly cares deeply about Nebraska.
Yeah.
And so I understand why people would feel that way. I understand why people feel like Danny Kalen's getting a raw deal. I understand all of that. But at the end of it, it's still whether there's a guy on the roster or whether he's committed, the goal of this coaching staff is to find someone better than they already have.
Yeah.
And they
This
might
is the cost
love
of doing business, right?
They might love what they have, but that's college sports. That's football in general.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure Kyle Shanahan really liked Jimmy Garoppolo for what he was, and he took him to the Super Bowl, and they should have won a Super Bowl. Probably likes Brock Purdy a lot more. The 49ers invested a ton into Trey Lance.
Yeah.
They like Brock Purdy more. Like, that's just how this works.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not a slight to anybody. And I don't think it's malicious in any intent. It's just that the way it has worked out is they keep coming back to the same thing. What about Nebraska?
Yeah.
And now ultimately is time to make a decision,
And how much, speaking of that, how much of this maybe frustration? Like, I think that there will always be people kind of annoyed for Kalen and like on his side, which I understand. But given that a lot of this started as, I mean, you've made mention of this now a couple times, since 5:00 Monday. I mean, now you're almost 48 hours.
Well, that's when it publicly.
Yeah. But that's what I'm saying. So publicly for almost 48 hours now, people have been like, oh my gosh. And in the absence of the actual news, then I think you kind of have this opinion that's been shaped. If this becomes official within the next however many days, I mean, I think that there will still be people out there like, man, I feel bad for Kalen. He got a raw deal. But I think for the most part, people won't really care about the Raiola coaster and the ups and downs because they will have had their guy.
Well, they would have gotten off the ride. Ultimately, has to come to an end.
Correct.
Right. And then there's going to be a new version of the ride once he's at Nebraska.
Yeah.
If that's how this plays out.
Yeah. So once they get past that, I think that the conversation will change. But until we're all it feels like we're all in limbo right now with him and McCord, Kalen now with everything.
Do you think it's also of that thought process comes out of the same thing we saw late in the spring where it was just Raiola fatigue, like people were tired of it?
Yes, definitely.
Because what happens here, and this is, I'm going to use a very weird example.
Okay.
Because this is fresh and different and new and exciting and all of these things, all of these thoughts, all of these conversations, and how much time did we talk about Dylan Raiola yesterday? And how much time are we going to talk about the Raiolas today? What was it like for anyone that wasn't interested in hearing every single thing about Deion Sanders for an entire month of September? Because every media entity had to unload the chamber to do it.
Yeah.
And he remained relevant by beating TCU, by beating Nebraska, by winning the third game. I don't remember who they played, but
Colorado State.
Yeah. Well, and that one was like 12:30 in the morning.
It
was an epic game.
Yeah.
I mean, it really was.
Yeah.
And I was one of those people who was just like tired of it. And I didn't understand why people were writing about his sunglasses company and basically doing marketing for him and all these other things. But this is what happens. Like, there's a ton of attention. I promise you, anyone, whether it is someone who just has a fan blog or whether it is the, World Herald, Journal Star, Husker Online, Husker 24/7, Inside Nebraska, Corn Nation, The Athletic, like all of these places are doing gangbusters in terms of traffic because the interest in Dylan Raiola, both from the Nebraska perspective, the Georgia perspective, the college football fan perspective, the looky-loo perspective, like people really care. And it's just going to be a part of the conversation. And if you think it's bad right now, wait until spring ball starts.
I was going to say, until he actually shows up on
daily
campus.
Dylan Raiola updates, and it's going to come from everywhere. It's going to come from people's Instagrams. It's going to come from, Matt Rule up there talking, Marcus Satterfield.
TikTok.
It's going to be all over.
Threads.
When people are like, why would Kyle McCord care about this? There's a big difference between Daniel Kalen being the freshman in the class
and Dylan Raiola.
and everything that comes along with a 5-star quarterback being the freshman in the class.
Yeah.
And I don't mean to take away from Daniel Kalen when I say that, but it's just, there's just such a fervor about everything about Raiola. It's impossible to get under from.
Yeah.
I mean, BC's calling Brian Christopherson, my coworkers, calling up recruits for these profiles that he writes, around signing day every year. He does a great job with it. I highly recommend people checking it out. One of the very obvious questions he's asking right now is their thoughts on Dylan Raiola.
Yeah, of course.
Because they want to talk about it.
Yeah.
Because they're excited. Yeah. And you can see it if you have Twitter, if you follow anything Nebraska recruiting related. It is everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
It is just an avalanche. And it will be like that for a while. And then people will get sick of that and then be annoyed. And like, it's
There's
just
going to be the
cycle.
backlash, and then there'll be the backlash to the backlash.
Here we are.
You said something in there that I want to hit on when we return, so we will do that. Also, your coworker at 24/7 Sports, Andrew Ivins, the director of scouting, he's going to join us in about 20 minutes to talk about this story and more from the world.
On Dylan Raiola.
From the world
you
of
know
recruiting.
What? He's actually seen Dylan Raiola play more than you and I ever have.
That's
more than
perfect.
pretty much anyone that has thoughts on Dylan Raiola has.
Perfect. So we will do that, plus some NFL stuff later on, some hoops if we have time. Also, Schaefer, we got to get fired up for football because it's Wednesday, and that's what we do on Wednesdays. We get fired up for football. We'll talk some more on this, though, and like I said, you said something in there that I want to expand upon. We will do that.
One thing?
Many things, but one thing in particular. When we return. He's Mike Schaefer of Husker 24/7 Sports. I'm Josh Peterson. Nick Grimm producing. Unsportsmanlike Conduct rolls on next on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
The $20 Kettle Challenge is back. Drop a $20 bill into any Salvation Army Red Kettle in Omaha, Council Bluffs, or Fremont on December 16th, and your donation will go twice as far, thanks to Pinnacle Bank. That's right. On December 16th, any $20 bill donated to a Red Kettle in Omaha, Council Bluffs, or Fremont will be matched dollar for dollar. Donations will go toward helping those in need right here in the Omaha, Fremont, Council Bluffs area. Join us in our efforts to love beyond Christmas. Donate during the $20 Kettle Challenge this Saturday.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
Betting on your favorite sporting events just got a whole lot easier. Warhorse Sportsbook is now open in Omaha. Save yourself the drive across the river and put your money where your mouth is at Horseman's Park, 6303 Q Street. Use the Warhorse app to check odds and build your bets before placing your wagers in person, including live in-game betting. No bets, no glory. Wagers may only be placed on Nebraska-based teams when played outside the state of Nebraska. Must be 21 or older to gamble. Gambling problem? Call 1-833-BET-OVER.
If you're the kind of person who has the attitude that when you do a job, you do it right, not just one time, every single time, congratulations. You're a rare individual, the kind of individual the Langfeld family wants to pay very well to join the awesome crew at Langfeld Overhead Door. That's because the Langfeld family believes strongly in treating their employees right. You know, doing what's right, like you do on the job. Opportunities are available now. Click langfelddoors.com. That's langfelddoors.com. Equal opportunity employer.
Experience Omaha's first Indian restaurant and brewery. Jaipur has created delicious Indian food and brews, from the tandoori salmon to the chicken tikka makhani. Jaipur has something for every palate. 2 locations, Rockbrook and Dundee. Come see why Jaipur has been voted first place best of Omaha 18 years in a row.
Here's a little Christmas tip. Never ask Santa for adult beverages. Seriously, can you imagine the legal implications of carrying quality, locally brewed Nebraska beer or cider while flying a sleigh? So if you want your family and friends to gift you some Nebraska brewed awesomeness, ask and ye shall receive. Your local Nebraska Brewers Guild wants you to know that local brewers are currently working on special seasonal brews to make your holiday get-togethers merry and bright. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year from the Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild.
The brand new Dollar General Distribution Center in Blair is now hiring. Starting wage is up to $22 per hour with benefits including medical, dental, vision, 401k, and a $2,000 sign-on bonus. Apply today by texting DG Warehouse to 25000 or online at dollargeneral.com/careers. Again, apply today by texting DG Warehouse to 25000 or online at dollargeneral.com/careers. Dollar General can't wait to have you become a team member at their brand new distribution center.
The following is a test of the KOZN emergency system equipment. The data tones you just heard are used in the emergency alert system. This concludes testing of the KOZN emergency alert system equipment. This station serves the Nebraska operational area number 1.
John Henry's Plumbing, Heating, and Air is now open in Omaha, and we are looking for experienced plumbers and HVAC technicians to join our team. We offer company-paid employee health insurance, provide a company truck with innovative technology, and so much more. We will have open interviews Mondays and Wednesdays at our new location, 9321 J Street. Learn more at calljh.com/careers or call
435-5555. John Henry's Plumbing, Heating and Air.
The Zone Hotline is powered by 42 Degrees, The Source, by your mom's house.
Let it fly. Your elevated sports bar experience. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620, The Zone.
Alongside Mike Schaefer of Husker 24/7 Sports, I am Josh Peterson. Schaefer usually joins us at this time on Wednesdays.
Ah, crap. I should have played the open.
And now he's here in studio on today's Wednesday. How about that?
Sorry, Schaefer, you didn't get your open.
That's all right.
So you mentioned Kyle McCord in the last segment, and this was a topic we barely touched on yesterday, but I did want to expand before we had a chance to talk to Andrew Ivins. How has Nebraska been able to sell themselves or sell their quarterback room seemingly like they had? And obviously, I think I'll speak for myself. I am counting the chickens before they hatch at this moment in time by asking this question, because in a week, if neither quarterback that I expect them to get are on the roster, then this point is kind of moot. But the quarterback play was very, very poor in 2023 for Nebraska football. I came out of the season thinking it is going to be very difficult for Nebraska to land anywhere near a proven commodity at that position. And like when John and I would talk about it, I would kind of lay out the kind of buckets maybe that you would look for in the portal. And like the ultimate bucket is like a true proven Power 5 starter who is good. And then you have like the proven Group of 5 starter that's good. And then you have like the proven FCS quarterback that's good. And so like that's kind of your experience bucket. And then you have like the highly rated players that have not had a chance to play just yet, or the middle tier players that haven't had a chance to play just yet. And then you have like the final buckets, and those are like the Jeff Sims guys where they've played, but maybe they didn't do very well. It's kind of more based off of talent than it is anything else. I thought Nebraska would have to do more of the shopping, Schaefer, in like the latter two camps. And I don't want to debate how good or bad Kyle McCord is in terms of what bucket he fits into, but this is a Power 5 starter who started 12 games for Ohio State, who had them at 11-0 and ranked second going into the game against Michigan. And they are seemingly on the doorstep of landing him. I know that Dylan Raiola, it's a lot more unique than just 5-star quarterback who's the number 2 quarterback in the class. Like, I understand that. But how they, at least the McCord component, I could have asked this question to you regardless of if the Raiola stuff would have came up. And it's funny, on Monday before 5 o'clock, I was planning on talking about this with you because I am fascinated by their ability to go this far with Kyle McCord. How do you think that they have gotten to this place? Again, coming off of some of the worst quarterback play that we've seen in our entire lives watching Nebraska football. And we also watched the 2019, and that offense was horrible.
Yeah. So I have a few thoughts on this. I think some of it is how direct they were in just going out. They had a short list of people they immediately wanted to meet with. I think there's also this part of it.
Okay.
And I think this worked on two different fronts. Matt Rule in his end of the year press conference talking about how the good quarterback is $1 to $2 million.
Yes.
And like, that's what the price of it is. If you are Kyle McCord or your Cam Ward or your Will Howard or, Sam Levitt, Blake Shapen, and Nebraska reaches out and you're familiar with that quote, aren't you a little bit intrigued to take that meeting?
Yeah, fair.
Just because you don't know what they're going to offer you. You don't know what they value you at, but you're at least intrigued because this is a sitting head coach talking about a college quarterback, one of your colleagues across the country that could be worth $1 to $2 million. But you have to be intrigued enough to take that meeting.
Sure.
And so then you get into the meeting and then it becomes a conversation of, look, we've got a former NFL coach who can explain to you where you're at in terms of if you want to play in the NFL, what you need to work on, what you need to do, how we can help you. We want to run an NFL style offense, which they do. They don't want to run what they ran this year. I think that if that's not obvious to everyone yet, it should be.
I don't know. Yeah. Why now it would be.
But what they ran this year should have no shouldn't dictate how anyone necessarily feels about what the offense should look like next year.
Okay.
And so I think those are your sort of pitches. And so you've already lured them into the door with the idea of NIL money. And then you basically make the case like, look, you're a blue blood program looking for someone that come in in 4 of the 5 cases 1 year, try to reestablish things. You're going to be given a defense that last year, I think, allowed an average of 18 points a game or whatever it was, that is largely returning. You have this isn't even a lie. I mean, you have an offensive line that should feature 5 guys that have started multiple college football games throughout their career. So you have a veteran line in front of you. The toughest sell to me is just the other pieces on the offense. Like if you're Kyle McCord and you're used to just playing with all of these great talented individuals, that would have been my biggest hesitation. So I don't know how they would have cleared that bar, but I think it's pretty easy to build a package that makes it seem like you could be walking into something that, think about it. Cam Ward's coming from Washington State, Kansas State for Will Howard. Like the Kyle McCord thing, the most interesting, fascinating part of all of that is just that he would be leaving a place that, 11 and the expectation is a national title. Right now, the expectation is a bowl.
Yeah.
And I think for Kyle McCord, it's a chance to leave a fan base that never appreciated you,
and he would
to go to a fan
here.
base that if you go 8-4 or 9-3 and you knock off, say, Oregon, or
USC, Ohio State,
knock off Ohio State,
yeah.
You're going to be revered.
Yeah, it was funny. There's an Ohio State fan who listens to our show. And when the chatter first started picking up last week with McCord, he sent this kind of sarcastic email of like, enjoy, and it was negatives that like Ohio State fans is associated with him, enjoy him checking down and doing all this. And it's like, what you don't get, his name's Ross. Ross, what you don't get is that you are viewing him through the Ohio State lens.
Yeah.
And how 11-1 is not good enough for Ohio State at this moment in time. Nebraska would be viewing him through the 5-7 lens, where like 8-4 would be cause for a celebration around here.
Nebraska's viewing him through a lens where they turned the ball over 5 times against Maryland and lost by 3 points on a walk-off field goal.
It's like, imagine having a quarterback where he throws like 6 interceptions and 25 touchdowns.
Yeah.
People are like, holy crap.
It has been remarkable to me to watch the fan reaction of what Kyle McCord was in their mind. Like there's literal people that once he got associated with Nebraska, it was like, well, I'd rather have Bowserman than him.
Yeah. It's like, what?
It could not be remotely true.
It's like, okay, so then you're not watching, you weren't watching them this year. Like it's an
emotional reaction.
Yeah. He was obviously not. The quarterbacks that they have had in the last 3 quarterbacks that they have had are all first rounders.
Do you want an example
Justin
of this?
Fields.
Think of how people talked about Taylor Martinez.
Yeah.
Who is still probably the best quarterback Nebraska's had in the last decade.
It's still kind of
And
reviled.
there was fatigue and people were sick of him and they didn't like that he couldn't do this and couldn't do that. And then it's like, now you kind of see what it's like on the other side of the fence. Suddenly a Taylor Martinez at Nebraska would have been like, you get a parade thrown.
Yeah, because Taylor was compared to the guys. I mean, he was still fresh off the 90s, so he was compared to those guys.
So, let me ask you this. Kyle McCord was on a team that won 11 games, and he was a starting quarterback that was on a team that won 11 games. The last Nebraska quarterback to do that was who?
Eric Crouch.
Yeah.
It's
like, it is stunning when I just sit and think about that because they never got to that 11. Like, Tommy Armstrong, I think, had been on a 10-win team. Taylor Martinez was on a 10-win team. Zach Taylor,
9-win team.
Just a 9-win team.
5. Yeah. So it's just 9 or 10. They haven't won more than 10 games since 01.
Yeah,
that's the last time that they won more than 10 games. They haven't had fewer than 4 losses since 03 when they went 10-3. Yeah, you bring up a lot of good points in there. I guess the one quick one that I would have.
I also think the hardest thing for Nebraska fans to accept sometimes is the outside perspective of this place is never as negative as inside the fishbowl.
That's interesting. And yet they're still kind of negative about the idea of this quarterback, which is wild to me because I'm like, this is great. And I keep making the argument. I like that he's not mobile. I like that would force them to do something different on offense, even though I love mobility. Mobility is super valuable. The best quarterbacks in the NFL all have mobility built in their game. Some of the best quarterbacks in college football also have mobility built into their game. But it's like,
but they also can throw the pass.
Yeah, and they have a lot of good skill players around them. And it's like Nebraska. I just like the idea of Nebraska kind of going in a different direction in that regard.
I love what Kyle McCord might mean for the development of guys like Malachi Coleman and Jalen Lloyd to get to their next level. So instead of like having to kind of do it where, if it's Chubba Purdy, you're not on schedule. So a lot of your plays are going to be improvise, like
Mhm.
you're just having to change your route in the moment. But this is an on-schedule quarterback that can throw you open, that can hit you in stride. Like, think about the value of how fast Malachi Coleman and Jalen Lloyd are, and that Nebraska couldn't even run crossing routes and just utilize that against off coverage.
Think of the last drive of their season and what happens if you have a quarterback that we're describing in that moment in time, across the 50 with a minute to go.
Yeah.
And the season on the line.
Well, you're probably not in that situation.
Yeah, exactly. But imagine it though, if they could have just randomly dropped him in there. Absolutely fascinating, man. I'm blown away that this is
epicenter.
This is the guy that they are probably going to land.
Yeah.
Among other guys.
I think it makes a lot of sense, though. I mean, if you also have to consider this too, like, what are his other options?
See, and that's a great.
So, like, I know Mississippi State was really interested, and they were going to wait on Dylan Gabriel. They got to know there, and I think because they were waiting on Dylan Gabriel, Nebraska jumped.
Yep.
I don't know that he would have went to Mississippi State over Nebraska, anyways. But I'm just saying, like, this is how this is kind of played out. NC State. I don't know that it. Who's the quarterback from Coastal Carolina? Grayson McCall. I think has he committed there yet?
Don't believe so.
That is, I think, going to happen, and that's kind of been their guy. But they were also interested in Kyle McCord.
Yeah.
The one that Miami and Florida State, I think they're waiting on Cam Ward. USC has been very interested in Will Howard.
Yeah.
Like, there's just, I don't know that the market materialized in such a way that there was this other big behemoth team that one could match Nebraska NIL wise, because I think that's always going to be a big part of the conversation. And two, you can play at Ohio State. Do you want to go to Syracuse?
Yeah.
Great
point.
Like, you probably want to find something comparable, and I think it matters that Ohio State's on Nebraska's schedule.
And interesting, because a lot of people were viewing that as a negative for Nebraska, like, because there was that. I don't know if it was ever verifiable, but it was like he doesn't want to play Ohio State next year. That was like some of the chitter chatter that came out of.
Do you remember when Noah Vedral transferred?
Yes.
I remember talking with someone who was familiar with trying to recruit him to their school at that time. And they're like, yeah, we couldn't overcome the fact that Nebraska was on Rutgers' schedule. Like, that was a thing.
He wanted to go against.
He wanted to prove that he could be better than what they had.
Interesting. Oh, and one more thing on this before we go to break and bring on Andrew Ivins, excuse me. That component of him playing at Ohio State is such a huge part to why I also like him.
Oh, yeah.
That he has dealt with
the fishbowl.
Yeah, you talked about it with Brunson BC on the pod yesterday. Just like he has dealt with that. And this place is crazy. But Ohio State, I mean, they're mad. They went 11-1 and they're
I don't think
pissed.
Cam Ward would have understood what he was walking into.
Jeff
I think
Sims
he's a more
certainly did.
talented quarterback.
Yeah.
But I don't think he would have understood what he's walking to. And I think that's a valuable thing.
Yeah, it certainly is. All right, when we return, Andrew Ivins, the director of scouting for 24/7 Sports, he will join us. We'll talk about this stuff and a whole lot more. That when we return here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. But first, Josh Peterson here for my friends at Kugler Vision. We are nearing the end of 2023, which means that flex plan of yours, that health savings account of yours, might still have some money left over in it. And if so, it's time for an early holiday gift for yourself. Do so by connecting with the folks at Kugler Vision, whether it's by calling them at 402-558-2211 or by going to their website, kuglervision.com. Maybe you're saying, Josh, I can't do it. I've been told I don't qualify for LASIK. I have a high astigmatism. I have a high prescription. Well, you might have heard those before, but that might actually be incorrect because they have 7 procedures for you there at Kugler Vision. I also did not qualify for LASIK. No problem, though. I've been wearing glasses for almost 6 years. February of 2018 was when I did that. Also, for those of you who don't have the money left over, they have affordable payment options. So even if you don't have a flex plan or HSA, they'll make it good for your budget. Find out more information today by giving them a call at 402-558-2211 or go into kuglervision.com.
Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Well, it's going to be a warm next couple days. Your Wednesday afternoon, temperatures getting up into the mid-40s. Mostly clear skies overnight. Tomorrow morning, cold outside, a temperature in the 20s, but warming nicely throughout the day to a high temperature in the low 50s. I'm meteorologist Luke Vickery, KETV News Watch 7.
Our Cox mobile plans are like a band. The more people you add, the better it sounds. So, add more lines to save more. Pay as low as $30 per line when you add 4 or more gig unlimited lines. It's easy. I like the sound of that. Visit cox.com/mobile. 4 lines required for $30 per line price. Max of 5 lines. Prices exclude taxes, device activation, and other fees and charges, which are subject to change. Cox postpaid internet required. Other restrictions apply.
Host is roasting every morning. Host is roasting every day.
Since 1972, family-owned and locally roasted Host Coffee Service has been roasting the finest coffee for businesses and restaurants. If you're ready to change to a better coffee provider, it's time for Host Coffee.
Omaha's best coffee since 1972. Host Coffee is always roasting something good for you.
Many people go back to the dealership out of habit or because they think the dealer is the only one who knows how to fix their car. At Omaha Car Care, we offer a better option. We have ASE certified technicians, the technology to service any vehicle, and free loaner cars. The dealer will sell you a package of services. We'll provide the service you want for your car as your trusted partner. I'm Rick Betker, owner of Omaha Car Care, and we'll be along for the ride.
Hi, this is Doug Nodgard with Equitable Bank. Great service never goes out of style. When the digital age dawned, many said computers would be able to handle many of the interactions that used to take a person. Boy, were they wrong. How many times have you called your bank and gotten a recording to press 1 or 2? Not at Equitable. Not only does Equitable answer your call on the first ring, it's answered by a human being. That's because Equitable Bank values its customers. Equitable Bank, we take banking personally. Member FDIC.
Bowl games and pro football playoffs are coming up, and it's time to make a game plan for your football watch party. Whatever you're serving, it all tastes better on fresh Rotella's buns and bread. Old family recipes and choice ingredients make it the best tasting bread you can buy. Stop into the bakery off 108th and Harrison or pick some up at your favorite local grocery store. When it comes to football, fresh bread from Rotella's Italian Bakery is undefeated. Rotella's Italian Bakery, a century of pride in every slice. RotellasBakery.com.
Hey everybody, it's Michael Severe for Ted and Wally's, 2 locations, one in Benson and one in the Old Market. Of course, not open on Christmas Day, but every other time around Christmas, when you need to go grab something for a quick present, whether it be a gift card or a great quart or pint, or maybe a half gallon of ice cream, you do that at Ted and Wally's. Not open on Christmas, but open the other days to make sure your Christmas is very special. All kinds of flavors, over 35 years of experience. Swing by today, whether it's Benson in the Old Market, and tell them Severe sent you.
President Kennedy called on Americans to ask not what our country can do for us, but what we can do for our country. We Nebraskans have always defined ourselves by our strong desire to help others. This holiday season, Serve Nebraska encourages Nebraskans to share their time and resources to offer a helping hand to those in need, because this is what Nebraskans do. Nebraskans volunteer. Paid for by Serve Nebraska, aired with the Nebraska Broadcasters Association and this station.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Welcome back. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct here on 1620 The Zone and 1620thezone.com. Alongside Mike Schaefer of Husker 24/7 Sports, I'm Josh Peterson. And speaking of 24/7 Sports, we go now to the 42 Degrees The Source hotline and welcome on the Director of Scouting from 24/7 Sports. It is Andrew Ivins. Andrew, thank you so much for taking the time today. How are you?
I'm doing good. Trying to get to signing day. 7 days to go.
Yeah, I think my co-host today is feeling those same vibes.
I'm just trying to get to 7 p.m. tonight.
All right, well, we'll see if we can help out both of you. Andrew, what has it been like from the national perspective following the Nebraska chatter over the last few days? I was just joking with Schaefer that, you know, when we knew that we were doing the shows together the last 2 days on Monday, I was expecting a lot of Kyle McCord talk. I didn't really think Dylan Raiola was going to be in our future as well.
Yeah, it came across the good old group chat we got going, and I thought initially it was a bit of a joke, but then when you start reading some more, not super surprising, and that's because, I mean, Georgia has had 2 quarterbacks committed for a while now, and you talk with some people in Athens, the name that kept coming up for them was Ryan Puglisi, who's the other arm in their class, and a lot of buzz about him and whatnot. And that, you try to read into that, try to figure out what's going on. And, to me, it just made it seem like, all right, like they like Dylan Raiola, but they also really like this Ryan Puglisi kid. And then I always go back to what one of my colleagues said, Cooper Patagna, right after Dylan committed to Georgia. He kind of told me, hey, I wouldn't be surprised if Dylan eventually plays for Nebraska. And that always kind of stuck with me. And I think he was maybe inferring potentially a transfer or something at some point down the line. But it's surprising, and I certainly think it's fun. This is a legacy recruit for Nebraska and a really talented one. So we'll see what happens. Reports out there that he's going to be on campus this weekend for an official visit. And I think if he shows up in Lincoln, it's pretty much a done deal that he would end up at Nebraska.
So, Andrew, you, more than most people who have opined about Dylan Raiola, more than me, more than my co-host here, you've actually seen him play. What is he as a quarterback, and sort of how do you characterize his game?
Well, I think he is. I think I'll start at the top. What I like, he's got one of the best deep balls, if not the best deep ball in this class, and probably in recent cycles as well. We got an extensive look at Dylan Raiola back at the Elite 11 finals. So it was some of the nation's top quarterbacks out there. He didn't finish as the MVP for us at that event, but there was a ton of conversations about him, being the guy. And I went to Julian Sayin, the future Alabama quarterback, but I was kind of leading the charge for Dylan because I thought he was consistent all 3 days. And, the scouting report on him, he's a big frame passer. He's 6'3". He's been listed anywhere from 220 to 230. He's got a big body, and he's a guy that's played a ton of football, 38 starts over the past 4 years at the varsity level, 29-9 record. He's completed 64.2% of his passes, and he's thrown for almost 8,500 yards with 88 touchdowns. So that's the size. I mentioned the arm, and then I think he's just someone that takes care of the football, and he's got full command of the offense. Started off his prep career in Texas, was in Arizona, and then right before the senior season, he shows up at Buford High School there outside of Atlanta. So he didn't have a ton of time to learn their system and their playbook, but I was at his opener against St. Francis Academy outside of Baltimore, and I was kind of just in shock of how in control he was and in command. And then the final thing that really stands out to me is just how he moves in the pocket. I'm not saying he's a run first guy. I think he can move the chains with his legs a little bit, but how he feels pressure, how he extends plays, how he creates off script. It's some of the best stuff we've seen there, in recent memory for a quarterback.
Andrew Ivins, the director of scouting for 24/7 Sports, joins us right now on Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Andrew, I guess asking about the flaws, in his game. I did want to ask you about him playing for 4 different high schools. Does that matter? Because I know that when this news popped up about 48 hours ago now on Monday, there was some of that from a segment of the Nebraska fan base of, how excited should I get about this? He has played. Would he be someone that would enter the portal? What do you think of that component of him, in his high school career?
It's certainly kind of a red flag, just the off the field, moving around. And if he were to end up in Nebraska's class, this would be a third commitment for him. And I spent some time with Dylan at the Elite 11 finals, kind of a one-on-one sit-down interview for 10 minutes. And I thought I would come out of it not a fan of the personality, but it was kind of the complete opposite. And one of my favorite stories is, or questions I have for these kids is what is life like outside of football? And Dylan, he has his own barber business. He likes to cut teammates' hair and whatnot. That's what he does in the free time, his free time. So I think, between the ears, there's things we like, but the movement and bouncing around schools certainly, causes some concern. And I think he's a guy that at times, gets, as weird as this sounds, I just talked about how he has command of the offense. I think he can lose confidence kind of kind of real quick. And someone at Georgia had told me back during the summer months, like, Dylan really cares about having the number one ranking next to his name. Like that matters to him, maybe more so than some of these other prospects. So, how do you weigh this out in what we do, ranking these high school kids? I mean, it's difficult because we model our rankings, our process after the NFL draft and what they do, but the NFL gets interviews and off the field and background checks. We don't really get that aside from, hey, 10 minutes here or there. So it's certainly something to keep an eye on. But where we are in college football right now with player movement at any time. I mean, if you sign a quarterback, I mean, there's a 50-50 chance that guy's going to end up starting for another school just with how these guys are bouncing around.
That's a great lead in for this, because one of the things going on right now, 24/7 Sports, Husker 24/7, we reported that Daniel Kalen will be taking a visit up to Michigan State. How difficult is it to have two quarterbacks in a class? I mean, Georgia was trying to do it. They might still try to go get another quarterback if they miss out on Dylan Raiola. But the difficulty of having two freshman quarterbacks enrolling at the same time, like, is that a rarity in 2023 college football anymore?
It is. And what's funny is I was saying 2 weeks ago on I don't know, my podcast or something, I said, hey, is Georgia kind of ahead of the curve here? Like trying to bring two high school arms on, just because what I said with the transfer portal and the name, image, and likeness, it seems like quarterbacks are moving at an all-time high. And, there used to be a time when NFL evaluators, if kids would transfer, it was kind of a knock on them, but they seem to have reverse course in recent NFL drafts. I mean, Hendon Hooker's a guy that, bounced around, and Caleb Williams has bounced around, Bo Nix has bounced around, Michael Penix has bounced around. So, I think the thought process there has changed. People are embracing it. But to get back to your question, I mean, it is hard to sign two high school quarterbacks. And if you look at a guy like Daniel Kalen, I mean, he threw alongside Dylan at the Elite 11 finals. I mean, most of these quarterbacks know everyone, all the other arms in their classes. They're well aware, especially when they're, the blue chip caliber and 10 camps and 7-on-7 tournaments. I think if you're a Nebraska fan, I wouldn't worry about Daniel Kalen if I'm going to get Dylan Raiola. I think there's a sizable gap there. Now, if they missed out on both, that wouldn't be ideal. But I think you just got to ride with Dylan, and I'm sure Daniel has done some recruiting behind the scenes. But this is a business where you're trying to upgrade that room every year, and that's primarily what's fueling this transfer portal movement as well.
Andrew Ivins, Director of Scouting from 24/7 Sports, joining us right now on the 42 Degrees, the Source hotline. Andrew, what you just said, I wanted to ask you about just like the current state that we find ourselves in. There are still, 2 years left of the COVID eligibility with these, super duper seniors that we're seeing across the sport. On top of that, of course, you have the 4-game redshirt rule. So these quarterbacks are lasting in school longer. And as you just mentioned, the portal, and then we got the news today that players could transfer for a second time without having to sit out in this in a ruling that came down from on high. I mean, what an interesting time for you to be covering this. And I wonder what it looks like when we kind of get out on the other side in a few years, because it just, we're caught in this COVID moment with everything changing that I still don't really know what it's going to mean for things long term.
Well, Matt Rule's comments about how much quarterbacks cost in the transfer portal. I've talked to a lot of different schools, a lot of different college contacts, and they're like, hey, finally someone said it. And the other big takeaway is, I mean, the NCAA needs to put in some type of guardrails or guidelines. And that's because the system right now isn't sustainable. We're going to see 30, 40, 50 new faces at pretty much every program around the country. And I think what no one's talking about is the amount of money that is being burned on these official visits. I mean, the calendar now has gotten so accelerated from the high school recruiting jump. I mean, you have schools locking in their recruiting classes before senior seasons are even played. And, 5-10 years ago, senior seasons, those evaluations would essentially structure some of these signing classes. And those senior seasons are important. So, you sign this kid, that he gets on campus, he's not what you thought he is. Now he's in the transfer portal. So, I think the player turnover, they got to figure it out, because these coaches are getting burnt out. These staffs are getting burnt out. I mean, the schools financially, you're hosting, 5 to 6 transfers every day for 2 weeks. Like, those flights cost money. The hotels cost money. They just got to, in my opinion, figure something out. And I know these coaches make a ton of money, but at the end of the day, they are people. They have families, and they want to develop it. So we'll see what happens. But pretty much everyone I talked to, is begging the NCAA to kind of put some guardrails in place here.
So, Andrew, one of the potential freshman targets that could be joining Dylan Raiola right away as an early enrollee is a guy that you're very familiar with. He's had kind of a weird path in high school because he's had to play a bunch of positions. But what can you tell us about Ja'Cory Barney, who I consider to be kind of a Swiss Army knife in Nebraska's 2024 class?
He's one of my kind of like favorite sleepers down in South Florida. And for your listeners not familiar, I'm in Fort Lauderdale, and the memory that sticks out about Ja'Cory Barney is 2 years ago, before his junior season. There was a 10-team jamboree that got spring football in the Sunshine State, and I thought he was the best player on the field, working at wide receiver. I've always kind of thought, hey, maybe he's more of a defensive back, but in my eyes, I'm kind of defense over offense. If I got a fast guy with a little bit of length that can cover, I'd rather use him on that side of the ball. His senior season, you hit it on the head right there. Had to play some quarterback at times, but was doing for the better of the team and just trying to win games. And they ended up making the playoffs. And that program, he's out of Miami Palmetto. They should have 2 guys, I think, selected in the upcoming NFL draft: Leonard Taylor out of Florida, or out of Miami, and Jason Marshall out of Florida. But I think as a receiver, he can get vertical and he can make people miss after the catch. So I'm a big fan of him. I think he's one of my favorites in this recruiting class for Nebraska week out.
Andrew Ivins, the director of scouting from 24/7 Sports, joining us 1 week away from the first signing day of the 2024 class. Andrew, we know it's a very busy time for you. We really appreciate the time. Thanks so much.
Of course, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Andrew Ivins joining us here on the 42 Degrees The Source hotline. Interesting stuff there. I loved the part where he mentions meeting Dylan Raiola and kind of expecting one thing from him and coming away with a different takeaway. I know that, of all the criticisms, it seems like that is the I don't want to say the only one, but it does seem like the only one that's really stuck. And that is, he's played at so many schools. We talked about earlier, just his recruiting process and how it's been a bit of a Raiola coaster, as some have described it. But that I thought that was interesting that he would admit that and that he came away with an entirely different takeaway.
Yeah, I found that interesting as well. The whole thing with Dylan Raiola is I think that you come away with a preconceived idea of who he is based on kind of the little facts that you probably know. I've never had a conversation with BC, and I were talking about that today. BC kind of covered the early tenets of his recruiting, and then the way they sort of, the family moved forward with it. Steve Wiltfong largely handled the rest of it for 24/7 Sports. So it's one of those things where I don't have any real personal relationship at all with Dylan Raiola, so I can't speak to who he is. I've read a lot about him, and then I found the barber thing really fascinating.
Yeah, right.
I don't know how I feel about a fellow classmate cutting my hair.
Yeah, like you wouldn't want to be someone that goes to the school of dentistry as the youngs are learning how to be a dentist to get.
Yeah, I never went to Joseph's College of Beauty in Lincoln either.
Yeah, definitely not. Chance writes, College of Hair Design's ears just perked up, and they are hustling to get an NIL deal together. We still have Mitch Holtis to come on the Grum today. We have a hot take market. We're getting fired up for football. 2.5 hours left, Schaefer. The countdown.
Oh, we're counting down again.
We're back to the countdown.
The countdown is sadly already on. More to come. I mentioned the changing of the guard earlier in the NFL, and you said, what the hell are you talking about? I'll give you an answer when we return. He's Mike Schaefer. I'm Josh Peterson. Nick Grimm producing Unsportsmanlike Conduct rolls on next on 1620 The Zone.
Big names, big games. We've got them all. 1620 The Zone.
The Zone Hotline is powered by 42 Degrees, The Source, by your mom's house.
Happy holidays from your friends at DJ's Dugout. Nick Hanley here. DJ's is truly an Omaha tradition to gather with family and friends during the holidays to watch sports, enjoy delicious food, and have a great time. And a DJ's gift card is a great holiday gift idea, too. Thank you for voting DJ's your #1 sports bar again this year in the Best of Omaha Awards. DJ's Dugout is locally and Vietnam veteran-owned. Dig in at the Dugout.
The holidays are here. This holiday season, we encourage you to come support our local stores in Omaha. And Westwood Plaza has everything you need to find that perfect gift. Boots for Less inside Westwood Plaza has been Omaha's home for work boots and Western boots for men, women, and children for 30 years. We're proud to offer a discount to our military and union members. Stay tuned for our new online store. Come grab some great holiday gifts at Boots for Less, 122nd and Center inside Westwood Plaza. If that holiday cheer has you feeling blah, stop by Rexius Nutrition in Westwood Plaza, where their goal is to help you lead a healthy lifestyle and in turn, help you look, feel, and live the way you envision. At Rexius Nutrition, we strive to give each and every customer personalized care and service so you can reach your maximal potential. We love nutrition and know it can change a person's life. Come see us at Rexius Nutrition, 121st and Center inside Westwood Plaza. Everything you need to shop locally for the holidays is at Westwood Plaza in Omaha.
Take your home to the next level with Level countertops, cabinets, and flooring. If you have a kitchen, bath, or closet that is completely dysfunctional, now is the time to make them functional. Level countertops, cabinets, and flooring is your expert for taking your home to the next level. The staff will listen to your needs and dreams and create a unique space specifically for you and your family. Visit the showroom at 192nd and West Maple or online at levelomaha.com. That's levelomaha.com.
What's holding you back from learning the language you've always wanted to know?
Too hard. Takes too long.
Not with Babbel. Babbel's lessons take just 15 minutes a day.
15 minutes isn't long.
Nope. And they're fun.
Fun isn't hard.
Right. Babbel's interactive lessons, podcasts, games, and more make it fun and engaging, so you don't realize you're learning a language, but you are. And Babbel's lessons are built around real life. You can choose from topics like travel, business, relationships, and more. You'll learn what matters most to you. Plus, Babbel's lessons are designed to get you speaking right away. In 3 weeks, you're able to start having conversations.
Just 3 weeks? Even better.
Since Babbel's lessons are designed by language experts and voiced by real native speakers, you'll get the accents just right and be able to carry on conversations with confidence.
Learning a language with Babbel doesn't take long. And with Babbel, it isn't hard. It's perfect.
Start learning a new language today. Go to Babbel.com. That's BABBEL.com. Babbel.com.
Hey folks, Kent Pavelka again to tell you about your local concrete experts at Everlevel Concrete Repair. Now, if you have cracked, uneven concrete, Everlevel can fix it at a fraction of the cost compared to replacement. This is no Band-Aid. Their products are built to last. It gives your concrete the durable protection it needs, and there's still time. I chose Everlevel for my driveway, and I've got peace of mind with their long-term transferable warranty. Everlevel's products and customer service are top-notch, and that's why they've been voted Best of Omaha again this year. Say it with me. Everlevel, Everlevel, Everlevel.
Host is roasting every morning. Host is roasting every day.
Put your coffee department in good hands with Host Coffee Service, providing direct delivery and loaned coffee equipment with service programs. If you're ready to change to a better coffee provider, it's time for Host Coffee.
Omaha's best coffee since 1972. Host Coffee is always roasting something good for you.
You're listening to Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
Me plus you equals nighttime fun.
On 1620, The Zone.
Alongside Mike Schaefer, I am Josh Peterson, rolling on this Wednesday. Mitch Holtis joins us in a little over a half hour. Obviously, we will continue our quarterback conversation coming up in a little bit, but I did want to hit on this with you. So, yesterday, you and I did our top five, our bottom five in the NFL, and then I got my feels about the Dallas Cowboys. One thing we really didn't discuss outside of, if the Cowboys will win the Super Bowl or not, was like where this season is going overall. But it did seem like from doing our top 5 at least, that you and I are in a big agreement on the Chiefs and the Eagles and kind of where they stand in the overall hierarchy of the league. Would you agree with that before we kind of get into the discussion?
Yeah, I think that's fair, but I also feel like it has to be prefaced with like it's not like they fall into the middle of the pack.
Correct. They're outside the top 5, but
And I don't think I would be like, oh, neither one could win the Super Bowl, but I'd be surprised.
Who would you be more surprised by?
Probably the Chiefs at this point.
Really? Because I was going to say the Eagles just because their defense.
Yeah, I mean their defense has question marks, but they got to 10-1 for a reason too, and they did it beating the Bills, beating the Chiefs, beating all of these teams. I mean they split with your Cowboys. Like they clearly can also manage around that.
That's fair
as well.
Yeah, that's true.
And ultimately, I just feel like what you're going to face in the playoffs in the NFC is going to be a lower level than what you were going to face in the AFC until you have to face the Cowboys or the 49ers.
Yeah.
Now, if they have to go through both of those on the way there,
yeah,
a lot harder.
I keep talking about it. And part of this is me like hoping that the Cowboys can get to the 2 seed. But I think there's an odd benefit of being the 2 and not the 1 in the NFC because, in this, I'm working on the premise that we're not going to have a whole lot of upsets in the first round, which I could be wrong about.
That seems like a really bad premise.
I know, but if I am correct,
It's a good egg counting day.
the 5 beats the 4, the 2 and the 3 each way. But see, and I know the rub on
But
this is the Lions.
is
the Lions.
The 3 is allowing about 30 points a game to
I
every
know.
offense in the NFL.
Because I keep being like, man, if you're the 2 seed, you could play the Lions in the second round, and you would get to avoid the 49ers Eagles until the end of the road if Dallas can get to a 2 seed. But you're right, like so I could have this whole premise and be like, sweet, they could avoid them, and then the 6 upsets the Lions, and then it's like, oh, cool, the Cowboys then have to face the Eagles and then the 49ers. So, but the 3 of those that gets to avoid the other 2 until the NFC Championship game, I mean, they're going to be put in a very, very nice spot.
Yeah, and it's also like we also need to do this too, because in the middle of October, it was what's wrong with the 49ers. In September, juggernaut. November, juggernaut. October, lost to the Bengals, Vikings. They got another one in there. Browns.
Yeah. I mean, isn't the answer they weren't
None
healthy?
of those teams. I mean, the only, obviously
The Browns
Cousins and Burrow were playing at that time, but they lost to PJ Walker.
Yes, I think.
Or was it Deshaun Watson?
I think it was Walker, but
I don't remember.
Yeah, but I mean, in fairness to the 49ers, if you want the answer to what happened, it was that they were not healthy. Those were the games where either Debo and Trent Williams.
Okay.
What are you talking about? Debo Samuel? Swiss Army knife.
They weren't healthy on
49ers was
offense,
Walker.
and that's how they got absolutely shredded by
Fair,
Kirk
fair.
Cousins and Joe Burrow on defense.
You wanted an answer. I
No,
gave you
but
an
what
answer.
I'm saying is we do this where we so want to anoint teams in an 18-week season.
Yeah.
And you've worked yourself up mentally that the 49ers are this incredible gauntlet that you have to get through.
Yeah, I have.
And they lost to the Browns.
Yeah.
They lost to the Vikings.
Yeah.
And they lost to the Bengals. The Bengals aren't very good this year.
They were clicking at the time, though.
Yeah, every team can click at any time. The point is, I think this NFL playoffs is going to be wide open. I would not bet on any singular team against the field, period.
Really?
Yeah.
Well,
why
now that's
would
a
you?
fun question. Do you take the 49? Because the answer is the 49ers or the field.
Yeah. Why would I take the 49ers?
I mean, I guess the answer is, of course,
Because you know what else exists on the 49ers? A quarterback with a really giant question mark.
See, and I have Uncle. I've given up on doubting this.
You're just you don't even want to pretend like there's a chance that they could just combust.
I mean, of course they could combust, but he's playing at a very high level, and they
feel-
have
I
the
don't know.
best weapons in the sport.
I think
top
sometimes
to bottom.
I think sometimes we want to elevate teams because it seems more fun when there's something above everything and you have someone to chase.
Maybe.
But to me, the reality is they're currently hot right now. That doesn't mean that they will be in January.
Fair.
They weren't in October.
Fair.
Very
fair. They lost 3 games in a row and they looked bad.
When they are on, they are the scariest team in the NFL.
Yeah.
But when they are not on, they're incredibly human.
Yeah.
And I think their defense doesn't have, they added Randy Gregory and Chase Young because they didn't have a pass rush.
Mm-hmm.
Now, maybe things have completely taken off from that point forward.
Yeah.
But they still have their own issues. Their secondary isn't very good. You can throw on them.
Yeah.
I mean, Kirk Cousins destroyed them.
I know.
It was the best game of his career until he did it to the Packers the next week,
and then
which might have been an even better one, but it was the Packers. Somebody counts it.
Yeah. Yeah.
One of the worst teams in the league at the time.
So it's funny you say all that because I was thinking about the postseason this morning. If we start with the premise of it's probably not going to be the Chiefs or the Eagles this year, And for the most part, we are looking at a lot of franchises and certainly quarterbacks that have not ever done it, if not gotten anywhere near the Super Bowl, right? So we start with the 49ers. They haven't won since 94. They made it to the NFC Championship game last year, but of
They've
course,
been in 2 since 94?
Been in 2 since 94. They lost
2012 and
2019.
Would you say
was it 2012?
Been a while?
It's been a while. Yeah, 2012. And they lost to the Ravens. 2019 lost to the Chiefs. The Ravens, speaking of, Lamar Jackson has never made it to the AFC Championship game. They have not won.
He has one playoff win in his career, right?
Yep, they beat the Titans.
Yep.
And then they lost to the Bills. The year they were the 1 seed, they lost to the Titans in the first round of the playoffs. They have not won it in over a decade, since 2012. Of course, we talked about the Cowboys enough yesterday. We don't have to do it again. They haven't won since 95. The Lions have never been to the NFC Championship game.
Jared Goff has quarterbacked the Super Bowl, and it
That's
is
true.
still the single Super Bowl where I've lost the most amount of money.
Yeah, I thought they were going to roll in that one, too.
I lost every dollar.
That game was so bad. Nick, the Super Bowl sucked. They lost 13-3 to the Patriots. It was a bad game.
Oh, gross, the Patriots.
Yeah, and then John, of course, what did John do the next day? He defended it by saying it wasn't an ugly game because, you don't care about defense. Anyway, speaking of Nick, the Dolphins have not won since 1973. They have not been back since 1984. And obviously, Tua has never even played in a playoff game. On and on the list goes. And so the I don't really know where I'm ultimately going with this, other than
I'm fascinated to find out.
We're gonna have probably a new type of champ. Like, it's just the wide open nature of the playoffs that you just described, I think, is very, very real with what we are about to see, which I think is cool. Like, it's funny. I was listening to, I don't remember what it was, but they were bitching about the quality of the NFL this season. And I'm just like, I feel like I'm missing something with some of the discourse that's around the league. I understand that the referees have been bad. I get that.
Well, I would assume it has to do with the fact that 17 teams are starting backup quarterbacks.
That too. But don't you feel like if you view the NFL as a content game, which I mean it is, the content is still good every week, right? Do you not get excited?
The NFL is a content
It is.
factory.
It's content.
Well, I don't want to think of things as content.
It's what about if I say entertainment?
Well, yes.
Okay.
I accept that. Obviously, I love it.
You and I
regard
text
it as
every week.
yes.
We say, this rules, the NFL.
This league.
Every week we do it. And
but I don't want to think of it in terms of content.
I
That
apologize.
makes me depressed.
Okay, my bad. I shouldn't have said that. But it's setting up for I think a badass playoffs full of a ton of storylines.
Oh, I'm super excited for
Yeah.
the playoffs. I mean, I obviously prefer if my team makes it versus not, but
You like it when your team wins?
Sure. Very wild out there.
It's a crazy take.
Clearly.
Yep.
But I just think that the matchups that you could end up with, the teams that you could end up with, I think it could be a lot of fun.
Yep.
And there's definitely going to be teams that are going to be playing better than others, but it's like I said the other day, I wouldn't want to bet against the Buffalo Bills.
It's funny. I was just thinking, I didn't mention the Bills when we were going through our list of teams. They've never won the Super Bowl.
Because they're currently like
11th place in the AFC. and yet you and I are like, they're 11th in the AFC and we have them 5 in the NFL. And you know what? We are not on an island. I was looking at a bunch of power rankings yesterday. Everyone has them 5.
Because everyone's like, oh yeah, they still have Josh Allen. Stephon Diggs, who's not had like a great year, is still on that team. The problem is I don't know that they need Gabe Davis to be competent and not just completely. Yeah. He basically lost that Eagles game for him.
Yeah. Hey, turned the wrong way.
Right. He turns around and catches it.
Nance was winding up for the win. And
Yeah.
then it was like, wait, what happened? Because on live viewing, you're like, why is the ball just falling to the
Do you
ground?
know what that reminded me of? It reminded me of Justin Fields, Chris Olave in the Clemson Ohio State game, where I was 1,000% right and you lucked into being correct.
Didn't luck into it.
No, you needed the refs to not give away that fumble.
Happer and I texted about it that night. Like, everyone doubted you and me. We picked Clemson. Thank you, Nick. I hope Happer's listening right now. We were texting
a horrible miscommunication and then one of the worst officiated calls of the year.
I was
That's
so
what you
many.
needed.
I was so many stouts deep that night. Good times.
I
Good
know
times.
because I got really annoyed because you kept going after me. It was like I was an Eagles
I
fan.
won a lot of money. But then I lost it all because I picked
That was
Clemson
the other
against
way on that.
LSU. Bad times. But anyway, yeah. That miss was horrible. It's so funny. You look at the Bills. I think the stat is they've lost 6 games by a total of 26 points. And I was trying this morning.
Haven't
to
they
think
led in all of those too?
I believe it wouldn't surprise me. Certainly they did in the Eagles. Certainly they did in the Jets, the Broncos, obviously. See, I was trying to. Is that the worst one? What's the worst of the lot? That I guess it has to be that. They had 12 guys on the field and the game was literally over.
Yep.
Gosh, that team is so good.
Well, and as also as a team that fan of a team that's done this, allowing Russell Wilson to move down the field at the end of the game feels doubly defeating because the The Broncos are such a weird team to watch.
They are.
You have no idea how they do anything, and yet somehow at the end of the game they have like 24 points.
VJ, you know VJ,
I do know VJ.
Cleveland sports fan, says you guys forget Joe Flacco, elite Stefanski, excuse me, coach of the year. Defense is best in the league. Injuries be damned. I definitely don't think the defense is the best in the league anymore. But yeah, you were poo-pooing the Browns win over the 49ers earlier. That was following the destruction of the Cowboys. The weather was garbage. It was a noon game, so it was 10 o'clock body time for the 49ers. I think that loss was totally understandable. The other ones were, they're certainly tough losses.
Well, it was 2 on the road, and then the Bengals was at it.
That was at home, yeah. But that was at the end of it. And you're right, because my response was, Schaefer, all their guys, not all, 2 guys on offense that are super vital were hurt. But, you bring up a great point. It doesn't explain the defense playing like crap in some of those games. So, all right, well, I feel like you're just trying to talk me into believing even more in the Dallas Cowboys.
No, I'm talking you to believe into that this is going to be the Rams-Bengals type of Super Bowl, where teams that appear in it are not necessarily ones that everyone was predicting before the playoffs start.
Yeah, what, a 4 seed and a 4 seed?
Yeah, I expect random results to occur in the playoffs in the same way that they have been happening throughout the year. I just don't think that, again, I don't know that I would feel comfortable just taking one team against the field and saying they're going to win the Super Bowl.
You know what that would be? That seems to be kind of annoying, because the random one right now, I feel like, would be Eagles-Chiefs, because those teams have not been playing very well. But they can just lean on the moxie, the know-how, all that. And then, and Patrick Mahomes is the best quarterback in the league. So it's like, that's a solid guy to lean on in those situations.
It's very different if you're Buffalo and you're defending Patrick Mahomes in December and preventing him from coming down and tying the game.
Yeah.
They couldn't do it in 13 seconds.
Correct.
Correct. And it's a totally different monster at that point.
Yeah, and hell, they almost gave away the game the other day too. If a guy's not offsides, people forget he was offsides. If that doesn't happen, we're talking today like
I don't know that I will ever forget that offsides.
Probably not.
So horrendously bad.
Yeah.
Followed by what was just an embarrassing meltdown for Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah. Speaking of the Chiefs, Mitch Holtis will join us in about 25 minutes. We can talk about this stuff with him. When we return, let's get to our hot take market. I don't know if you've gone to the market.
No, I haven't gone to the market.
I got a couple for you. They're both NFL related, so we can just go off of this conversation and you can respond. We'll also get fired up for football in a little bit. Mitch Holtis is going to join us, and we continue to wait for news. Will any news come down the pike? Schaefer nods. So I think that means yes. Mike Schaefer will report some stuff when we return here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct in 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone traffic.
From the Zoom Drain Time-Saving Traffic Center, currently no wrecks to worry about on the drive across the metro this afternoon. Delays on L Street for both directions between 36th and 24th. Delays on Industrial Road if you're headed eastbound around 144th. And then delays on Highway 370 if you're headed east from 132nd to about 96th. And then delays on Dodge for westbound commuters around the 72nd intersection. I'm Mike Neville.
Backlund Plumbing would like to thank all of the great customers and friends that we've met this year. And if those pesky plumbing problems try to spoil your holidays, give us a call. Happy holidays from Backlund Plumbing, the most referred plumber in town.
This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Backlund Plumbing.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
DJ's Dugout Sports Bar is proud to support Creighton Athletics, and DJ's is the official watch party sports bar of Creighton basketball. Nick Hanley here for my friends at DJ's. Watch Creighton basketball on DJ's huge TV walls at 7 metro locations. Plus, enjoy delicious food and a Blue Jay lemonade cocktail, of course. It's an Omaha tradition. Cheer for the Jays at DJ's. Voted Omaha's #1 sports bar, locally and Vietnam veteran-owned. Dig in at the Dugout.
Take your home to the next level with level countertops, cabinets, and flooring. If you have a kitchen, bath, or closet that is completely dysfunctional, now is the time to make them functional. Level countertops, cabinets, and flooring is your expert for taking your home to the next level. The staff will listen to your needs and dreams and create a unique space specifically for you and your family. Visit the showroom at 192nd and West Maple or online at levelomaha.com. That's levelomaha.com.
The brand new Dollar General Distribution Center in Blair is now hiring. Starting wage is up to $22 per hour with benefits including medical, dental, vision, 401k, and a $2,000 sign-on bonus. Apply today by texting DG Warehouse to 25000 or online at dollargeneral.com/careers. Again, apply today by texting DG Warehouse to 25000 or online at dollargeneral.com/careers. Dollar General can't wait to have you become a team member at their brand new distribution center.
News Talk 1290 Coil is your home for Omaha Maverick hockey all season long. Don't miss a single puck drop, power play, barn burner, or any of the action this season. Your home for Maverick hockey, both home and away, is News Talk 1290 Coil.
Experience Omaha's first Indian restaurant and brewery. Jaipur has created delicious Indian food and brews, from the tandoori salmon to the chicken tikka makhani. Jaipur has something for every palate. 2 locations, Rockbrook and Dundee. Come see why Jaipur has been voted first place best of Omaha 18 years in a row.
Let it fly. Your elevated sports bar experience. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620, The Zone.
Thank God that commercial break's done.
Oh, be cool, Josh.
By the way, this week's Zone deal is to Cops. Cops makes delicious pizza, steak, seafood, pasta, fresh salads, and tasty charred wings, whether Schaefer is dine-in or carry-out or delivery. They have 3 convenient locations. This week's deal gets $50 worth of vouchers for just $25 to Cops Pizza. It goes on sale this Friday morning at 9 a.m.
So you're not doing that anymore?
Well, when I am the one who reads the whole thing, I usually try to be a bit more professional.
Well, I could have.
You just did. 1620thezone.com. All right. It's time to take a visit to the market. So Mike Schaefer, this is something we usually do on Tuesdays, but as we talked yesterday, the show just flew on by. Speaking of, just 2 hours and 2 minutes left.
Nice. Good math.
The Wednesday edition. So normally what happens is we have a hot take we believe and a hot take that we could be talked into. John one time went on a rant about how we need to be mean about the LSU defense like we are about the Iowa offense, which was very odd hot
Wasn't
take.
even a hot. That was a soapbox.
Yeah, he just
wanted to complain.
Hot take, I believe, and you're going to hate this one.
Ooh, good.
Not only will the Lions win their division, but they're going to win a playoff game.
Wow.
Let
Do
me
you
explain.
believe that so you can convince yourself the Cowboys won't have to play the...
Is that a part of this? I don't think so. But hear me out. The football world is quite down on the Detroit Lions at the moment. I would say that you are among those that are down on them. Their defense is falling apart. Their offense isn't what it was earlier in the year. Retroactively, they don't really have any super impressive wins. Like the one that we were all viewing was They beat the Chiefs. But we know that the Chiefs didn't have everyone in that game, and the Chiefs aren't as good as they have been in the
And
past.
Kadarius Toney gave them that win.
People forget. The time to buy stock on them, though, is right now. And given where the rest of the division stands at the moment, I don't feel like the first part of this take is too spicy. They're going to win the division. But to think they'll win a playoff game, I think that one is a hot take. And so we look at a matchup for them versus some combo of your Vikings, John's Rams, half of Nebraska's Green Bay Packers, or oddly the NFC South runner-up that could somehow get in there, assuming the Lions are the three.
Worst.
That would suck, but I would be definitely proven right in that scenario. There's no reason that they can't get in and win a playoff game. The Lions are going to the divisional round, hopefully to Dallas. How do you think this take is? It seems like you obviously disagree. Did I talk you into it at all?
It's entirely possible they could win a playoff.
Yeah.
So that's not it's not that out there.
Okay.
I would say this. If they lose to Denver this weekend,
yeah,
that division is 1,000% up for grabs.
So what? Let me pull
So
up
if Minnesota wins out, they win the division.
Okay, so because so you need you need the Lions to lose.
Minnesota needs nothing. They just need to win out. They beat the Bengals. They beat the Lions twice. They beat the Packers
That's
once.
right, because you play them 2 times.
Oh yeah, buddy.
Wow.
And that's why, again, if Minnesota could figure out their
I
quarterback
was going to say,
situation,
but you don't have a good quarterback. You have a bad quarterback.
Do they have a good quarterback?
At
Because
home
you know
they
what?
do.
You know what either team
In
has?
domes? What's that?
There's one really good unit on either of these two teams, and it would be the Minnesota team.
You think one good unit across all of the units?
Yeah, I mean,
You're out on the
I
Lions
certainly wouldn't
offense?
take Minnesota's special teams or their offense and say that they're good.
And so
at
you're
the moment.
totally done with the Lions offense.
I don't know what to do with them. I mean, they got shut down by the Bears. I feel like the one thing you
That
can
was
do
rough.
with Jared Goff is you can blitz the hell out of him.
Mhm.
The one thing Brian Flores has done all year
He
is
blitzes the hell out of things.
right.
Yeah, that's fair.
Now, I would also say, like, if they could just get to 24 points, I don't know that Minnesota's scoring that.
Yeah.
So it's it becomes like if that game is played 13-10,
Yeah.
I
Then
think
you're
that
going to
favors
win.
Minnesota.
But if the Lions find their form again
Sure.
on offense,
Well, and I think a lot of it is, can you just make Jared Goff turn into what we thought Jared Goff was until, he was anointed a top 7 quarterback by some.
an odd quirk for the Detroit Lions for the rest of the year. They are done playing outside. They will be at home this weekend versus Denver. They will be in Minnesota. They will be in Dallas, and then they'll be back in Detroit for the final game of the year versus the Vikings. And so I definitely think that you can use that to build your case for why they will win the division.
Mm-hmm.
But, I mean, you bring up a good point. Now, the Vikings also would have to hold up their end of the deal.
Yeah,
because-
so obviously for Minnesota, the biggest thing is you got to go win on Saturday against a pretty game Cincy team. So,
Yeah, for sure.
And that is Minnesota's last game outdoors. Then they're playing inside the rest of the way too.
Yeah.
So I don't know that it's likely Minnesota's going to win the division, but it's still out there. Like that's what I mean though, because if they lose to the Broncos,
everything's on the table.
and then they're going into that game against and if Minnesota beats Cincinnati, they're going into that game where it's like the winner of that is going to have the leg up to run out the rest of the division.
Yeah, and they still have the Cowboys, who
Yep.
will be most likely playing for. I mean, they're playing for a ton in that
So
game.
yeah, I mean,
Week
so
17.
the Lions could be looking at it where they're going into week 18. If they don't beat they could have a 4-game losing streak going into that.
So really, a hot take or an argument to make right now is this is the Lions' season coming up on Saturday.
Yeah.
You could make that argument.
And they're doing it against a team that has a bad defense
Yeah.
that turns people over.
Yes, they do.
So that Broncos team is super weird.
Yes, they are.
I don't understand anything that they
Yeah,
do.
and they would they be in the playoffs if it started today, or are they just outside of the playoffs as they open up the playoff machine again? They are just outside of the playoffs if it started today. All right, you're definitely going to agree with my second take because it's a team we've mentioned way too many times the last 2 days. If the Bills make the playoffs, they're going to the AFC Championship.
Wow.
Game. I get what their record is. It's funny. I don't have to sell you on it. But yeah, so it's funny. I don't really know if I should or would, but I mean, dude, we're probably talking about them playing the Dolphins again. Maybe the Chiefs as the 2 seed if they're in as a 7. Like, obviously, I think they can beat those teams. They have beaten those teams already this season. And if they do that, then they're playing the Ravens. And like, I like the Ravens. I think they're really good, but they have some serious flaws. And there's no doubt in my mind that Josh Allen and that team could take advantage of them. The reason that I didn't put this into a hot take, I believe, is because I've also watched the Bills this year, and they lose in idiotic fashion. Every game they've lost this year has been stupid. They should you could make an argument they should be undefeated. Obviously, they wouldn't be, but every game they have lost, I think you're right. They had the lead in all of those. They had moments to put every game away, whether it was the Jets, whether it was the Eagles a couple weeks ago. They held on for dear life in their most recent game. They should have beat the Broncos. Like, this is a really good team, and yet they're not a really good team. So I could see them in the AFC Championship. I see them in the Super Bowl, but
Sure.
I wonder if you and I are on an island on this, or how big of an island we are on amongst the listening audience here. I know Schaefer, you're Schaefer. Happer thinks they suck. He is way out on the Bills, and he's been out on them all year long.
I don't know how you could think that they suck when they basically just should have probably beaten the Eagles, did just beat the Chiefs, play an ungodly hard schedule.
Yeah, their schedule.
I think they are unquestionably better than the Dolphins.
Yeah.
Who they beat
handily.
Yes.
They destroyed
I also
them.
don't think people understand when it was clicking this year, there probably wasn't a better version of a team at its best than what the Bills did to the Raiders, the Commanders, the Dolphins, like in that run. And then they just they went to London and they came back and they've never been the same.
Is that when it was? I'm trying to remember.
To me, that's what I have in my head.
Was that the Jacksonville game?
Yeah.
You're right. Yeah. So they were 3-1, and they were coming off a 28-point win, a 34-point win, and a 28-point win. So they rebounded super well from the Jets game. And then since then, they have not won 2 games in a row since then.
No.
They've not. And so if they beat Dallas,
now they have to try to do it against Dallas.
Yeah. So
it's like they might look like they suck, but they
Wow.
also generally play some of the best teams in the league every time out.
Yeah. Yeah. So they lost to the Jets, who, that was a weird game. But then they lost to Jags, playoff team. They lost to the Patriots losses, I would say, of all
That
the losses,
is a bad one.
That's their worst loss
Mhm.
because the game.
They should have been able to stop Mac Jones. You shouldn't have to say Mac Jones just drove the field on you to win a game.
And the bad part about that one was, as we talked about all these games where they had a lead, they did have a lead in that one, but they had to come back in that game. It
Mhm.
was 13-3 at the half. So you know what? Yeah, that's true. So that's their worst game of the year by far. But otherwise, it's a lot of. Well, I guess they didn't play very well versus Cincinnati either on that Sunday night game. But so there you go. Hot take market. Do you have any takes before we?
I have one that I don't know that I believe in.
Okay.
But
hot take you could be talked into.
Some NFL team this offseason should sign Baker Mayfield for multiple years to be their starting quarterback.
Oh, interesting.
I think that he falls in that category of 16th to 20th, but you can go and win games with Baker Mayfield.
Yeah.
You can't expect him to be college version of Baker Mayfield.
That's done.
But I think in the right situation, if he was back on the Browns right now, you would feel a lot better. One, and this would be an entirely separate hot take, Kevin Stefanski might be the single best quarterback whisperer in the NFL.
He's very good.
If you look at what he did in his 1 year with Kirk Cousins, if you look at what he did with Baker Mayfield, if you look at what he's done with Joe Flacco,
Yeah, this whole
they're
year.
winning games with Robinson Thompson or
DTR. Dorian Thompson-Robinson.
Yeah, I can't even pronounce any of it.
UCLA. Chip
Yeah.
Kelly.
They won games with PJ Walker.
Yeah. And Deshaun Watson sucks, and he's made
Right.
him kind of serviceable.
Right. So I think if I was an NFL GM and I had enough pieces together and I was one of these teams where it's like, we're not going to draft high enough to get a franchise level quarterback, but we need competent quarterback play that we can live with. He's a guy that can drive a nice car and isn't going to wreck it.
Yeah.
And I can't believe I'm saying that because I've been anti-Baker Mayfield for so long.
You hate Baker Mayfield.
But I've watched a lot of Bucks this year and
he's serviceable.
And again, surrounded by Evans, Godwin, Rashad White's pretty good. They have a terrible offensive line, so that's part of the issue for him. And he's not anywhere near top 10 quarterback in the NFL.
But he's a serviceable backup.
But he can play, and he can I would rather have Baker Mayfield right now than Derek Carr. And one of those guys is locked in for a long time, and one of those guys is going to be a free agent in March.
Jeff writes in, take a look at the Packers' remaining schedule. They could win the division too.
Yeah, I think they're set up where they play the Lions one more time, but they would also need the Lions to lose more games than Minnesota would.
Yeah.
Minnesota basically can just win out and win the division. Green Bay wins out, they don't win the division necessarily.
A text coming in from Shane before we talk to Mitch Holtis. Says, good afternoon, gentlemen. Looking forward to your segment coming up with Mitch Holtis. I'm a Broncos fan who is blind, and I must say that Mitch Holtis is one of the best play-by-play guys in the business amongst the hometown radio crews. However, I've heard him say on your program and others many times, calling the Broncos donkeys. I think it's safe to say after this past weekend, it is he, the Chiefs head coach, and their golden boy quarterback, who are the real jackasses. feel free to share it with Mitch. I will not be sharing that with Mitch.
Amazing.
I will not be sharing that with Mitch. Yeah, I like that. And I'm also blind.
Yeah.
Very well played, Shane. Very well played. All right. Mitch Holtis will join us when we return. It has been obviously a weird week. I would say that this is the first time where collectively Patrick Mahomes has gotten ridiculed by the NFL fan base media at large. This has never happened before. Those who have been out on him since day one, aka many anti-Chiefs people, are like, see, I told you so. Why did you ever like this guy? So we will talk to Mitch about what this week has been like surrounding the Chiefs and what they have coming up this weekend versus the New England Patriots. Remember back when this was a fun matchup that we would get excited about, Chiefs-Patriots, for 2 years when Tom Brady was there? Those first two games were fun.
The one that I enjoyed the most was that Monday night one where they just got absolutely shredded.
Oh, back in 2014.
Yeah.
We're on to Cincinnati. We're on to
Yep.
Cincinnati.
Yep,
We're on to
that one-
Cincinnati.
That always stands out to me as like even the best teams in the NFL can just look absolutely terrible on any given week.
I think that game was the one that gave us one of my favorite GIFs on the entire internet. And it's that old Chiefs fan with the digital camera and he takes a picture. I think it's from that game. I love Nick. Have you ever seen that video of the old guy?
I haven't.
Oh man. I think all you have to do is search old Chiefs fan camera and it's probably there. It is. Yes, he's in. Plus, I love the hat. The shark tooth hat or whatever.
No,
it's
I
called.
knew exactly.
Oh my God.
I knew exactly what you were talking about. Like I could visualize the entire thing.
It's so funny because around him, everyone has their camera phones, and then he has his digital camera. Oh, what a guy!
Do you think it was a Kodak?
Happy for him.
Oh, good question. I don't know. I don't know what were good digital cameras. Back in
Nikon?
24 Nikon. You know, I kicked the tires on buying a camera a couple years ago.
You know who has a camera? Connor Happer. You should ask him how often he has used his camera since he got it to take photos. He was very into taking photos for about a 2-month period.
For like practices, right?
Yeah.
When you go to
then
custom
I don't know that I've
practices-
ever seen him with a camera again.
Well, if you get a decent enough camera, you can also use it as a film camera.
Sure.
You can use it for content. I know Schaefer loves content.
Oh, you love content. Speaking of content, more NFL talk when we return. Mitch Holtis, the voice of the Chiefs, will join us on the other side. We'll talk about Kansas City coming off of another loss this weekend versus the Bills. That's up next here on 1620 The Zone.
The Connor Happer Show.
Why do you want to shut up Greg Sankey?
Guy talks too much.
He's cool.
He compared the college football playoff to Sesame Street.
He's an elitist for his own conference, just like we are elitists for our own show, Josh.
Well, this
we
show
say
is
this is the best show, and there is no other show that's better than this. And everybody, if you listen to other shows, you're like watching Sesame Street.
One of these things is not like the other.
Okay.
I also love cookies.
The Connor Happer Show. Weekdays from 10 to 2 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Mostly clear to partly cloudy skies tonight. Low temperature dropping back to near 26. Partly cloudy Thursday, though clouds will increase a bit in the afternoon. High temperature reaching 51. I am Chief Meteorologist Bill Ranby from KETV News Watch 7.
Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. EquitableOnline.com.
1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Zoom Drain Time-Saving Traffic Center, getting reports of some significant delays on southbound 72nd around Mercy Road by College St. Mary's, the Walmart there. So expect delays through there. Avoid it if you can. If you're west on I-80, some delays between L Street and Giles. Delays on westbound L Street from I-80 to, it looks like about 144th. And then also delays on westbound L Street around 36th. I'm Mike Neville.
This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Saul's Jewelry and Loan.
What does Saul's loan on? Almost everything, like jewelry, gold chains, bracelets, earrings, wedding rings, and high-end watches, guns, electronics, $10 to $50,000, super fast and easy with no credit check. Saul's loans on almost everything.
Don't miss this week's Zone Deal.
This week's half-off deal is Cops. Receive 2 $25 gift vouchers for just $25. Cops makes delicious pizza, fresh salads, and tasty charred wings. For the basic menu, click copspizza.com. And for the extended menu, visit them at Shadow Lake Town Center, 180th and Center, and the newly reopened 72nd and Jones locations.
Zone deals go fast. 9 a.m. Friday, 1620thezone.com.
What's holding you back from learning the language you've always wanted to know?
Too hard. Takes too long.
Not with Babbel. Babbel's lessons take just 15 minutes a day.
15 minutes isn't long.
Nope, and they're fun.
Fun isn't hard.
Right. Babbel's interactive lessons, podcasts, games, and more make it fun and engaging, so you don't realize you're learning a language, but you are. And Babbel's lessons are built around real life. You can choose from topics like travel, business, relationships, and more. You'll learn what matters most to you. Plus, Babbel's lessons are designed to get you speaking right away. In 3 weeks, you're able to start having conversations.
Just 3 weeks. Even better.
Since Babbel's lessons are designed by language experts and voiced by real native speakers, you'll get the accents just right and be able to carry on conversations with confidence.
Learning a language with Babbel doesn't take long.
And with Babbel, it isn't hard.
It's perfect.
Start learning a new language today. Go to Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Good boy. At Cox, we think all customers deserve a reliable connection. So whether you're a loyal customer who's been with us for years, or you're new to the family like this little guy, you'll get the same great deals on the same great internet. And no matter who you are. See how you can save at Cox.com/deals for all. Other restrictions apply, all rights reserved.
John Henry's Plumbing, Heating, and Air is now open in Omaha, and we are looking for experienced plumbers and HVAC technicians to join our team. We offer company-paid employee health insurance, provide a company truck with innovative technology, and so much more. We will have open interviews Mondays and Wednesdays at our new location, 9321 J Street. Learn more at calljh.com/careers or call
435-5555. John Henry's Plumbing, Heating, and Air.
Make the right call, fans. The Rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
Rooferees.
Holy cow. I inhaled it just the wrong time.
This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone.
You ready?
The most exciting announcer in professional football.
Picked off at the goal line. 20, 15, 10, 5. Jalen Watson. Welcome to the...
Nobody can paint a picture with words quite like he can.
They might just be gargling at the nectar by that game. I think the rectal buzz that you get from the seat, maybe,
The man,
Touchdown! Kansas City!
the myth,
And the Chiefs' kingdom has firmly planted its flag on top of football's highest summit.
the legend of the Hy-Vee salad bar.
You want to chalk focus right now in the parking lot of the St. Joe Hy-Vee.
Mitch Holthus.
The Chiefs are champions of Super Bowl 57.
The voice of the Chiefs, Mitch Holthus, joins us each and every Wednesday at this time. Brought to you by Hy-Vee, the official grocery partner of the Kansas City Chiefs. Mitch, good Wednesday to you. How are you doing today?
Doing great. Sounds like you've elevated somebody off the practice squad for this show.
Oh, yeah. Mike Schaefer here of Husker 24/7 Sports.
Happy to be here.
Yep. So now you have another NFC fan in the mix. He is a fan of the Minnesota Vikings. Of course, John, the Rams, and me, the Cowboys.
Well, that's okay, buddy. Doug Eater Deluxe. How's the whole skull thing going, buddy?
It's they got a 3-point win over the Raiders in a climate-controlled building. I would say it's going fantastic.
Well, get on a surge, buddy. We're all in the same boat. Just trying to find a second wind and a somehow surge of adrenaline.
Yeah, indeed. Mitch, I wanted to begin the conversation by asking about a general theory that I've heard about what happened after the game with Patrick Mahomes, with Andy Reid at the press conference, and that was that this is a long build for what has happened in over the course of the whole season, but especially in recent weeks. And the anger that they have was actually not so much directed at the refs, but it was directed at the wide receivers, but them being in leadership positions, they didn't want to do that. Now, obviously, we know since then Mahomes has apologized for what happened. How viable do you think that theory is now, 3 days removed from what happened on Sunday evening?
Oh, I think that's a little simplistic in looking at it. It could be, there's been frustration. You have a drop pass that wins the Eagles game.
Yeah.
Right. I think we can pretty much think that one out. You have a drop pass that would have won the Lions game all the way back from the opening game of the season. That puts you at 10-3. But it's also the pass interference penalty in the Packers game that might have given you that victory that's now been compared to the Saints and Rams NFC Championship game no call. on a DPI. It's all of that. I mean, it's just, I honestly think that Patrick's been silent maybe far too long. And I know he's apologized. The dude's a classy guy, but I'm defending him on it. Complaining about the officiating never works. It's never good, never comes across well. But when you take into account a whole bunch of things, and Mahomes is the face of the league, and he sees things that frustrates him, like a punt they don't place the punt properly, or the play where they call it a fumble where it's clearly an incompleted pass, and Creed Humphrey's running 25 yards down the field to tackle the Bills guy because he thinks it's a live play. That's how you get guys hurt, Josh. And so there's things that, the offside penalty notwithstanding, there's probably some things that if you get a little bit of cry in the wilderness, people start to pay more attention. And I think that's probably the more virtuous side of looking at it.
Wanted to ask from your vantage point, how much changed for the Chiefs that they did not have Isaiah Pacheco in that Bills game? Because it felt like if you look at his 4 weeks leading up to that injury, I mean, he really kind of was having the best run of his season. You look at the Dolphins game, the Eagles game, the Raiders game, and then certainly the Packers game with 110 yards. I mean, it felt like that was such a brutal loss for them, even with Jerick McKinnon and Clyde Edwards-Helaire. It just feels like Pacheco gives them a different weapon than we've seen these Chiefs teams have before.
And honestly, can I tell you, a nearly equal absence was not having McKinnon against the Packers, because he's such a weapon, 3rd down, 2-minute, and what he does in ad-lib plays with Patrick. To not have him in the Green Bay game, I think was nearly an absent feeling like it was with Pacheco. Now, your assertion about Pacheco is a good one. I think I brought this up with John and Josh last week, but he's got 58 first downs accounted for Pacheco. That's 3rd in the AFC. Number 1 is Tyreek Hill, I believe, with 64. And not far behind him is Travis Etienne of Jacksonville. And 3rd is Isaiah Pacheco. And he's top 5 in the NFL. So at the least, this is the Vikings not having Madison. But even more so, it may be not having, he's not Christian McCaffrey, so don't get me wrong, but he's somewhere in between Madison and McCaffrey, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And you take that kind of impact out of the lineup and you're going to feel it. But it's also not having McKinnon the week before. So it'd be nice to get them all back, but that's not the case. And it's December football. Everybody's missing somebody, and you got to figure it out.
Mitch Holtz, voice of the Chiefs, joining us right now on the 42 Degrees The Source hotline. Speaking of figuring it out, Mitch, this is now 2 losses in a row, 3 out of 4 going back to the Monday night game versus the Eagles. And you know, suddenly there are only 4 weeks left of the regular season before another potential playoff run. Like, what is fixable, do you think, at this moment in time with what is happening on that side of the ball?
Honestly, I think all of it is to some extent. And I think the focus, and this goes back to the point we just had. We talked about the triangle that was starting, and this is where the timing of the injury to Pacheco hurts, because Rice is starting to become a factor. Now, his fumble notwithstanding, last week, you know, he's coming off a $7 performance against the Raiders. He was fruitful against the Packers. But when you get a triangle of Kelsey, Rashee Rice, and Pacheco, or maybe McKinnon, then you've got something rolling. So that covers a lot of ills. Now, the other things are all correctable. A holding call inside the red zone, which seemingly happens about every week, which is throwing the drive off. Instead of a touchdown, you get a field goal. Defensively would be maybe a little more urgency at the beginning of the game. But another factor here, guys, is the fact that, and I think I talked about this again last week, but it's not an excuse, but if we're going to talk analytics, this is analytics, where Green Bay had 10 days to get ready for the Chiefs. And they showed formations at the beginning of that game to the Chiefs defense they had not seen. And the Chiefs lose Tranquil early in that game. They don't have Bolton, and they're trying to figure it out with Jack Cochran. All right, last week, the Bills were able, with a 2-week preparation time, to get James Cook involved in some routes as a running back that ended up being over 70 yards in receiving. Well, here are the Patriots, and they have 10 days to prepare. So the defense, it's almost like expecting the unexpected. But offensively, to answer your question, everything's correctable. It can be done this week. Even though it doesn't look like that way for the better part of 13 weeks, it can be fixed.
Mitch, I want to ask you about a guy I enjoyed watching playing in the Big Ten, and in George Karlaftis, what you've seen from him in his second year. I think what are we looking at here? He's tied for 16th in the NFL with 9 sacks. It feels like he's kind of coming on as well as someone who's going to be a defensive end to sort of be reckoned with for the next few years.
He's awesome. I just talked to him today. I think the comp when he came out of, think of Trey Hendrickson with the Bengals, who I really respect his game, or Sam Hubbard, right, on that same team. Where is it Khalil Mack? Well, I don't know. Is that Joey Bosa? Is it T.J. Watt? Well, maybe not, but guess what? He's maybe the next step. And George leads the Chiefs in pressures, and he can affect the game, not just getting sacks. And what he does also, you guys, is the fact that he holds the edge. He doesn't just chase the quarterback and go, hell-bent for election and lose his sense of responsibility within the defense. This guy's a Pro Bowler. He's a star in the making, and if he's not a uber Joey or Nick Bosa guy, he's still a Pro Bowler, and he's a real asset to this team, especially when you see him the way he connects now with others. The other thing, the way he prepares, last year in December, he was phenomenal, and he gets stronger as the year goes along, and it's just because of the guy is a workout dynamo. He was a former Greek national water polo player. There's just a lot to George Karlaftis, and maybe more than meets the eye.
Mitch Holtz is the voice of the Chiefs, joining us on Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Looking ahead, Mitch, to this game on Sunday afternoon versus the Patriots. This is the first Monday night game to ever get flexed out of its spot. It is now a noon Central game, a 1 o'clock Eastern game in New England. Obviously, New England coming off of one of their few wins this entire season. Their offense has struggled most of the year, though they did put together a really nice quarter versus the Steelers. The defense, it still is kind of what you come to expect from a Bill Belichick coach team. What presents the biggest challenge, do you think, in this one on Sunday afternoon?
Well, that defense, first of all, is only giving up an average. Get this. And this is the NFL. This isn't the Power Omaha high school team that blows up everybody. They're only giving up, the Patriots only giving up 11 points a game over a 4-week span. That will get your attention. One, Belichick is good at scheming, and he's got 10 days to get ready for this game. Two, they still have capable defenders, front, middle, and back. And maybe not full of Pro Bowlers, but again, they're like Karlaftis types. They're right there, and they're good players, and they can create havoc. They're really hard to score against when you get into the red zone. The other side offensively, the fact that they showed so much life against the Steelers, and that Bailey Zappe's 3-1 as a starter in the NFL. And I'm not sure why they cut him. I'm not sure why they didn't play him over Mac Jones earlier this year, because Bailey Zappe gives them a chance to win this game Sunday. He makes enough throws, and he did against Pittsburgh, to get them to 21 points. Now, the defense is fueling a lot of that, but they also can play the game that Denver played against the Chiefs, Philadelphia played against the Chiefs, Green Bay played against the Chiefs. That is, control the game, not just with the run game, but with the short passing game, throwing to the running backs, what the Bills did to James Cook, what the Packers did to their runners, and then also throwing to the tight ends. Hunter Henry had 2 touchdowns in the game against Pittsburgh. So if I've got a young quarterback like Bailey Zappe, I can control the game running and throwing on short, intermediate routes that are pretty low risk and hold the ball, and then make it hard for you to score and make you go the length of the field and make red zone tight window plays to beat you. That's what New England can do in this game. That's what's been problematic to the Chiefs in earlier games, and that's what the Chiefs will face in this Sunday game.
The game will be on Sunday afternoon. Of course, you can hear it on News Talk 1290 Coil in Foxborough, Kansas City at New England. It kicks off after noon here in Omaha on the radio. Mitch will be on the call as he always is. Mitch, thank you for joining us. Brought to you by Hy-Vee, the official grocery partner of the Kansas City Chiefs. We'll talk to you again next week.
Thanks, boys. It's getting interesting, but we'll get after these guys. Yep.
All righty. Thank you, Mitch. Mitch joining us here on the 42 Degrees The Source hotline. Interesting. I was just looking at the schedule for the rest of the year. So it starts with the Patriots. They have the Raiders on Christmas Day on Monday. They have the Cincinnati Bengals on New Year's Eve. They finish with the Chargers. All 4 teams right now are starting backup quarterbacks at the start of the season.
Yeah,
all 4 of them. Some injuries and some benchings.
What is their record now? They're 8-4?
8-5.
8-5.
8-5.
So it feels pretty likely 12-5. If they were to lose any of those, the Bengals game maybe, but I don't know that I see Jake Browning going into Arrowhead and winning that game. It's fascinating how like the fervor for that and when that was set was based on Burrow and Mahomes.
It was like, oh my gosh, New
but now
Year's Eve.
the Chiefs are sort of interesting again, but it's hard to imagine because they're not built well defensively. Like the Bengals aren't built well defensively. That's a team that the 49ers, the Chiefs should be able to move the ball on, score on. Same with the Raiders and same with the Chargers.
Yeah, you look at the Chiefs' losses this year.
The toughest defensive game for them is going to be this Patriots one coming up.
Yeah.
And it's how many points can the Patriots actually put up?
Yeah. And it's funny because I was going to say, one of these things is not like the other, but I mean, all of their losses are to playoff or playoff adjacent teams too. So it's like they have not lost to teams like the Patriots or Raiders or Chargers. I guess Cincinnati, like you just said, they would maybe be the closest thing to that. I know that the alarm bells are going off with the Chiefs in a lot of areas right now. I think a loss to one of those four teams like that I think is when you really say, okay.
What is your confidence level in, we know your confidence level in Patrick Mahomes, and I think anybody's would be fairly high.
Very high.
But what is your confidence level in Andy Reid to sort of create some version of an offense that can be effective, even if it's not what we've thought the Chiefs to be over the years?
It still is somewhat high because the guys are there, I
truly think Pacheco, if healthy, they could build a version of that offense where you can kind of play a little power football with him.
Yeah.
Like I think you can do that. It's funny because he's like overshadowed by Brock Purdy, but he's another 7th round pick. But he went 251st overall. And you can make a case that he's probably in the top 15 running backs in the league now, which isn't saying a ton. Because do you feel like the running back quality of the NFL is as low as it's ever been?
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm not huge into fantasy. I know, like you are.
I'm not even talking.
No. But to bring up the point is, on Red Zone at various points on Sundays, they'll do like this big sidebar, whether by passing leaders for the day, receiving leaders for the day, and every week the running back numbers always stand out to me because it's like one guy with 100 yards and then a bunch of players below that number, and it's just like there is not those. Christian McCaffrey is such a level above everybody right now in the sport, whereas I don't want to do the back in my day stuff, but like when you and I were growing up, the league was loaded with really good running backs, and this is probably just what it's going to be.
Played through the running.
Yeah. This is what it's going to be now moving forward. It's funny. We've had the conversation about the Bills at various points the last 2 days, and I would certainly say that the Chiefs, we could have the exact same conversation, and Mitch just did it too, where it's like if a couple of things go differently, we are not wringing our hands about this team.
But that's how the NFL is. I mean, it's the entire league is based around the idea that almost all of these games will come down to 5 critical moments. And how your team handles those 5 critical moments is going to determine if you are a great team, a good team, an average team, an underachieving team, or a bad team. Like those are, it's how many games are basically played within a 5-point window in the NFL?
A ton of them.
And so 5 points, and the reason I picked 5 points is that it's
the
little
Vegas
less than a
zone
touchdown, but it's basically like you can lose because of any singular play.
Yep.
And that's how that works.
When we return, we'll get fired up for football. Also, one of the more divisive rules in football might be changing. We'll have that for you as well before we get to dumb debates. And when Mike Schaefer is in for dumb debates, oh boy.
Let's get them as dumb as possible.
Get them as dumb as possible. Send in your questions right now. # dumb debates. We'll get fired up for football, though, when we return here on 1620 The Zone. And speaking of getting fired up for football, Josh Peterson here for the FanDuel Sportsbook. We are just over 24 hours away from another week of NFL action. Already week 15. Very, very sad. But what is not sad is that new customers, if you go to FanDuel.com/1620 today, you can get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 moneyline bet. Of course, moneyline means you do not have to pick ATS, against the spread. You find a team that you like to win the game outright. And I know that we keep telling you about these huge, massive favorites. Hey, don't forget about Knicks Dolphins, -430 versus the Jets. Don't forget about the 49ers, -800 versus the Arizona Cardinals. But if you like a dog and you're confident in that dog getting the dub, why not take the dog to get the dub? I told you that the Cowboys were going to win by 2 scores. Sadly, I was wrong. They won by 3 scores, but I was right on the team that was winning, and that's all you have to do because they don't have to cover. Again, FanDuel.com/1620. You can get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 moneyline bet. 21 plus and present in Iowa. First online real money wager only. $5 pregame moneyline wager is required. $10 first deposit is required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
For the Jays, the Huskers, and even you Jayskers, we are 1620 The Zone.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
Creighton Sports Update.
Hey, Blue Jay fans, it's basketball season here at Creighton. So get your tickets and come out and support your Blue Jays. For tickets, go to Ticketmaster.com, go Creighton.com/tickets, or visit the ticket office located at Ryan Athletic Center. And that's your Creighton Sports Update.
1620 The Zone proudly supports Creighton Athletics.
Shop during the season of inspiration at Woodhouse Mazda. Get the best deal on the 2024 Mazda CX-5. Combined with standard I-Active all-wheel drive and an available turbo engine, this CUV provides an elevated driving experience. Get 0% APR for 60 months plus no payments for 90 days on the 2024 Mazda CX-5. With approved credit, tax, title, and license extra when financed through Mazda Financial Services. $299 doc fee due at signing. Offer expires 1/2/2024. See dealer for details. Woodhouse Mazda, a drive worth experiencing.
That to-do list you have needs one more thing. Chill. It's an easy thing to do. Just crack open an ice-cold Coors Light and chill. Take the afternoon off and binge watch anything. Go to happy hour and stay for a couple hours. Who's counting anyways? Or hang out with just your dog because you've had enough human interaction this week. Whatever you do it with a Coors Light. Mountain cold refreshment made to chill. Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado. Celebrate responsibly.
Hey everybody, it's Michael Severe for Ted and Wally's, 2 locations, one in Benson and one in the Old Market. Ted and Wally's wants to wish you a wonderful and great happy holidays. Make sure you grab a to-go holiday flavor or pick up desserts for pies and cobblers. Great. Over 3,000 flavors over 35 years. Remember, Taste of New Orleans is in the Benson location as well. You grab you some food and grab you some dessert as well. Whether it's coffee beignet or ooey gooey cake ice cream, hey, out of towners swing by as well. Benson, Old Market, tell them Severe sent you.
This year, be sure your giving includes the Heart Ministry Center. Located at 24th and Binney, Heart Ministry Center provides food, health care, and a way forward to people severely affected by poverty in Omaha. Your donation helps make all we do possible. Please visit us online at heartministrycenter.org. You can also take a tour or volunteer. You'll see just what it means to be part of the Heart. Heart Ministry Center, dignity for all.
The brand new Dollar General Distribution Center in Blair is now hiring. Starting wage is up to $22 per hour with benefits including medical, dental, vision, 401k, and a $2,000 sign-on bonus. Apply today by texting DG Warehouse to 25000 or online at dollargeneral.com/careers. Again, apply today by texting DG Warehouse to 25000 or online at dollargeneral.com/careers. Dollar General can't wait to have you become a team member at their brand new distribution center.
The $20 Kettle Challenge is back. Drop a $20 bill into any Salvation Army red kettle in Omaha, Council Bluffs, or Fremont on December 16th, and your donation will go twice as far, thanks to Pinnacle Bank. That's right, on December 16th, any $20 bill donated to a red kettle in Omaha, Council Bluffs, or Fremont will be matched dollar for dollar. Donations will go toward helping those in need right here in the Omaha, Fremont, Council Bluffs area. Join us in our efforts to love beyond Christmas. Donate during the $20 Kettle Challenge this Saturday.
John Henry's Plumbing, Heating, and Air is now open in Omaha, and we are looking for experienced plumbers and HVAC technicians to join our team. We offer company-paid employee health insurance, provide a company truck with innovative technology, and so much more. We will have open interviews Mondays and Wednesdays at our new location, 9321 J Street. Learn more at calljh.com/careers or call
435-5555. John Henry's Plumbing, Heating and Air.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Football is finally here. Well, it's been here for about 6 weeks, but John hasn't written anything yet. So now Nick gets to write one. It's been a fun season. The Dolphins are kicking ass. The Rams are being the Rams. And the Cowboys lost to the Cardinals. Don't worry, though. If none of your NFL teams are doing well, you always have Nebraska football.
Not anymore.
Sure, they might be off to a 3-3 start, but we knew it would be a
5-7.
rebuilding year. Matt Rule is a great coach, but he isn't a miracle worker. I mean, they've won every game we thought they would win and lost the ones we thought they would lose.
Wrong.
Well, except for Colorado. John and Josh thought they'd win that one for some reason. Remember how
Michigan
Nick
State.
was right about that one?
Nope.
Anyway, that doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. What matters is another week of college and pro football is about to begin. It's time to look ahead to the distant future of starting tomorrow and figuring out how good this week is. It's time to get fired up for football.
Look, the regular season in college football is done, but that doesn't mean we can't get fired up for football. Bowl games are back this weekend. So, Schaefer, here's what we do in Fired Up for Football. We look ahead of the weekend starting tomorrow, or the distant future starting tomorrow, and we get excited for the games. And then at the very end of the segment, we give a grade on what we think with the college football and NFL slates for the weekend. The football watching world will be tuned into Amazon tomorrow. Speaking of, I just found out Kirk Herbstreit blocked me on Twitter for some reason. I haven't tweeted about him in 3 years.
Wow, what'd you do to him?
I don't know.
Blocked by association?
I haven't responded to him. I'm not a reply guy. I don't know what happened. Maybe I made fun of Al Michaels one too many times, and he was out there defending.
Am I blocked
Al.
by Kirk Herbstreit?
I have no idea.
I don't know that I've ever said anything good about him, but I don't know that I've ever tweeted about him.
Someone quote tweeted him, and I was like, what in the world is going on here? Anyway, him and Al will be on the call tomorrow night for Chargers at Raiders on Amazon Prime.
Yay.
Nick will be watching our movie club movie, which this week is Good Will Hunting.
Thank you for reminding me about what it was.
Good Will Hunting, available on HBO
I
Max.
assume Nick has never seen Good Will Hunting?
I haven't,
It's
actually.
not. Yeah. So that is Thursday Night Football. In the college slate, there are a bevy of games on Saturday.
Bevy.
This is when Nebraska. Never mind. The Vegas Bowl isn't this weekend. I was going to say this is when they could have been playing. Power 5 teams involved on Saturday.
Not blocked.
Not blocked.
Yeah.
Why did he block me? I have no idea what I did. Power 5 teams playing Cal versus Texas Tech in the Independence Bowl on ESPN. Boise State's not a power team, but they might as well be. They're playing UCLA in the LA Bowl, the Jimmy Kimmel LA Bowl. But what we'll really be watching on Saturday are the NFL games. It's a triple header. Mike Schaefer's Vikings are going to Cincinnati to face off against not Joe Burrow and the Bengals.
Walmart Burrow.
That will be at noon. These are all on NFL Network, by the way. Saturday, mid-afternoon, 3:30. Steelers at Colts. And then the primetime game, fascinating matchup. It is Broncos at Lions. I would say all of those are interesting in their
There's
own
a very
ways.
very good run of games there, and it feels like a good Saturday for me to just do. I got all my Christmas shopping done.
Hell yeah.
So I don't have to do any of that.
Nice.
I can just stay home on Saturday, which I will probably have to do anyways for news covering purposes. But stay home on
That's
Saturday.
a tease to news coming on
I'm just
Saturday.
saying,
Mike Schaefer.
things could happen. I need to be
Sports
around the
Flash.
computer.
Give us a sports flash. Just kidding.
There's nothing there. Nothing's going to happen anyway. So it's all coming on Sunday, as I said during the crossover. Remember when the fake Husker 24/7 account?
Thank you for reminding me.
Let the
Thank
cat
you for
out of the bag.
reminding me. Yeah. Also, this Saturday, a year ago, was when the Vikings had the greatest comeback in professional football history. Remember that game
was
against
also the
Colts?
last full Schaefer family Christmas too.
Oh.
So yeah,
Oh,
yeah, it's going to be a rough.
okay, now I feel bad.
Well, yeah, but it's just it's Yeah.
Oh, I didn't think about that.
Yeah, no, you're good.
Okay. I apologize.
You're good. I
Wow.
shouldn't have said it.
I'm not any more fired up for
Should've just thought it.
football. Okay. Well, let's go to
It was a
Sunday.
fun
Bummed
moment.
out for football.
Okay, Leo, let's go to Sunday now.
Well, I ruined that.
No. So Sunday on CBS, Omaha and Lincoln will have the same game. The whole state of Nebraska will have the same game. It is the Buccaneers at the Packers on CBS. Remember when Bucks Packers in the late 90s was like this huge rivalry, and they hated each other because they were both in the NFC Central. Yeah.
The great NFC Central.
Oh man, Warren Sapp versus Brett Favre.
Everybody hated everybody in the NFC Central.
I have long been out on the Bucks. I'm recently out on the Packers.
Who
I think
was
thanks
the
to
NFC
you.
East at that time?
The Cardinals were in the NFC East.
Yeah, that's right. This is when geography was just ignored.
I mean,
it was like the college football is getting to where pro football
yes,
was in the 90s.
Yeah, Nick, did you know that the Arizona Cardinals were at one time in the NFC East?
No.
Yep.
Huh.
Didn't make a whole lot of sense then
Watching
either.
his brain put that one together was great.
Yep.
Huh.
We think Texas having an NFC East team is stupid. Don't worry. There was a team from the Mountain and Pacific time zone that had an NFC East team as well.
Were they
It's
in
like
that
Memphis
because
being in the Western Conference?
Were they in that because when they moved there, they're just like,
they
we'll
were
just keep it.
They were way back in the olden times. They were in Chicago, but
Right.
for a while they were in St. Louis. So I mean, kind of east, but not so much.
I mean, Dallas isn't East either.
No, they're definitely not. Move Dallas to the South. We'll own that division for the rest of the time.
Would have preferred that they had done that at the time.
I'd be sad though to lose out on those rivalries. There was no way they were.
I would like it because then we wouldn't be forced into watching Commanders Cowboys on national television every time they play.
Yeah, that's true. Remember 2020 when the whole division was just poop?
Yeah.
They kept
Well,
playing in
that's
games all the
poo-poo.
time. The Eagles
Because
are
of their
benching their
media
starting
markets?
quarterback in the final game of the year. On Fox at the same time, we just previewed the game with Mitch Holtis. It is Chiefs at Patriots. Other games in the noon window, if you have John's Sunday ticket, let's see, Bears at Browns, which is oddly enough an interesting game. Kevin Kugler will be on the call for that one. Jets, Dolphins, not so much. Texans, Titans, not so much.
The fact Saturday's good then makes Sunday have to be bad.
Yeah, but the late window on Fox, it is nationally televised. There's no spot in the whole country that won't get Cowboys at Bills. Let's go. I feel like I'm going to talk myself into a Cowboys win by the time we get to Sunday.
It's because the Bills are bad.
Yeah, probably.
So what happens to your psyche if the Bills win something like 42-10?
Oh, God.
Yeah.
It's bad. It's all bad.
Couldn't it just be like you had a really bad day?
No, not now.
Couldn't it have been like the Chiefs Patriots thing that we were just talking
That was
about?
in September, though.
Well, happens in
No,
December.
not 42-10. Not 42-10.
I'm sure teams that have made the Super Bowl have lost by 32 points in December in the past.
This isn't dumb debates yet. That's coming up in our next segment.
That's not a debate.
Sunday night football is Ravens at Jags. Ravens at
I
Jags.
hate the Jags. Okay.
I do too.
This is what I should have said in the hot take. That is a team that I never want to watch on TV ever.
I remember
don't
last year,
care
didn't we
that
debate this? They
Well,
were
yeah,
on like a
because it was-
Saturday night game.
They're just like a trash team to watch.
Plus,
they're
they're-
never fun.
Their stadium optics are horrible. They don't have a good fan base that like makes it's not an intense atmosphere. I'm not
They
like,
have
oh,
a super
Jacksonville."
weird looking coach who they cut away to 7,000
super
times.
weird looking
He's
coach.
just a very
You
strange
can't control
looking guy.
how he looks.
Interesting take. Yeah, I never
Rude.
thought of that before.
He looks like he's a celebrity chef.
Stand-
That's what he looks like. It looks like he has a series of crappy chain restaurants throughout the Midwest.
His hair does that.
Named
little-
Bobby's or something like that. Or Dougie's, I guess, in his case. You know what I mean? Like
I love it if it would be called Bobby's for some
Okay, no, I
reason.
see what you're saying.
Yeah, like you get it.
Come
Yeah.
to Bobby's.
That
For
makes
whatever
sense.
reason,
It's me, Doug
it's-
Peterson.
It's probably because they can't do a crowd shot because they have less than capacity
Yeah,
in
that place
Jacksonville.
sucks.
They just have to zoom in on Doug Peterson's weird face all the time.
He looks like he would tell Gordon Ramsay that he's wrong in his episode of Kitchen Nightmares.
Absolutely.
All right, so we're out on watching Ravens
I
at
really
Jags.
don't. I will watch it.
Yeah, of course I will.
I've watched every Sunday night game this year. It's like
I
it's
know.
pretty much my favorite thing.
Yeah, it's awesome.
I don't even care if the matchups are good. I will have it on and I will just sit there and zone out.
I will say this too.
It's like 2.5 hours where I don't think about anything
Yeah.
and I just watch what's on the television.
For some, and this is an odd take. I don't mind dome games in the month of December, but I don't like watching outdoor games in the month of December in warm weather. I don't like that.
Where's the snow, damn it?
Bingo. I want to see breath. I want to see breathing.
Do you guys think that this game could be a potential upset just because the Ravens are bad against AFC teams?
Totally. It wouldn't surprise me at all if the Jags pulled off the dub. Wouldn't surprise me at all. Monday night is Philadelphia at Seattle. Go Seahawks! The grades for this weekend. I don't know if you have a grade, Shay, for what you just got. I'm going with a C for college football because it's bowl season. Who cares? I'm going with an A, though, for the NFL, though. That is, mainly because of my game. But all of the Thursday, or not Thursday, but the Saturday games.
Saturday's great.
And then, I know
I don't know what you have going on Saturday, but it's just very much a day where you can just sit and watch 3 entertaining NFL games that all have playoff ramifications.
I'll watch the first 2, and then we're doing stuff for Riss's birthday that night. Happy birthday to her. So we'll be doing stuff like that. But the night games are all.
You hope the Seahawks have their own gift on Monday for her?
Oh man, we'll be watching that game together.
Is Gino going to play?
I hope so. I don't know.
Because he did not play last week.
He did not play last week. It's very interesting as we watch the other games because we don't outwardly cheer against unless our teams are. But it's obviously all on the inside of us. And so she knows on Monday that I'll be rooting very hard for the Seattle Seahawks while not making a single noise.
I don't think I could do it.
It's weird. It's not very fun in that way.
I mean, I don't root against the Chiefs, but I certainly don't root. Like when they played in the Super Bowl, I was totally fine if the Eagles won. I know you don't want to hear that, but didn't matter.
Didn't, so it doesn't
totally
matter.
Fine if the 49ers won.
Yeah.
In both situations, and then girlfriend and now wife, and very much wanted obviously the Chiefs to win. That's her team, but I just don't. And then when the Vikings played the Chiefs, I had no regard whatsoever for how she felt about how that game was going. Any of it. It did not matter to me.
I know.
There was one thing that mattered, and it was
it's your team winning.
Travis Kelce was awarded a catch in which he didn't actually catch the ball. And that's what cost the Vikings that game.
Indeed.
So, Josh,
that and Alexander Madison dropped.
We thinking 2?
So I went A for the NFL, B overall. John, I think, just gave me an A- just for the NFL.
I give you a B+.
B+
for the NFL.
All right. Anything
just
for college?
The plus for Friday, B for the rest of this.
Oh.
For Saturday.
Yeah. So let's go with 3 glory holes.
Glory hole. Glory hole. Glory
Do you want to show them what we used to play, Nick? Do you still have the drop up there? So we used to do Michael Brunslaps as our grading system.
I've heard that.
Yes, there you go. E is not a fan of our takes on the Jags. Yay, Jags bashing. Team is barely ever on TV here, and y'all get triggered. Jags fans have been through hell for
TV
years.
all the time.
We just don't. Look, E, they're a good team. I just don't want to watch
I don't think
them.
they're that good of a team. Put them in a different division. We'll see how good they are.
I think they're good.
They're good.
They were before Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah, that is true. They're a different team now with hampered Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah, they were very good.
They own
they're
London.
Not fun. What is fun about the Jacksonville Jaguars?
I mean, honestly, nothing really.
Trevor Lawrence as a quarterback isn't fun. It seems like he's sort of just built in the boringest factory that's ever existed.
Yeah.
Of
he's just good, but he's not you're never like, whoa, Trevor Lawrence.
Right. And there's not there's this cascade of highlights of him evading sacks and launching 70-yard bombs to generic wide receiver for the Jaguars.
Yeah.
There's just, I don't know. They were more fun when it was Mark Brunell, Fred Taylor, and Jimmy Smith.
Bring back the 90s.
Those Jaguars were fun.
Bring back the
I
early
like
2000s. Those were good
this
times.
version of the
I was a
Jaguars with
child.
celebrity
What
chef
about-
Doug Peterson, not so much.
What about David Gerard?
I was fine with that too.
Yeah, me too.
It was always weird.
By the way, real quick before we get to dumb debates, NFL executive Troy Vincent, this is according to Ian Rappaport, says at the league meeting, among other things, that the league will take a look at plays where the player fumbles through the end zone. Rappaport asks, is it too punitive? Quote, do we need to give them a chance again? End quote. It will be studied this offseason. So one of the most divisive rules. When was that?
Week 2, Thursday Night Football.
Dude,
I didn't even get to watch it. I had
was-
everyone in America.
That's
texting me
right. We kept.
Remember I came on. I told you I wasn't even going to watch the first half.
And it was you guys should have won that game. Dallas could
Well
be
aware.
controlling their own destiny.
Minnesota could already have their playoff spot locked up, and Detroit may not even host the fictional playoff game you have them winning.
Sad. KD writes, the litmus test for if a team is trash or not is if they got boat raced by the 49ers. Cowboys and Jags equals trash. Vikings equal good. Congratulations.
Hard to
to
argue
you,
with
Mike
that
Schaefer.
metric.
All righty.
I know that you liked advanced stats.
That's a bad advanced stat. I'm out on. Give me EPA per play, not that garbage, KD.
What actually qualifies as the advanced part of the stat?
Good. What a fun question.
We've decided that, when we talk about some things, this is a stat, but this is an advanced stat.
You know what this
Is it
sounds
just
like to
because
me?
it involves a different layer of math?
This sounds like a dumb debate.
Which is coming up next here on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Zoom Drain Time Saving Traffic Center, heads up, we've got a crash on Fort Crook Road at Galvin Road. If you're west on I-80, delays start at 42nd going all the way to 96th. Also delays on the northbound JFK at I-80. And then if you're west on Dodge, delays from 680 to about 132nd. I'm Mike Neville.
This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Saul's Jewelry and Loan.
Bling in the holidays with Saul's. All jewelry in stock up to 50% off. Ladies' diamond rings starting at $89. Earrings starting at $39. Gemstone rings starting at $89. Bling in the holidays with up to 50% off jewelry at Saul's Jewelry and Loan.
The brand new Dollar General Distribution Center in Blair is now hiring. Starting wage is up to $22 per hour with benefits including medical, dental, vision, 401k, and a $2,000 sign-on bonus. Apply today by texting DG Warehouse to 25000 or online at dollargeneral.com/careers. Again, apply today by texting DG Warehouse to 25000 or online at dollargeneral.com/careers. Dollar General can't wait to have you become a team member at their brand new distribution center.
Looking for a unique gift for your friends and family? Any size gift card will fit every homeowner or gardener on your list. We're your one-stop shop and homegrown headquarters. Rooted in quality, unmatched value. Lenaha Nurseries, 192nd and Center.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit, hims.com/radio.
As we end 2023 and look forward to 2024, locally owned John Higgins Weather Guard would like to thank our friends for your continued support and patronage for 35 plus years. We wish you the happiest of holidays and a prosperous new year. And if you're even thinking about replacing your roof, we invite you to make the right call to John Higgins Weather Guard, the home of the rooferees.
John Higgins Weather Guard, the home of the rooferees. Make the right call.
Acura of Omaha has a great selection of new RDXs, MDXs, Integras, and TLXs in stock. Plus, get financing from 3.9% APR. Get the best price in just minutes at AcuraofOmaha.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Are you paying too much for term life insurance? A man age 50 non-tobacco user can obtain $500,000 of coverage for as little as $110 per month. Level rate for 20 years. That's right, guaranteed level rate for 20 years. If you're a smoker, there are great rates available for you as well. Call Term Busters for a quote. 1-800-908-7636. You're probably paying more than you should. Call 1-800-908-7636. Remember, call Term Busters. 1-800-908-7636. Sample rate for preferred non-tobacco rate class. Exam required to qualify.
Let it fly. Your elevated sports bar experience. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
It'd be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a blow
Throw.
It would be nice to have a blow
Through.
when you're gone.
Listeners and not to, we did anyway, dumb debating.
John's computer sucks, Macs are the only way, dumb debating.
Fullbacks are running backs, hamburger steaks.
Josh is too dumb to eat a cupcake.
Melee to base.
Does John like Nebraska or Creighton?
Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Down for the pylon or give up on the plate, dumb debating.
Millennials are great and old should go away, dumb debating.
Rarely do we find any common ground.
Josh wants his food to be the best around.
Even if it gives him fatal flatulation.
Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. When a tree falls down and nobody's around, you can bet your ass it won't make a sound. Water ain't wet, you know nothing about hydration. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating.
Indeed, it is time for Dumb Debates. He's Mike Schaefer. I'm Josh Peterson. This is the segment where we take your dumb debate questions. We answer them. Like the one that we just got from Mike Schaefer. What makes a stat an advanced stat? I forgot to Google it during the break, so I'll do so right now. I don't know what the answer is.
Maybe if it needs more than the eye test or just basic math. Basic
Like if
stat
you have
math.
to tell someone how it works, is that what makes it an advanced stat?
Probably. I mean,
is that how QBR is an advanced stat? Because you have to
explain it a little bit. Yeah. You and I had
I still don't really put a lot of trust in QBR.
Yeah. You don't put a lot of trust. It seems like you don't put a lot of trust in society.
I mean, would you?
No, definitely not. I am willing to give. I'm willing to give my mind up to stats greater than I, and you are not.
It's interesting because like with baseball, like there's certain things. A lot of it is I'm just naturally skeptic of something.
You are a very skeptical.
And so
person.
when it's like, oh well, this guy is good because of X, and it's like if you look at X and there's other players that aren't good that are good at that stat, and they're not good in traditional ways, and can only be shown to be good in advanced ways, it makes you wonder why they're good to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
And so QBR to me feels like it's a measurement of efficiency. So offenses that are more efficient as a whole are going to be beneficial to the quarterbacks. You know, like that's why you put
Brock Purdy,
or see, I can't do it. I just can't.
Quarter.
I don't understand why. You put Brock Purdy in a different situation,
and obviously he wouldn't be as good.
Right.
Yeah.
And so then it's like, what are we actually measuring? Are we measuring that if QBR is supposed to be the end all be all, which is how they introduced it.
Yes.
Like they introduced
Isn't
it
that part of the problem that people have with QBR is that hey, look at our new stat.
Then they bailed on it quickly.
Yeah.
And then it just became like this thing, and now it's kind of caught, I think, back on to where people like want to utilize it again.
Yeah. I look at it like I don't stare at it every day, but if I'm just looking at quarterback stuff, I will look at QBR because it also takes into account running, which the traditional rating doesn't. Right. And it's out of 100 instead of 158.3 for some reason.
Which doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, so I like it. I like it.
And I'm not trying to say that I prefer the other number more.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just like when it is presented to me that this is some sort of like magical stat that delineates what is good and what isn't good, and it's also put together by a subjective measure of what is good and isn't good, I have a tough time with. It's the same reason why I struggle with PFF grades all the time.
Yeah.
Someone else's opinion on what is a good decision and what isn't a good decision is entirely based on their process of how you decide what is good and what isn't.
Mm-hmm.
And not everyone's the same.
Sure.
So 3 different football coaches can sit down and grade it out and come up with 3 wildly different answers, and they all have a football background. Why does that make that something that I would trust? So I struggle with PFF. I like it in the sense that it can give you a quick overview more often than not.
Yeah.
But if you sit down and you really sort of look at it and you're like, oh, why did Nash only get a 68.3 here?
Yeah, that's
but he
not for me.
recovered a fumble. He had 2.5 sacks. He had like 7 flash plays in this game. And oh, by the way, he took up 3 offensive linemen the entire game. But his rating is going to be lower than the guy across from him that had 2 tackles and maybe was more assignment sound throughout, according to this one particular grade. Like it's hard for me with that.
Yeah.
And so I view QBR in that lens a lot of times.
Numbers scare me.
There you go. And that's why Nick hates advanced analytics and just
I like
in
numbers. I just don't. I don't like when they get twisted to be in such a way that it's like, oh, this is why your opinion is wrong.
Yeah.
That's what I get really annoyed by.
All right. And now we're off. Dumb debates.
All right.
Dave Fight writes in, when you're checking, he was on your podcast this summer. When you're checking out at the grocery or big box store, whose responsibility is it to put the divider on the belt? Yours or the person behind you? I think it's the person behind you.
Yeah, I agree.
If I am 100%. If I am already checking out, why and there's no one in line? Why is it my responsibility?
If you're check, got you.
Yeah. So if you show up and if I show up and you are already there, it's my responsibility to put the divider.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I've never even really considered that it would be the person in front's
to like
responsibility.
preemptively do it. Yeah.
Now, if they did, I wouldn't think anything of it. But
No.
when I got asked this question, I was immediately like, well, it's when it's my turn behind the person in front of me, then I'm marking this.
This is my territory.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. There you go.
I've got one.
Okay.
I just found this on Twitter randomly from Memelies. Say you had $300 to spend on something by the end of the day tomorrow, or you lose it all. What would you get?
So I have to buy one item, or I have to.
You just have to get rid of $300 before tomorrow night.
Gosh, that's easy. I don't know. I don't have any quarters with me. I'd probably get a pair of racing shoes for my next marathon.
Yeah.
Yeah. Those are like $200. And then I go buy some wings. And I don't know.
$100 worth of wings?
Not $100 worth of wings. Let's see. What else do I need? I don't know. I kind of have a lot of the things that I want right now. I guess I don't need a new TV. And I probably couldn't get a good one for $300. So yeah.
Could I invest the $300?
Oh, nerd.
I mean, it disappears at the end of tomorrow. So whatever you've invested potentially just disappears.
Okay. So I couldn't just like throw it on the stocks that have been losing money for me for a while. I can't just add it to that.
You could, and then tomorrow night it would just go.
If I can't do that, I have wanted AirPods for a while, but have just like not bought them because I have like a pair of $12 ones that I use when I walk slider. Those have been fine. But I'd rather have the AirPods. So I'd probably buy that for myself. And then like Josh, we're in the time of year where, parents ask you to make Christmas lists or, what you need. I am fortunately in a situation where if I want something or need something, I can just go buy it. And I don't like think about it in the terms of, well, I can't get this right now. Or and usually it's not stuff that I can't afford. Like the stuff I can't afford is I want to go take an all-inclusive vacation.
Oh, hell
$300 isn't going to do that.
No.
Hey,
maybe I buy a plane ticket for somewhere if I can find a good trip for $300.
Hey, tell Nick, if you go to an all-inclusive place that you probably wouldn't make a trip randomly to go see pyramids. It's 8 hours away round trip.
I probably wouldn't because I value. So basically when I'm in vacation mode, it is a fight against the clock of reality. And so all of those hours of which I can hoard to basically just drink and read and relax in the sun, that is what I want out of the vacation. Now, I'm not against excursions.
Right.
I'm just against the idea of losing an entire day sitting on a bus with people that I don't know to go to this pretty cool location. But because I'm only probably going to get to do this trip like once in 3 years, I'm going to value the total relaxation over the exotic locale.
And my whole thing is you can drink and read and relax at home. Why would you not?
Have you ever done it on a beach?
Yes.
Okay. Well,
you've drank and relaxed and read?
I haven't drank on a beach. I haven't been on a beach.
Oh, see that? Yeah. So you haven't done it then.
But even still, you could do that like one day and you can still, if you're going to be somewhere new, why not go do things that you can't do at home?
Because that's the the point of the trip is to relax. Yeah. By the way, we have to punt on dumb debates a little bit earlier.
What the hell?
Nick, we need a sports flash.
Sports flash. Time for an unsportsmanlike conduct sports flash update. Sports flash. From the Sports Flash Sports Desk.
From Pete Nakos. Ohio State transfer quarterback Kyle McCord is moving on from Nebraska. The former Buckeye signal caller will keep his transfer portal recruitment open.
Sports Flash.
It's funny because over the last,
Sports Flash.
I don't know what, Schaefer, 30, 45 minutes, we had
Probably an hour.
Trying to confirm what we had heard while we were off the air during breaks. Unable to do so fully, but Kyle McCord now out. Josh says, no reason to panic. Yes, there is a big reason. The comment section on YouTube, not having a good time right now. Lowdown writes, all in on Raiola. And I would certainly say that's how I'm going to infer what is happening right now. So what was at one time seeming like a very, very, very good possibility that Nebraska was going to get 2 quarterbacks, at the very least, one of those guys is totally off the table, and that you hope that the other guy is still on the table at this moment in time.
Yeah, well, and you hope that it doesn't affect you anyway with Julian Fleming, who you still need.
Correct.
I will be fascinated to know what Nebraska chooses to do at quarterback going forward with Dylan Raiola. If you were to get him as your starting quarterback, feels like courting a little bit of disaster to me in a way.
Yes.
But here we are.
Yeah.
Nebraska football once again.
Yeah, I mean it. Let's just take a
Lucy
break.
pulled the football.
Let's
That's
take a break.
basically what this is.
Yeah, and because there's a lot that goes into it, and I think what you just said there, courting disaster, I think is a good way to describe this. When we come back, we'll talk about this news and more. But yeah, if you're just joining us, Kyle McCord not coming to Nebraska, according to Pete Nakos. Within the last 2 days, it seemed like it was all but assured that was going to happen. Now, not so much. He says multiple sources tell On3 that McCord will be moving forward with his recruitment, keeping his options open and looking at another batch of schools. We will expand on this when we return. Josh Peterson, Mike Schaefer here on 1620 The Zone.
Previously on The Crossover.
I want to hear the thank you at the end of it, too.
No, thank you.
No, thank you. When you order a Big Mac at McDonald's.
No, thank you.
Thank you, caller Connor.
Good job, Connor. No, thank you.
Maybe it was Connor Stallion. No,
it could have been.
Mornings with Sharp and Hanley. The Connor Happer Show. Unsportsmanlike Conduct. 6A to 6P. 1620. The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Mostly clear to partly cloudy skies tonight. Low temperature dropping back to near 26. Partly cloudy Thursday, though clouds will increase a bit in the afternoon. High temperature reaching 51. I am Chief Meteorologist Bill Ranby from KETV News Watch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Zoom Drain Time-Saving Traffic Center, heads up a crash, still has the right shoulder blocked on 34th Street at Redmond Avenue. A wreck on westbound Dodge at 42nd has the right lane blocked as well. Also reports of delays on westbound Dodge between 132nd and 150th. On westbound I-80 between 480 all the way to 96th. And then delays on eastbound I-80 between 96th and 72nd. I'm Mike Neville.
Backlund Plumbing would like to thank all of the great customers and friends that we've met this year. And if those pesky plumbing problems try to spoil your holidays, give us a call. Happy holidays from Backlund Plumbing.
The most preferred plumber in town.
This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Backlund Plumbing.
Shop Woodhouse Buick GMC first and experience the difference. They've got a large indoor showroom, 119th and I. You can shop inside during all kinds of weather conditions to find the newer pre-owned inventory that meets your needs. Stylish SUVs that fit the whole family comfortably to capable trucks to get the job done. Woodhouse Buick GMC has something for everyone, including the GMC Acadia AT4 all-wheel drive with smart slide second row seats, or the stylish 23 Buick Envision preferred all-wheel drive with Buick driver confidence, driver assistance technology that welcomes you into an environment where every tone, texture, and technology conveys the highest level of refinement. See dealer for details on how to save on MSRP or lease deals. Shop Woodhouse Buick GMC first, 119th and I, that huge indoor showroom, or online at WoodhouseBuickGMC.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Need a feast to feed the family? Godfather's Pizza has you covered. Build your own feast. Choose a medium specialty pizza, a medium one-topping pizza, and a side, like my new bacon ranch cheese sticks. Freshly baked, loaded with mozzarella cheese, tangy ranch, and topped with an abundance of bacon. Do yourself a favor and build your feast today. Godfather's Pizza. Do it.
Let me get you up to speed on the service that you need.
Brian recently had us tow his all-wheel drive Mercedes from another shop.
He was told it needed a new transmission for over $4,000. As it turned out, the reason he had no Ford was because his front CV axle was bad. We replaced the axle for a few $100 and he was back on the road.
News Talk 1290 Coil is your home for Omaha Maverick hockey all season long. Don't miss a single puck drop, power play, barn burner, or any of the action this season. Your home for Maverick hockey, both home and away, is News Talk 1290 Coil.
John Henry's Plumbing, Heating, and Air is now open in Omaha, and we are looking for experienced plumbers and HVAC technicians to join our team. We offer company-paid employee health insurance, provide a company truck with innovative technology, and so much more. We will have open interviews Mondays and Wednesdays at our new location, 9321 J Street. Learn more at calljh.com/careers or call
435-5555. John Henry's Plumbing, Heating, and Air.
This hour is powered by Dollar General Distribution Center in Blair, Nebraska on 1620 The Zone. It's unsportsmanlike conduct.
Why are you asking about my poll?
On 1620 The Zone.
Alongside Mike Schaefer, I am Josh Peterson. It is Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. If you missed it, the news coming down that Kyle McCord will not be coming to Nebraska. Chris Hummer of 24/7 Sports just tweets out, can confirm that Kyle McCord won't end up at Nebraska after visiting them earlier this week. A source tells 24/7 Sports McCord is moving on to other options. A question coming in from Amazing Daniel Schaefer says, so were the people who were crystal balling this just wrong, got bad info, or did something change?
Well, yeah, something changed.
Yeah.
I mean, Dylan Raiola changed the equation of
Yeah.
the entire thing.
Yeah. Now, obviously, the Grumball thing is what it is. You put in crystal balls.
Mm-hmm.
You put in a crystal ball for Kyle McCord. You have talked openly on the air about your thought process behind putting in crystal balls. One of the things that I always try to let people know, like when they ask about those types of questions, is like, Mike Schaefer doesn't want to get something wrong. Mike Schaefer likes getting something right. And
Just
so,
like I like winning.
Yeah, just like you like winning. So Kobe asked, does this have to do with Casey being on campus today? I feel very comfortable in saying no, it does not have anything to do with Casey Thompson being on campus today, but I guess I could be wrong because I also thought that they were going to get Kyle McCord. Obviously something changed. You know?
I don't think Casey Thompson is remotely in Nebraska's plans. I mean, I could be entirely wrong on that. It could also just be as friends from the team and he'd come back and he has time and that's why he's here. So I don't think that has anything to do with any of this. To me, it goes back to what was my initial thought when I heard about Raiola is what does this mean for Kyle McCord? I talked to Steve Wiltfong about it when we talked about Raiola initially. I've talked with multiple people about it. And the general thought was it shouldn't affect anything. But go back to how we had that conversation at the beginning of the show. And I mentioned, like, if you're Kyle McCord, it would be impossible not to notice what the fervor is like for everything Dylan Raiola.
Yeah.
And do you want to, and again, we don't know why he's not coming to Nebraska. We really don't. We don't know the why. But
it's going to
all you can do is take the pieces of information as they have come across, which is simply everything I had heard from Wednesday afternoon on is that Nebraska and Kyle McCord were simpatico.
Yeah.
And that it was a matter of getting to the visit. The visit would confirm where they were at. He needed a place to go where he had an opportunity to showcase what he could do. Nebraska needed a quarterback. They were going to pay the NIL money that was going to match what the McCord, demand. That's everything that I had heard. All led up to that.
Yeah.
And the only thing that hadn't taken place yet was a visit. Once I knew the visit was locked in, went ahead and put in the crystal ball. I don't care about the crystal ball. That doesn't matter to me. I think the bigger loss is what it means for Nebraska football for 2024.
And it's so funny because, a lot of jokes are being made right now of, cue the he sucks anyway crowd. I think this is a huge loss. I think this is a big loss because, for all the things we said about him yesterday and today, this is a guy who started in the Big Ten, started 12 games in the Big Ten this year, led a team to an 11-1 record. I get it. He wasn't as flashy as the last three quarterbacks that are, that were all in the NFL at one point in time, all first-round draft picks. I get that he was not those guys. But, man, a massive upgrade. I would have felt incredibly good going into 2024 with him as Nebraska's leader. I feel less so if it's a true freshman because that is my inferment from this is a true freshman leading the way for them next year, and Dylan Raiola and everything that comes with that. And we already spent some time today talking about him playing for so many schools, and like red flag seems very harsh, way too harsh.
Yeah, when Ivan said that, I was a little surprised
because he used that term.
Yeah.
He said red flag.
Because I've also talked with enough coaches, and in fact, Tony White and I had this conversation about it in May because we were talking about the epidemic of players in Los Angeles that will attend 4 different high schools.
Yeah,
and I asked him, if you're recruiting a guy and he's been to 3 different schools already, and he's going to go to a 4th as a senior year, or if he's already been to 2 schools and he's on his 3rd and you're recruiting him as a junior, do you file that away in the back of your mind? Like, is that he's like, what you do is you try to piece together why this has happened.
Yeah.
Did he go from a public school to a private school and there's an opportunity that he and his family couldn't pass up? Did he go because his coach left? Did he go because he got kicked out? Like, if there's a disciplinary reason for why he's leaving these places, that's a big red flag. But he also said that some people, different circumstances are for different people, and he wouldn't write off anyone just because of that alone. And that was, again, that was a conversation in May, has nothing to do with what's happening here. But it's, to me, the bigger question is, can Nebraska go add to its room at quarterback besides Dylan Raiola? Because if the conversation that came out of Georgia as this was all going on was there was unhappiness about the return of their incumbent starting quarterback.
That has been the discourse since 5:00 on Monday. I know that question was asked a lot to me. I'm sure you got it as well. Of like, well, how is this going to work then with McCord?
Right.
How would that work? Because there's a question.
And then the way that it got framed was essentially, the issue isn't so much it's that the Raiolas were told one thing and another thing has happened.
Yeah.
And that's ultimately what let him out of Ohio State as well.
Yeah. Terrence writes, don't understand why that changed anything. It's basically an Arch Manning situation. Raiola shouldn't be starting day one. That has been my thought process on this, is that he wouldn't be starting on day one. But, I would probably change that now. Rusty. Sorry.
Oh, no, I was just going to say it's always unusual around here is how I would phrase it.
Dude, it really is. Rusty says it has to be asked now, is a class with McCord and Kalen better or worse than a class with only Raiola? What do you think about that, Schaefer? Would you rather go into battle with McCord for 1 year and Daniel Kalen for however many years, or only Dylan Raiola for the foreseeable future?
So this is how I would preface this answer. And I understand that I'm probably viewing this in a different way than maybe other people would. But to me, the beauty of adding Kyle McCord was that he could elevate your program to the point where you are at an 8-4 season as a jumping off point instead of perpetually being in this 5-7 hellhole.
Yeah.
And so if you could get a veteran piece that can elevate you and your program as you continue to build around it, as you utilize the way that Matt Rule uses public relations and optics to get excitement drummed up for the team and to help with the recruiting, to me, it was about building the foundation of where you're at and not attaching yourself to a rocket ship and hoping that you're getting to the moon. Raiola is a rocket ship. Nebraska needs to build.
Yeah.
How many rocket ships have we seen this program attached to and it turns into the Challenger explosion? Scott Frost was a rocket ship. That wasn't you thought it was a rocket ship because of what happened at UCF, but that wasn't exactly a proven model of success. He'd never done it anywhere else other than in the AAC.
Yeah, as we came to find out.
And that's tough. Like, I think incremental building is what Nebraska has to do, and it can't just cut to the front of the line.
Yeah, and
this felt like a nice incremental build where you move up into the line and then maybe you find
use
something
that.
that helps
You use that as the springboard,
finding a new jumping off point. But doing it from the lowest point all the time, which is where Nebraska has been, it just feels like this is how you're perpetually Nebraska basketball.
Andrew writes, now just to be good old Nebraska, groin kick we're used to, now just to be the good old Nebraska groin kick we're used to, Kalen will sign with Michigan State and Raiola will back out and sign with Georgia. Yeah, you want to talk about an all-time My Patriot supply scenario. That would certainly be the one. Flounder says, big question with McCord gone. What's the sell to a quality veteran receiver or two to come to Nebraska?
That's the thing. So if Nebraska's moving forward with a true freshman quarterback as its primary option for 2024 or Chubba Purdy, I don't know that that's enticing to Julian Fleming, who I don't think is tied to the hip with Kyle McCord. And he could still end up at Nebraska. But if you're Julian Fleming and you're looking at Nebraska with Dylan Raiola or Chubba Purdy or whomever, and if you're looking at Penn State with Drew Aller, who just went through his first year of extreme growing pains for an incredibly talented quarterback who redshirted, I'm pretty sure that wasn't a true freshman year for him. He's probably going to pick something with experience, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's hard for me to see Nebraska ending up with Julian Fleming now as well.
I would agree. Jay writes, oh, sorry.
It just feels like everything that we talked about in terms of setting up your offseason and setting up the way that you went about the portal, setting up your roster for 2024, it just all got taken away in the last 48 hours, I guess, or less.
Yeah.
Probably less, probably 24 hours.
Yeah.
Because, it's also fascinating on my side of it, because it was reported this morning the visits had gone really well. And then now immediately there's all of the visits didn't go that well. And there's this and there's that. And so you never know what's right and what isn't.
Yeah.
Because you only have the information that you get told.
Sure.
Or what you read or what you come across. But it feels like where Nebraska is sitting right now is more tenuous somehow than where they were on Monday at noon.
Mm-hmm.
And yet, in one scenario, they have a 5-star quarterback, and the other, he wasn't even in your mind.
It's so funny because,
and again, he hasn't even committed to Nebraska.
I know, yeah, and we were going off the assumption for a couple days this week that it was going to be McCord, and maybe we're making the mistake again with Raiola. It is odd too how I am sensing a lot of frustration and a lot of, like this comment from Jay. You burned a lot of bridges for one guy in Raiola. I am sensing that people are saddened by this news. And going back to that question a few minutes ago from Rusty. What would you rather have? Would you rather have, McCord and Kalen, or would you rather have Raiola? It seems like a lot of people, at least responding, wish they had the former. Now, if Raiola commits within the next few days, signs with Nebraska next week, does some of that nervousness go away? Perhaps. But I don't think that you are on an island right now in the idea of cutting to the front of the line. I don't think you are. I'm with you on this.
And then I'm not trying to say that they can't have success with Dylan Raiola either, but I think it's really hard to sit here and be like, there's a comparable object between a guy who took Ohio State to 11-1, and yes, they have a lot of other talent. It wasn't just Kyle McCord, and someone who had a very, very nice season for Buford, Georgia, a high school team. Like it's just hard for me to wrap my head around that.
I mean,
especially when we just talked about Nebraska's quarterback play and how bad it was in all of 2023.
And how many times did you and I in the last two shows mention, oh man, I really like that guy played in Columbus, Ohio, in the Horseshoe with that insane fan base. That is a huge selling point. And like, look, Raio's a 5-star, so like he is also on a level that he is used to acclaim, used to the attention. His dad played in the pros. Like, I get all of that.
Totally different though.
But he hasn't done it at this level yet,
Nope.
whereas McCord has. And I did. It was like a nice safety net, man. It really was.
Yeah. There was a comment that I think it was you and I. It could have been on one of them. It could have been on the morning show, but Sipple was on sometime in the spring before Raiola had committed to Georgia. And he had a comment about how difficult it would be to be in the situation where you would be expected to be the guy to pull Nebraska out of what they're in. And he was talking about Raiola in that regard. Like, that would be a challenge. Well, this is ultimately where things have sort of ended up. Like, and if he meets it and exceeds it, Nebraska's going to be great for it. If he doesn't, then you're just back to kind of where you were. And again, we're so far ahead because Dylan Raiola hasn't committed to Nebraska. He hasn't signed with Nebraska.
Yeah.
But right now, your quarterback room is Chubba Purdy, Heinrich Harburg. Your quarterback commit is going to East Lansing.
Yeah.
And you have a 5-star coming to campus on the weekend.
Yeah.
What? Just a total. It's not even. I don't even know how many degree difference it would be from where things were on Monday at noon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, every day you've walked in the studio this week, I keep saying jokingly, like, hey, are we going to get news today? Are we going to get news today?
We got news.
We got news today. You are in perilous territory right now, man. Like, now it's just get to the finish line. Get to the finish line with the other guy. And the other guy, thankfully, is a 5-star. Get to the finish line with him, because if you're unable to do that, I mean, first of all, you've already Sims wasn't going to come back anyway, but you're already down one from a year ago or last season anyway. Oh, fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. So, yeah, if you're just joining us and you missed it, Kyle McCord will not be coming to Nebraska. As you just mentioned, Daniel Kaelin also visiting Michigan State this week.
So and then the other thing is you spent an entire week flying around the country interviewing different quarterbacks, trying to find what's right for you. Sam Levitt's at Arizona State. Kyle McCord won't be at Nebraska. Cam Ward has taken Nebraska out of the running. Blake Shapen's at Mississippi State. Do you try to pivot to Will Howard? Can
Someone,
you pivot to Will
multiple
Howard?
people are asking that. Should they pivot
But
to Will
is
Howard?
it going to be the same issue where
he's a one-year guy?
Yeah.
And what's
So,
his expectation?
I guess the question is, can Nebraska bring in a transfer portal quarterback right now? Like, that's a real question.
It's a great question. The answer is probably no, unless that person is kind of like a Chubba Purdy type who the assumption when he came in was not that he was going to be, at least from my end, it was he wasn't going to be a starter.
But this is one of those things where if you knew you were getting Dylan Raiola, you could have probably went to Blake Shapen and asked to see if he'd want to compete for the Nebraska job relative to what you were probably telling Kyle McCord at that time. So it's just it's so wild how the ripple effects of all of these things go down.
Yep. Breeby says, Kyle pulled the McCord. Put that in the podcast title there, Nick. Ian writes, the angst for me comes from the fact that you didn't need to develop McCord. The Rattler and Sims situations point to that not being possible. Yeah, again, having him would have been really nice just because, I mean, I don't want to keep saying it, but for all the obvious reasons, and I get he's not a perfect quarterback. He was surrounded by an incredible talent base. But
he's better than what you've had in a long time.
Way better. And again, I am about shepherding. I am like you. I don't need the jump to 10-2. I want the 7-5, 8-4.
I just want to see a foundation built that it's just like repeatable,
Yep. Tyler says, part of me thinks Rule told Raiola he'll get the keys to the kingdom. I know that will be the response that I bet a lot of people have over the next however many days until we get the news officially, if that news is official about Dylan coming to Nebraska. All right, we come back. We get to some content. I promised the Pittsburgh Steelers would show up on today's show. It is time to talk about the Pittsburgh Steelers. Also, people got thrown out of basketball games last night. Schaefer said that someone should get kicked out of the league entirely. We'll see if he expands on that when we return, and a whole lot more. It's time for unsportsmanlike content, or in the old parlance, what do you say, good sir?
Yes.
When we return here on 1620 The Zone.
Now live on Twitch, YouTube, and 1620thezone.com.
It may be cold outside, but the deals are getting hot inside 42 degrees with our winter sale. We're warming up this holiday season with smoking deals for you, like our premium Kratom starting at $9.99, CBD starting at $10.99, e-juice starting at $14.99. You want a hot deal on Delta? We have them starting at $4.99. Check out 42degrees.com for the source of pipes, vaporizers, candles, and incense, and a knowledgeable, professional, and friendly staff. Buy your mom's house. Restrictions apply. Products may contain nicotine. Nicotine is an addictive chemical.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right. Get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Experience Omaha's first Indian restaurant and brewery. Jaipur has created delicious Indian food and brews, from the tandoori salmon to the chicken tikka makhani. Jaipur has something for every palate. 2 locations, Rockbrook and Dundee. Come see why Jaipur has been voted first place best of Omaha 18 years in a row.
What's holding you back from learning the language you've always wanted to know?
Too hard.
Takes too long.
Not with Babbel. Babbel's lessons take just 15 minutes a day.
15 minutes isn't long.
Nope. And they're fun.
Fun isn't hard.
Right. Babbel's interactive lessons, podcasts, games, and more make it fun and engaging, so you don't realize you're learning a language, but you are. And Babbel's lessons are built around real life. You can choose from topics like travel, business, relationships, and more. You'll learn what matters most to you. Plus, Babbel's lessons are designed to get you speaking right away. In 3 weeks, you're able to start having conversations.
Just 3 weeks. Even better.
Since Babbel's lessons are designed by language experts and voiced by real native speakers, you'll get the accents just right and be able to carry on conversations with confidence.
Learning a language with Babbel doesn't take long.
And with Babbel, it isn't hard.
It's perfect.
Start learning a new language today. Go to Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
When it comes to protecting your home, Jay Stennett Contracting takes pride in ensuring every detail is handled. Roofing, siding, gutters. When it comes to the exterior of your home, Jay Stennett Contracting has you covered. This fall, consider gutter guards to block debris and prevent clogs and save you the hassle of regular maintenance. Schedule a consultation today and let Jay Stennett Contracting's expert team and durable gutter guards ensure your gutters are working properly in every season. Jay Stennett Contracting. We have you covered. JSCRestoration.com.
Attention sales professionals. NRG Media is looking for an accomplished business-to-business salesperson who wants to take their success and skills to a new level. Is this you? Our account executives work with local businesses to create marketing plans to help them get more customers. On air, digital, on-site, audio, video, it's all part of what you could sell. A sales career with NRG lets you make a real difference. Get more info and apply online at nrgmedia.com. NRG Media is an equal opportunity employer.
The brand new Dollar General Distribution Center in Blair is now hiring. Starting wage is up to $22 per hour with benefits including medical, dental, vision, 401k, and a $2,000 sign-on bonus. Apply today by texting DG Warehouse to 25000 or online at dollargeneral.com/careers. Again, apply today by texting DG Warehouse to 25000 or online at dollargeneral.com/careers. Dollar General can't wait to have you become a team member at their brand new distribution center.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike. It's time for some unsportsmanlike content. Also, if you missed it, Kyle McCord is not coming to Nebraska. Nick?
Josh.
Nick.
Draymond Green was kicked out of another game last night as he hit Yusuf Nurkic in the face during Golden State's loss to Phoenix. How long should he be suspended for this?
Schaefer says kick him out of the damn league.
Yeah. So how many different incidents have we had with Draymond Green, who just increasingly seems like someone who needs psychiatric help?
Let's see.
He decked his own teammate in the face at a practice.
He did.
He's kicked multiple people in the balls.
In the jewels, yep.
He's a dirty, dirty player.
He's already been suspended this year.
I have like no respect for Draymond Green.
Yeah.
None. I can understand, you want to get into advanced stats,
Tell me more.
People that, love Draymond Green because of everything he could do in his prime.
Yeah.
The guy is just a total loose king. He's bad for basketball. He's he's not nearly what he was as a player.
The juice isn't worth the squeeze
and
anymore.
it's not worth him being. I don't think you get anything out of him.
Yeah.
And maybe he's your locker room leader, but I have a tough time imagining a guy that goes around kicking people in the balls as any kind of leader.
Also, they stink now, so it's not even like what's he giving you on the floor in terms of holding the
I hope he
thing
gets
together.
like a 40-game suspension.
He's already been suspended once this year,
just based entirely off of his past history.
I bet it'll be
Did you watch
double-digit
this?
games. Yes.
Like, did you?
Yeah.
Nick, have you seen this clip?
No.
He tried to claim that he was trying to draw a
accidental, is what he
foul
said,
when all he did was turn around and swing on a guy.
What the hell?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not great.
It's
not great.
It's bad.
I bet he gets double-digit games. I bet that he gets. I don't know if it'll be as much as you think he should get or will get, but I bet he gets at least 10.
I don't want you remember when the whole Grayson Allen thing was going on?
Yes.
That's the version of basketball I want out. Like, I don't want the gooning up. I don't want the punching in the balls and stuff like that. And Draymond made an entire career around it.
Yes, he has.
And he offers nothing of value to your sport. And I say this as someone who barely watches basketball, but was clued in, barely watches NBA basketball before the playoffs, I should rephrase.
Yeah.
Was very much clued in on this because I have friends who know how much I just dislike Draymond Green. And so they sent that over to me. Like, how do you feel about this? I was like, ban him.
Group chat was popping off.
Yeah.
Speaking of players getting ejected, Nikola Jokic.
Nikola Jokic.
We
talk about him a lot, Nick.
I know. It's so hard for me.
It is weird to
when I
read it
see
when
it,
you.
Yeah.
Okay, I apologize.
It gets me all the time. It's
I'm
the same
sorry.
thing with me and Robert Sala.
Yep.
Yeah.
You just want to say Salah?
Yeah. Or Saley.
Well, I remember when he first became a head coach, people thought it was Salah. Salah. Yeah.
Anyway, he was also ejected last night on unofficially Serbia night, no less. Chicago fans booed the decision. Schaefer, you love a good ref show, don't you?
Yeah, not usually a big fan of the ref show, but I don't have any information here as to why he got kicked out.
So he I believe it was yelling at the ref. He didn't even get a first tech. This was one tech. See you later. Bad. I'd be pissed if I am a father of a young boy or a young girl, and I'm like, "Hey, Pappy."
How young? I'm just asking.
12.
Meaningless.
Say,
question.
"Hey, son, we're going to watch basketball tonight."
Awesome, Dad.
Oh, thank you, Dad. Thanks for taking me. I can't wait to watch Nikola Jokic.
And then
he gets thrown out in the first half. I'd be pissed. Like I spent my hard-earned
Yeah, 'cause
cash.
the other option is to watch the rest of the Bulls, right?
Yeah, and I'd be like, I'd demand a refund from the NBA, from Adam Silver himself.
Do you think? That'd be great.
Yeah, I demand
There's
a
videos of him flying around the country just giving refunds
But
for
he could
this.
just auto deposit into my account. I'll give him my bank account number. Yeah.
The NFL is set to play an international game next season in Brazil.
Whoa!
Cool.
Wow, it was great because Nick thought he broke the news to us during the commercial. And I told him, I was like, hey, we actually have this in content. And Schaefer hated it, but then Nick loved it. So I guess if you guys want to have a dumb debate, since we had to punt on dumb debates today, feel free.
I just want to know why the NFL wants to copy Formula One. Because there's already a Formula One race that happens in Sao Paulo, Brazil.
It seems like the NFL is going to have a lot more international games moving forward. Florida wants them to have 16 games a year outside of America.
Does anyone enjoy the international games?
Only positive is like, morning football.
Yeah, like I like the fact that there's football on my television.
Yeah, but like when the Cowboys play, they've never played in one of the morning games. So I'm not going to like it when I have to be into a game at 8:30 in the morning.
Yeah, it's not that hard.
So-
I've done it.
All right.
Is this confirmed to be a morning game? Because they're in our time zone.
This one is not, Nick. That's
They're
a great
in
point.
our time zone, or I think they're in the Eastern time zone.
Yeah,
It's
they are
really
an
close
hour
to us.
ahead of
Yeah.
each. They're 2 hours ahead of us.
That
So
would be just a normal game.
this will be a normal game. It will probably be like a 3:25 or maybe even a night game. Just like the Mexico City one.
Will both teams end up with like buys after this?
It is a long flight.
It's longer than most of your flights that you end up taking.
It depends on what the franchises want.
I don't know. Travis Kelce went to Brazil and then flew back in the same week.
Yeah, and he played like garbage.
The part of this for me that is always difficult is like, who is this for? It's not for you as a fan. It's not for me as a fan.
For the Brazilians.
It's not, it's not for the players. I don't think the players enjoy it. It's not for the organization.
I mean, Nick, here's, by the way, here it's boom.
Oh my God.
Yeah. It's for the money, Schaefer. It's for the
money.
It's for the money.
It's
not for
working
you or me. It's for the billionaires.
I guess the point being, if it's only for the money, why would I derive anything out of it? Like it's not going to be in this location where the field is going to be half underwater and I'm going to watch because of that. It's going to be a soccer field in a soccer stadium in Brazil that is customized into being a football field in a soccer stadium in Brazil.
Yeah.
There's nothing of value I derive from it.
Yeah, same.
Like it's just something they're doing because they can do it.
But they're a little more south, Schaefer. That's cool, right?
Yeah, Schaefer.
If it was Antarctica, that would be really cool. That would be cool. Like if you're gonna do something, play something wild.
Do it in Antarctica.
Like let's see him play in Australia amongst the koalas.
Oh,
actually,
Josh.
they want to play in Australia.
Dude, I think
If you read Peter King still, you would know this.
the NFL would actually go down really well in Australia.
Good day, mate.
Good job.
Crikey.
That's right.
Yes, Australia.
Speaking of schedules, the SEC is revealing their full 2024 schedule tonight on the SEC network. How tuned in will you be?
Will I watch this? No. Will I read an article about it tomorrow? Yes. Why? Because I'm a sicko. I don't know. I love TV.
Yeah, I don't know that I will care.
They announced on GMA today, what a sentence,
Good Morning America.
that that Alabama's playing Georgia in a primetime game in September.
Oh, wow.
I know. That was
Good
my
teams
reaction.
in the SEC are going to play each other in the regular season. This is incredible. It never happens in football.
That is news. It's an 18-team
Well,
league
because
now.
they don't generally have to play each other.
Or is it a 16-team league?
When's the last time those two teams played in the regular season?
COVID.
COVID year?
I think it was the night that you got COVID. I was going to meet up with you.
The night that I got COVID.
Didn't you get COVID in 2020?
No, I've never had COVID.
Didn't people at an event you went to that night get COVID? Yeah.
I was at a super spreader
Yeah,
for
you
sure.
were. And so I
But
was going to
I have never tested positive.
Congratulations.
Yeah, no,
I was going to meet up with you that night, and instead I watched the Alabama-Georgia game in the regular season. And I was excited to meet up with where you were. We were going to have burgers.
I don't remember this.
Tots.
Like where this was.
Burgers and tots.
Oh.
Yeah, you know. We haven't been there together in a long time.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, no, I won't watch, but I'll be excited about schedule news.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Sorry about watching. I didn't watch GMA. For the record, I saw a tweet. I want that out there.
Are you not quite
I'm
old
just
enough for
excited
GMA
to
yet?
see who Mark Stoops gets to face so he can pad that record with even
This
more.
is one of your oddest rivalries. You versus Mark Stoops. He's a good coach.
He's fine.
He's a good coach.
He's not that good.
He's not that good.
Yeah, okay. Brett Bielema or Mark Stoops?
Stoops.
Why?
Because he's been better more recently. Better record in a tougher
I mean,
conference. Better record in a tougher conference.
Okay.
Bielema is in the Big Ten West, and he couldn't even make a bowl game this year. Regression.
We're really going hard for what Mark Stoops does with his 7 wins.
Yeah, 8, sometimes 9.
Wow. And none of them ever against teams that have winning records.
That's not true. They've beaten
in the SEC. Name how many SEC wins he has over teams that are over 500
in the conference.
In the conference,
I don't know. It's like 1 or 2.
It's one.
One.
How many years he's been the coach at Kentucky?
A lot. It's like 10.
Thank you.
All right.
In Ohio versus NCAA, Judge John Preston Bailey issues a temporary restraining order for the next 14 days that grants immediate eligibility to any college athletes currently seeking it via a multi-transfer waiver. What does this mean?
Well, it means this. It means that everything is on the table in terms of if you've transferred before, you can certainly transfer again in these next 14 days.
Yeah.
There are no rules in terms of restrictions of how many times anyone's transferred. This fascinates me because it's a subset of coaches that are really angry that they didn't get their specific waiver, while the entire coaching community had voted previously that they did not want to allow continuous transfers. So what it really comes down to is people will attempt to blame the NCAA on this, and yet the NCAA was attempting to enforce the rules put together by the committee made up of the college football coaches that had determined that they did not want to have all of these transfers. But as soon as the NCAA is like, well, yeah, it doesn't meet a waiver requirement, Mac Brown cries, college football media cries, because this guy doesn't get a play, and everyone's upset, so we have to change the rules again. But now no one's going to be happy because there won't be any like safeguards against it, and there will be mass like it's just. So what do you want? Do you want there to be unlimited transfers
or not?
Or not? And do you want to get the special exceptions only for you and not anybody else or not? But that's what this is. It's the dumbest thing to me. Like the anger that people have over the waivers, they've already transferred. It's right there in black and white. You get to do it once. You don't get to do it twice and not have to pay the penalty for it. It's like the dumbest part of society. It doesn't have, oh, I'm a special exception here. I can do what I want. No. But now everyone can do what they want, and everyone will be mad about it.
I can't. I'm going to be happy about it. I'm going to say it's great. This is great for society, just to go against the grain.
Schaefer took one of John's soapboxes.
Yeah, that was nice, Shay.
I've been saving that one. I've been waiting for whenever that was going to come up.
That feel good?
Yeah.
Nice.
It did. It's stupid, though. Like, it's really dumb to me that the committee that puts together the rules are made up by the same coaches that tell you how much they hate all of the transfers, but then they put this together, and then you have coaches that whined, and now you have AGs around the country that have brought this suit forward.
John writes, NCAA sucks.
Has nothing to do with
Concise.
the NCAA. It's literally the coaches themselves.
Mm-hmm. Maybe the tradition of the Pittsburgh Steelers is done.
Oh!
That was Ben Roethlisberger on his podcast recently.
Wow.
I didn't listen for the record.
A Roethlis bomb.
He added,
save that one too.
You can't afford in the second half of games to burn silly timeouts and to not have them late in the game. To me, that's bad coaching. Are the Steelers dead, boys?
First of all, Nick,
I don't
turning
know.
Ben Roethlisberger into a Southern gentleman. It's definitely not what I was expecting on the show today.
It's like a D+ impression of Foghorn Leghorn.
So I was trying
it felt like you were going to commit to it, and then you couldn't get yourself to commit to it, and then you tried, and then you couldn't get it to where it needed.
So the problem was I was trying to do 1940s guy, and then
you
I kind
came
of
across
started.
He wants to do a 1940s guy like he's Josh Hudson.
Exactly. I was trying to do 1940s guy, but
see,
then
it turns into Southern
Southern guy, and I don't know why.
Nick Southern 1940s guy. Are the Steelers dead? Man, I hope so. That would be awesome. They suck. Oh, speaking of Peter King, Schaefer, somebody wrote into Peter King on...
This is my new favorite bit.
Wrote into Peter
Anything
King.
Peter King related is my new favorite bit.
Oh, schedule release. Wrote into Peter King on Monday, and they were like, you're wrong about Mike Tomlin. He sucks. And so Peter King debated with this emailer about Mike Tomlin and how much he sucks or not.
Do you think Mike Tomlin sucks?
I think he's a good coach. I understand.
You wanted to say he sucks, so I saw it in your face.
No, I understand. Look, the fact that he's never finished below 500 is bonkers. I would also understand, though, if I'm a Steelers fan, I'd be like, yeah, but I want them to be better than they have been. Like, they kept Matt Canada. I mean, they shouldn't have hired him, but they kept him way, way too long. They haven't made the AFC Championship game, I believe, in 7 seasons. Like,
oh, wow.
I mean, neither Dallas hasn't made in 27. So
I just wanted to set that.
You're a jerk. He's good.
7.
He's good. I like his roster, not roster. His the way he's built the franchise, I think, is good. If I'm a Steelers fan, I'd be annoyed though. So yeah. I get it.
No, they're not where they want to be, but it's also, to me, it's a matter of if you get the quarterback question wrong, you're just continually in the
hell,
just in that spot.
You're in Nebraska.
They haven't been able to replace a generational quarterback.
Yeah.
I'm not exactly crying tears for him over that either.
Me neither.
What are you crying then?
Most listen up, Packers fans. Most franchises don't get to go from a generational quarterback to another generational quarterback to then actually sign Jordan Love to a super long extension. Thanks.
All right. That was content. Amazing. Daniel, Steelers fan, says it's really tough to draft well when you never finish under 500 too. Then he adds, I'd be more annoyed from the Tomlin side. Yeah, it's funny. Them being so consistently, the worst average actually comes back to, thank you, bite them. All right, we'll come back. We'll get to bet of the day, and we'll say goodbye. And we'll see if any other sad breaking news is going to come next on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
That to-do list you have needs one more thing. Chill. It's an easy thing to do. Just crack open an ice-cold Coors Light and chill. Take the afternoon off and binge watch anything. Go to happy hour and stay for a couple hours. Who's counting anyways? Or hang out with just your dog because you've had enough human interaction this week. Whatever you do it with a Coors Light. Mountain cold refreshment made to chill. Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado. Celebrate responsibly.
Hey everybody, it's Michael Zuber for Ted and Wally's. One of the things that Ted and Wally's does is it go along with the seasons, whether it's the summer or it's the spring or it's the fall. And of course, the winter and holidays and the holiday flavors are amazing. Let me suggest a couple of them for you. Coffee beignet and ooey gooey cake. You are going to love both of them, and so will your family and friends. Swing by the 2 locations, whether it's Benson, next to Taste of New Orleans, or in the Old Market, and get the holiday flavors today. Grab a gift card while you're there as well, and always tell them Severe sent you.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC. Good boy. At Cox, we think all customers deserve a reliable connection. So whether you're a loyal customer who's been with us for years, or you're new to the family like this little guy, you'll get the same great deals on the same great internet. And no matter who you are. See how you can save at Cox.com/deals for all. Other restrictions apply, all rights reserved.
Happy holidays from your friends at DJ's Dugout. Nick Handley here. DJ's is truly an Omaha tradition to gather with family and friends during the holidays to watch sports, enjoy delicious food, and have a great time. And a DJ's gift card is a great holiday gift idea, too. Thank you for voting DJ's your #1 sports bar again this year in the Best of Omaha Awards. DJ's Dugout is locally and Vietnam veteran-owned. Dig in at the Dugout.
Can you feel it? It's more than the chill in the air or the excitement of the holidays. At Heart Ministry Center, we call it the attitude of gratitude. Thanks to you, we're able to provide food, health care, and a way forward to people severely affected by poverty in Omaha. With matching funds available, now's the perfect time to give. Visit heartministrycenter.org/gratitude or sign up to tour or volunteer. Heart Ministry Center, dignity for all.
John Henry's Plumbing, Heating, and Air is now open in Omaha, and we are looking for experienced plumbers and HVAC technicians to join our team. We offer company-paid employee health insurance, provide a company truck with innovative technology, and so much more. We will have open interviews Mondays and Wednesdays at our new location, 9321 J Street. Learn more at calljh.com/careers or call
435-5555. John Henry's Plumbing, Heating, and Air.
John Bishop and Josh Peterson.
How many cows have died of old age?
That's a fun question. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone.
Unsportsmanlike.
And you know why I'm laughing, don't you? Now, it's time for the Unsportsmanlike Conduct Bet of the Day.
Just a little bit under where some folks would like to see this one wind up.
Brought to you by nobody.
You've got to be kidding.
Really, we don't have a sponsor. Sorry.
All right, this is Bet of the Day. This is not another edition of Unsportsmanlike Content.
People forget.
Now that we got that out of the way. Yesterday at the Lakers -2, they lost. Nick had a dumb parlay at lost. But Mike Schaefer had Wright State to score first, and they did. They lost the game, but they scored first, and that
war.
Yeah, that's all that matters. Tonight, I'm going to go with Creighton to win and cover. By the way, pregame coming up in just a moment, right here on 1620 The Zone with Jimmy. Creighton -13.5 versus UNLV -110 is the juice. Mike Schaefer.
I am sticking in the horizon, and I am sticking with the first basket scored, and we are going with 10-1 Longwood against Milwaukee tonight. First basket, take it to the bank.
Longwood, nice. I'm going to do another dumb parlay, Josh.
All right.
I like cars, so give me the Pistons. I like space, so give me the Rockets. And I like what Schaefer and I were talking about off air earlier,
Video
so
games.
give me the Wizards.
Okay.
Plus 2277.
2277.
Cars, space, and
Wizards.
Nerds.
Magic.
Yep.
The bet of the day.
Iowa.
But not the Magic.
No.
After today, Schaefer, we have seven bets of the day left. Thank God. I'm ready.
I like how angry this segment makes you.
Speaking of space, I want to take this segment, I want to put it on a rocket ship and send it to the moon, but have it crash into the moon. I don't even want a soft landing. Just like Nebraska's chances of landing Kyle McCord.
You want it to be like in For All Mankind.
In For All Mankind. Yes, Nick. Nice reference.
Still have not watched.
I think you'd like it.
It's
no,
fantastic.
I think I would too. I
It's
just
a
haven't
good
started
show.
it.
Yeah. And now you can't watch Watchmen
No,
because
I
they
can't
pulled
watch
it off of
now.
HBO Max.
Who watches The Watchmen?
Yeah,
Nobody.
exactly.
Where's that going to go?
Who knows? I don't like where society is going, Schaefer. Things are bad now.
Good thing we have physical copies.
Yeah, I might
Well,
have
you
to
always
buy
have
a
Monday
Blu-ray.
at 5 o'clock. So,
We always have Monday. What's Monday at 5 o'clock?
well, what was Monday at 5 o'clock this week?
The happy hour. I don't know. Oh, yeah, that was fun.
Yeah,
It
see?
was. Remember those happy times? What happened? What happened with the happy times?
Well, it'll be my job when I get home to figure out what happened.
Yeah.
So,
All right, Mike Schaefer. Look.
check out Husker 24/7.
Yeah, check out Husker 24/7. He'll have sad coverage of whatever is happening next.
We'll just have coverage. It doesn't
Everyone's
have to be
leaving.
sad.
Just, you know what? Grumball. The world is going to hell.
Oh.
Put that on the Grumball machine.
All right.
I don't imagine I'm going to be wrong on this one. Watch, now we're going to find out later that we found cures for all the bad diseases. And I'll be like, all
And
right.
Josh is upset by this.
The Grumball. The integrity of the Grumball is done. All right, well, tomorrow. John's back, though. He's probably going to be doing the show from home, if I'm being honest. Robin
Lame.
Washut will join us. Todd Furman will join us. We'll have more reaction from Nebraska not having any quarterbacks anymore. Can't wait to find out what happens
Thank
next.
you, Schaefer.
For Schaefer, for Nick, I'm Josh. We'll talk to you later. Blue Jay Shoot-Around coming up next year on 1620 The Zone.